they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me,
dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for
scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know. Can't stop, won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play. The game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot. I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align. No shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
And welcome back for another weekend of the Challenge Playdates. Playday 6. Wonderful Sunday for you guys. Hope you guys are all well rested and ready for what's in store. My name is Hound. Alongside with me is Victor Cax, and this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is day 6 of the challenge group stage. We've seen a lot of trills, a lot of spills so far, but now we're going to be coming through one of the final stages, I think, of this group stage now, because so far, most of the teams have already played against 5 other opponents. That means there's only going to be 2 more left with them throughout this group stage.
Yeah, there has been quite a bit of action that has transpired over the 6 days that have passed, and now, excuse me, the 5 days that have passed. So many weekends they have battled against one another, and now that they have better sample sets, and of course, we're starting to see a little bit of trends in the leaderboards. We are speaking about that later on. We're going to cover everything that's about to happen today, from the format to the schedule, who's fighting who, and speaking of format, why don't we start with that, Victor?
Yeah, so it all started at the regional level, where every region started off with their open qualifiers, where they choose the best teams for that region. And those best teams will then play in a GSL best-of-3 format, in which they will determine the regional champions for each region, basically. And from there on, 2 regional representatives will be coming into the challenge groups here in order to play a round-robin format. So you can see each of these teams will have an opportunity to play against each other at least once, and by the end of that, the points will be tallied, where the top 5 teams from that challenge group will be playing a 5-team double elimination in the playoffs.
So for those of you who are a little bit unaware or just joined the stream, we are now at the challenge group, which is the 3rd one in the middle there. So we are going to be settling on the 6th day itself. All the points will be tallied, and they will be placed appropriately into the challenge playoffs. So a lot's on the line here. But what and how much is on the line line. We're going to talk about the prize pool.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of money on the line here. Numbers, of course, a little bit weird, but of course, as we've mentioned several weeks now, this is, of course, a conversion from USD to Singapore dollars. So first place will come home with $14,625. Second place does get home with $10,575. Third place goes home with $4,680. Fourth place and fifth place will go home with $3,645. And sixth place to eighth place will only go home with $2,610.
So participation itself, wherever you may be, from 8th to 1st, guarantees you a minimum of 2,610 Sing dollars, which when you account for what's it called, exchange rate and all, it's going to be a lot of money. But of course, first place winner, 14,625,000 Sing dollars. So I don't know about you guys. Let's see who is closer and closer to that prize pool #1 spot. And it seems to be Cerberus here as we look at the leaderboard.
Yeah, Cerberus, of course, had a brilliant game against Team Flash yesterday, and that just shot them all the way up to the top there. Though they're technically tied with Rex Regum Keon, given that Cerberus is a more recent one, therefore they've been gifted the first spot on the leaderboard. Rex Regum Keon had won their matches as well, 4-1 scoreline, so they sit in the second spot so far. Barium United and Team Flash currently tied for third, which puts them at the 3-2 scoreline. Nigma Galaxy is fifth currently with a 3-2 scoreline as well. Evo's a little bit behind there. They've lost 3 games so far, only won 2, so they're going to be looking to get an extra win here to hopefully put themselves up possibly into the running for the top 5. And last but not least, Echo Fortius and Persis Esports currently sit at the bottom of the leaderboard, unfortunately. 2 teams struggling to find that success so far in this group stage.
Very unfortunate for the Indonesian region, but we do see a trend starting to pick up here where Cerberus, Rex Regum Keon and Barium United, respectively representing their regions of Vietnam, Philippines and Thailand, respectively, are holding on towards positions 1, 2 and 3. So it's very, very tight indeed. Today's schedule is as such. RRQ will be going up against Persis Esports in our first matchup of the day. Echo Fortius going up against Enigma Galaxy. Buriram United going up against Team Flash. EVOS going up against... Oh, I can't see that. Cerberus. Yeah.
So that's all the matches we have today. So make sure you guys stay tuned throughout the day, though, because you don't want to miss out any of this action here live on here in this house studio from KL. So this is going to be an exciting day. I mean, we've already seen a lot of like what these teams have brought to the table, and I'd like to see a continuation of a lot of things. But I think what we've definitely seen from yesterday is that new patch has definitely changed a lot of the status quo, I feel, of certain things. Like, for example, yesterday I was thinking that Team Flash probably had a much better time against Cerberus, but Cerberus kind of stomped them in that final. So it's quite interesting to see that, you know, the teams that are, you know, a lot more proactive, like RQ, who are able to get good grasp of this new patch, this new meta, are able to pull off some amazing performances yesterday.
I do think that there was quite a bit of changes here with patch 3.4, if I'm not mistaken, right? 3.4, with the addition of new items. Not only the new champions coming into play, but unfortunately, they still have to go through a 1-week grace period, if I'm not mistaken, where, you know, all the buffs and nerfs will come into play, then it will be adjusted for pro play. However, let's talk a little bit about the biggest changer here for the addition of patch 3.4. Nerfs, buffs, I'm not interested in that. New items here, supports now, given a lot more value. So we might see, overall, maybe a change in pick and ban cadence. Maybe a little bit more viability for Senna, because Senna has been so viable as of late, with the fact that, speaking of which, we do have one team that likes to pick up a Senna. That's RRQ. Let's get to know them.
Yeah, so RQ, of course, comprised of Hyde, Chaz, Helios, Viper, and Exosun. They are certainly one of the powerhouses in the Philippines region, and certainly had no shortage of thrills that they delivered yesterday, especially Exosun playing the support Ash and the support Soraka, really demonstrated that RQ has a supreme understanding of what this new patch actually brings to the table as far as the support meta is concerned. So certainly going to be seeing a lot of priority being placed on what sort of build and what sort of choices comes for the supports. But certainly with RQ's performance yesterday, I think they're definitely on quite a good streak so far.
Yeah, so we're looking at how Meteor has actually come into play as well. The fact that players are actually being very proactive with some of their fights with regards to how RRQ has been controlling the map, with regards to how they've been fighting against Echo as well. It just goes to show that the level of control in terms of forcing Echo into positions that aren't favorable for them immediately puts them on the backhand though, despite Echo being able to get the Elder. Look at how low they are. They aren't able to sustain some of these fights. Exocen in the middle of everything, throwing out those rain of arrows on top of the follow-up that comes from the Kazakhs as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was that the first game was very, very close actually between RQ and Echo, but the thing was that the Kassadin's kind of backdoor really allowed RQ to secure the first game, and it looked like Echo wasn't really able to regain the foothold after that point, and naturally RQ was able to defeat them 2-0 quite handily. Key player, of course, Exosun. I mean, he pulled off an amazing a couple of games there yesterday, playing the support Ashe as well as the support Soraka, having a KDA of 6.9, kill participation of 70. For the most part, he's not really using the Ashe to really take advantage of her, kill capability, but more using her utility to actually support the team. And combine that with the new Meteor and Chance, they definitely brought so much damage potential out to Echo that it made it quite impossible for them to hold out long for a lot of these fights.
Now, this is Exosin from RRQ. Let's get to know who is going to be facing him on the other side of the spectrum. Persis Esports from Indonesia, Tough Chill, Techmaturgy, Dewa, and Sobu. Now, this team is a rather standout team indeed. A team that revolves around Dewa's capabilities to make some really big, sick plays, especially when Lux gets into play. His cannon has been put into question a couple of times, but Persis Esports has shown quite a bit of interesting potential here, especially against teams such as Buriram, as you can see here against Noel.
Yeah, and that's a bit sad that, despite of all of Persis's efforts, they seem to be the weaker link amongst the top 8 at the moment. But even though they are currently sitting quite low on the leaderboard, that hasn't quite dampened their spirit in any sense whatsoever. They're going to be continuing to persist throughout this competition to show us that, they're never going to back down from a fight. They're going to continue to bring the challenges as they come.
Now, this isn't the key player here for Persis Esports, but this is going to be the face-off between Exosin and Sobu. Both these teams here, both these players, specifically playing the support role, are very proactive, but it seems that Exosin here trails ahead in terms of KDA. Could be a rotation, could be the fact of what type of champions that he's going to be picking up here. We do see Rakan, Set, and Galio for Tobu, whereas Exosin has a little bit more damage potential here with the Ashe coming in, with the Gragas as well. I do believe that the interruption capabilities of the Gragas and the fact that he's able to turn a fight into a very messy prospect with explosive cast, I think is one of the reasons why Exosin has a definite higher KDA here. But let us not let the numbers fool you, ladies and gents back at home. There definitely is going to be a very interesting matchup here for the sport roles.
Yeah, indeed. And, even Exosun yesterday was saying that this might be a support meta thanks to this new patch here. So I'm really curious to see how RQ is going to be able to carry this forward coming into this matchup here. But nevertheless, if you guys at home there have your own ideas about who is actually the better of the two here, why don't you let us know through our Snapdragon match predictions, because the votes are already up live on our Twitch chat. So go ahead and vote for either the team you support or who you think between these two teams will be able to come out on top by the end of this matchup.
Yeah, we're gonna go for 2-1 for RRQ. I'm just pretty interested to see whether or not PSO will be able to at least secure one win over RRQ. I don't think RRQ is the type of team that is going to give a very what's the word for it? Much leeway here for Persis to actually win it out. But I do believe that Persis, if they give out something good towards Dewa, then maybe RRQ could be able to have a little bit of problems here facing against Persis. But nevertheless, Contra, Husky, myself, Pondo, and you all in agreement here today.
Yeah, and that's largely thanks to, RQ's build-up of momentum, especially after this new patch here. I mean, I'm really thinking that they certainly have really good form, especially after yesterday's matchup here. So I'm thinking that, yeah, they probably will have a good time against Persis. But like I said, I would be also happy if Persis would be able to take one game off of them. But I think in the long run, RQ definitely have a lot more advantages going for them.
Well, prediction scores here are relatively even for Pondo and Contra, me, Husky, and yourself, Victor, here. And we're tied up at 12, so hopefully today is going to change all of that. But it seems that we're all very unanimous. I think those score lines are going to change. But for those of you at home, remember, you can cast your votes as well on the Twitch chat. So just put up the hashtag RRQ win or PSO win, and we'll take your votes into consideration.
Yeah, so in any case, coming into this new patch, I mean, what's been kind of the highlights for you so far?
The new items definitely are going to be giving a lot more proactivity towards our supports here. I think the effectiveness, the effectiveness of Senna is there, but efficiency, not reaching that full potential yet here with the Senna. There's still quite a bit of gold issues here in terms of how she makes her goal per minute. So with the fact that Black Mist Sight is being played, Dargon's Buckler is in, I do believe that Senna will have a little bit more options. And on top of that, she can actually use the Black Mist Sight after it levels up to use it as a warding mechanic, right? So she can actually free up that ward for the scanner or maybe even a Meteor enchant.
No, that's a kind of interesting thing because so far we've been seeing Senna like quite consistently banned out in many of these matchups here. But there's an interesting observation that you know, I learned from Ikoto yesterday is that, you know, it seems to be that the bans tend to oscillate between either banning out the Senna or banning out the Karma, but usually they do allow the Nasus to get through. But what he noticed is that cut it either way, you know, if you pair the Nasus with the Senna or the Karma, it seems like the Nasus has a 100% win rate so far in this competition. So I wonder, maybe the priority should be more of a ban on the Nasus perhaps, but then again, the utility that's provided by both the Senna and the Karma are certainly too big to ignore. So putting this kind of draft kind of tight spot, because of course you got your kind of like regular bans that will be coming through. Of course, we're going to Jace, the Yuumi, those are the usual suspects. Still Persis, they decided to ban out the Zed first off the bat here against RRQ. Now RRQ will spawn with another ban onto Lucian here, but I wonder if like PSO is already targeting perhaps to pick up the Kassadin for themselves?
Maybe they are. The Nasus here being banned out. They don't want to be giving it to RRQ. RRQ has been very aggressive with the Nasus as well. I'm not entirely sure whether or not they are going to be going for that first pick, but looking at it here, Senna also being banned out gives me a strong indication that we might see something of a bot lane pickup here for the first part for the side of PSO. Maybe a Lux for Dewa, maybe a Cannon for Dewa. I would like to actually see that happen here. But if it does open up for Dewa, they could actually put themselves in a very interesting spot and give up the Karma to its RRQ, which they don't want to do. Karma's a strong flex pick. They can go to his bot side, to his Dewa's head, can go to his mid side, could go to his Tobu side. Now with the new items, I feel like the legitimacy and flex capabilities for PSO is definitely going to play strongly into the psychology of RRQ.
Yeah, and the thing is that now with the supports being a huge focal point right now in this current patch, it's no surprise that the choice of support is going to be mega important this time around. So RRQ picks up both the Ziggs and the Renekton, and PSO picks up, or rather they're hovering over a possible pick of a Lux here, and if they do, you definitely know that the Lux is going to go into the hands of Dewa for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying, right, that PSO's one true weapon tends to show its rigidity, and I feel that the adaptability of RRQ could be the defeat here. But sometimes when something is so good, when you have worked something so well, and there is going to be a possibility of a spoiler here. So as long as they're able to maintain an early advantage from the side of PSO, I do believe that RRQ could be in for a run of their money here.
Yeah, so Rakan's going to be picked up in response to PSO's pick of the Lee Sin here. And then now we're coming into the next round of bans. RRQ will ban out the Galio, and now PSO will have the choice to ban. So Galio, of course, had quite good success yesterday, so it's no surprise that RQ is going to be banning it out for this round here. I mean, again, a lot more priority, I think, in this draft now is going to be placed on those kind of support considerations here. So I think it's going to make this drafting from this stage on very, very interesting to see, because, you know, we've been just seeing this constant evolution throughout this challenge group stage here. So it's quite fascinating, because like how the situation has been from the first day and now coming to our 6th day now, it's been completely different than we thought.
I think there's going to be a Darius ban, I think, or an Olaf. Yeah, an Olaf.
Olaf. Yeah, so the Olaf ban in response to the Fiora ban.
So I'm thinking that this is going to be a good sign here. We do see that the jungler and the Baron laner is basically open. We do have a flex, for the side of RRQ. So we do see that Riven is going to come into play. So we might actually see a Renekton mid.
And it looks like they're hovering over a Nautilus, and are they going to be going for...
Karma's going to go mid if they're going to pick the Nautilus here. The Nautilus is going to be paired up with the Lux, and I'm thinking that actually is going to be a good one indeed. There is a lot of, solid CC that comes with a Nautilus, and if it is supplemented well, PSO does have quite an interesting kill combo here. Not entirely happy with the lack of AD damage though.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue for their side for sure. Now, RQ is going to have the last pick. Wonder what they're going to try to use here.
I mean, they're going to pick up the Darius here. I mean, it goes without saying. A Darius is relatively safe into a Renekton, but Ahri being picked out. So the counter pick towards the Karma is most likely going to be Exosense, Ahri onto Helios. Chaz is most likely going to be piloting Riven, if I'm not mistaken. And for Ziggs is going to go to Viper. So I'm looking at it here, how these two teams are going to be going up against each other. It seems very, very, very clear in terms of how they're going to fight, because it is going to be a Renekton going against a Darius pickup. And a Darius into Renekton, there's a lot of safety there. Could be an opportunity for PSO to actually give Jill to give Tufts a bit of a springboard here if he's able to catch on to Hyde. But it's got to be careful on the roaming capability of Helios as well. Tecmaturgy's got to be very aware of how much he pushes his lane and how much priority he gets and what he does with that specific priority. We have a game, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the draft. I'm done regurgitating info. Victor, you're excited. I'm excited. Any closing thoughts before we go into the game?
Oh, I really want to see whether or not the Exosen and the rest of RQ will be able to carry forward that form that we saw from yesterday. I mean, it seems like they have a very, very strong understanding of what the potentials that this patch will currently bring. And given that Exosen is on a Rakan, I'm going to be expecting to see him all over the place here once we get into the Summer's Rift. And given that he had like a 100% kill participation actually yesterday as the Ashe, I'm expecting he probably will be calling the shots a lot for RQ in this current matchup.
I think his proactiveness is going to definitely win him a lot of favors from his teams here. Mostly because of if his proactiveness actually enables his team to snowball and win, considering that they have the Ziggs Renekton. I mean, Ziggs, of course, in and of itself, a lot of consistent AP ability power damage. You've got quite a bit of AP damage with Ahri as well. Jack of all trades, master of none, does a lot of things really, really well. They've also got the Renekton and the Riven to follow up, and a lot of utility that comes with the Rakan on top of that. But enough about me singing praises for RRQ. This is going to be game. Now back to its PSO. Something that they do good is poke from a crazy amount of range. They do have the final spark, Lee Sin delivery system, Nautilus with the depth charge into the dredge line, and most importantly, the Noxian guillotine special with the Darius. So the tools are there for Persis to win out this game. But RRQ's got to be very, very careful to actually not poke the beast too much here.
Yeah, we get to see the Darius backing up the Karma a little bit, but the Riven is close by with the Ahri, so Ahri is not lacking for support either, but now the Darius is going to be backing out because he needs to contest that Renekton in the Baron lane right now. Tobu and Dewa laning against Exosen as well as Viper. This is going to be a very contested one, and you know, Dewa running on that Lux, this is literally his favorite hero and his best hero here. Naturally, it's a star PSO. A lot of priority is going to be placed on ensuring that Dewa is going to get a lot of space here to farm.
I think the ability for Dewa to actually come into play is really important on how he pressures Viper and Exosen early in the rounds here. But he has to actually pressure... The reason why he wants to be pressuring Exosen in is because if Exosen decides to go for a roam, it's going to be terrible here for Viper, because Dewa will be able to sling spells a little bit more consistently from further away onto its Viper. Viper here has the bouncing ball, but he has to be very, very aware of what Tobu is doing here. Trying to get the dredge line, gets hit a little bit, but not entirely too dangerous here. Over to mid side.
Yeah, Joel's picked up a red buff already. Is joining Takamergy in the mid now. I mean, definitely Karma's going to need some help because Ari can be very, very difficult to deal with in the mid, especially against Asena. But oh, Tufts getting caught out here. Chaz and Hyde managed to get a nice gank here. And it looks like it's going to be Hyde that picks up the kill for himself.
Hyde now being able to get that kill, not alone though, with the help of Chaz. 2 is better than 1 for sure. They are going to be putting a lot of damage. Get a plate, and Tecmaturgy and Jill now coming into play. I think it's going to be a very wise choice here. Jill missing out on his Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. If not, that could have been an opportunity for him to actually safeguard into it and cripple. On top of those two, could have been a bad time for PSO, but luckily enough, could have been a bad time for RRQ, but PSO handily abled it.
Yeah, so unfortunately they did manage to take a big chunk of health out of that tier 1, so that's certainly going to set the Darius back a little bit. But nevertheless though, at least on this current this gold lane right now, Dewa is looking pretty healthy. He is leveling quite far ahead, and naturally his last hits have been quite on point so far. Good route there, and Exodus drags him straight into the Lux, but then Exodus is able to flash away, so it looks like they're not going to be able to keep him locked down for too long, and Exodus is able to dodge that shot there from Tobu. So, but then the damage does still come true, and now Tobu jumps straight onto Exodus, tries to keep him in place, but the flash comes through from Exodus yet again and keeps him within safety of that turret.
Alright, an Ignite there being used by Tobu, as well as the exhaust by Dewa to mitigate a little bit of the damage here. Exodus not in the best of condition to fight.
But watch out. Ari is coming in from the river, so now they're going to be jumping straight on. Exodus now trying to get a kill onto Dewa. Final Spark does come out. They do get a kill onto Rakondo, but now Chaz and Helios coming in here to save their teammate Viper. They are going to focus on Tobu, and now they're going to focusing onto this Lee Sin, taking him down pretty quickly. Nekamergy now tries to come in here, but then now it's going to be more of a defense of this turret. But nevertheless, RQ having already gotten those kills done, decided they've already got the job done here. The priority's already been given, and now Ari backs off and goes back to her lane.
I really like how RRQ set it up. Helios knew that the lane was going to be back into perfect equilibrium. Look at that. Immediately when he comes back, will be able to get himself a big cart there, big goal, and not only that, followed up with a very huge gank. It immediately sets up an opportunity for RRQ to get some big kills here and over the top side here.
Not again. I mean, Exorcist this time is going to be the one joining Hyde for this hunt. And oh, they are taking a lot of damage though. Chaz is going to be jumping in, and looks like that should be the end of Tufts. Maybe if Tufts can at least get a little close enough, and Exorcist is going to be the one who picks up anyway. So I think this tier 1 on top, not going to be too long for this world.
A very, 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 very odd choice there for Tufts to be able to stay there going for the swing. Trying to get a little bit of HP back. I mean, the amount of HP you're going to get for that, the fact that how open you are, losing the turret as well. I feel like RRQ here is just going to put members of PSO up against the back foot here. Super Mega Death Bomb that comes into the middle of it. Jill, Dewa, and Tobu take the most of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, they were really trying very quickly to get the tower trade going, but the Ziggs damage was just a little bit too much. Well done on Viper's part, though. He did burn a lot of his mana, though, but that was definitely very efficient use of that mana for sure.
Efficient use for mana for sure. Trying to get as much resources that he can. Looking at how RRQ is managing, though, about 2,000 goal advantage in their favor.
Yeah, so now the on-rift objectives are coming out. We already see Tufts trying to move in position here to try to secure this mid lane together with the rest of his team. They're putting a lot of priority over here right now because they want to see if they can try to contest should RRQ decide to make a move onto these objectives. Jill jumps into the pit, only to kind of feint it a little bit. That forces Hyde now and Chaz to come in, and then now starting the Rift Herald. But then they got to watch out because Viper and Exodus are around the corner, so they put in a bit of a pincer position here, and they've got a nice charm there onto the Lee Sin, and the rest of RQ just completely collapses onto them, but the damage comes back through. Takamergy able to keep the rest of RQ at bay so far. Health situation looking still pretty good on the PSO side, but they're not really trying too hard to contest this Rift Herald. In fact, it will actually be taken by Chaz's Riven.
I mean, they're not equipped for it. The numbers are not in their favor, despite the fact that they will be able to catch the potential capabilities of RRQ to collapse onto PSO is a little bit too much here. PSO persists right now. Staying persistent might actually play towards the Dragon here. Dragon is definitely going to come into play, and we do know that looking at how Tufts is positioning. It is going to be a fight here. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, that's going to be a catch there. Tufts now caught in a very bad spot. He's going to be the first one to fall during technology. Unfortunately, have to back off. It looks like they may be conceding yet another objective here, though the rest of PSO are gathering here. And now they may have Helios actually on the chase right now. Look at that. Lee Sin finally getting revenge onto that Ari. And now they can try to focus on contesting this Ocean Drake. Now, Hyde is still on the front line here. He's going to try to dive in, but that might be a little bit too early for him, though. Tobu forces him all the way back now. Chaz and Exerson trying to continue on this fight, trying to burst down PSO's health, but it looks like they will unfortunately not be able to take the Drake. PSO will secure it, and they will get a kill on the Chaz as well. Now they're trying to find another one. Exerson and Viper are continuing trying to fight. They are going to be aiming onto Dewa, who's very, very low behind, comes in from the south side of the river, takes out Dewa, now keeps Tobu and Tufts at bay while Viper and Exerson drinks out the damage onto them. They are going to be able to aim on the Tufts, keeping him completely surrounded. Are they will be able to get a kill? Yes, they will, but the Tufts still gets the kill on the Hyde as a trade right now as Helios comes out on the fountain to take out the Nautilus down in mid.
Oh my goodness, that was kind of like an unofficial ace there. Everyone was taken down in that exchange. RRQ being able to put members of PSO up against the back foot. Seems like both teams now still very much in focus. It seems that compartmentalization is key here moving forward. So we do see that for the side of RRQ, being able to just catch PSO in, I think, kind of like a hand in the cookie jar moments here. They were just out of position, and RRQ were just there to just be like, we'll get you now, we'll get you again.
Yeah, I mean, conceding those early kills to RRQ was certainly giving them too much momentum in this mid stage here. So it's very, very hard for PSO to face them in open battle. So you can see Technology trying to keep his distance, but unfortunately Exorcist jumps onto him. But Gerald now aims onto Viper, keeping him isolated. But Exorcist jumps onto the Lee Sin though. But the Lee Sin still finishes off the Ziggs anyway. Exorcist now forced to try to stay by himself. And then look at Tobu coming in here with a big hammer. The final spark comes in to take away most of his health. A double kill there for Gerald. And they also get a turret as well. So that's 2 for 2.
2 for 2 on top of the turret. Looking at the objectives here, PSO still slowly coming back into this game, though RRQ still has a tempo advantage. It just has to be very, very careful on how they want to be approaching this fight.
Oh, watch out, Hyde! Oh, that's good stun there on the Tobu, and Tobu might be in deep trouble trying to get the heck out of there, but then unfortunately Chaz gets a kill to not just him, but Dewa as well. Things are falling apart a little bit for PSO, but then they're seeing if they can try to get a trade here, at least onto Chaz, but then now Viper joins in the fray as well, so it's not going to be as easy for them if they want to try to take out this Riven. But nevertheless, though, Chaz is going to continue to maintain his presence right now inside this jungle, and that's forcing a lot of pressure now onto both the Lee Sin and the Karma, because they're going to be the only ones trying to defend in a 2v4.
All right, Techmaturgy there in a very, very, very dangerous spot. Yeah. Could be that there is going to be a 4-man dive by RRQ.
Yeah, Lux is right around the corner there. Nautilus is already joining the fray. They can try to keep this turret alive as long as possible. Managed to force RRQ to back off a little bit. Now they're trying to see if they can isolate Exorcist a little bit, but Exorcist swifts himself forward. Doesn't make it too easy for PSO to keep him locked down, so PSO is definitely going to have to try again next time.
I mean, he does have one of his abilities called the Quickness, so Quick is definitely a name that should be associated with the champion that Exorcist is piloting, Rakan. So his ability to come into some of these fights as well to disrupt it is definitely paramount. And the fact that Exorcist is actually playing it in such a way where his Rod of Ages is already complete, so there is going to be a little bit of scaling damage here as the game progresses. But it's an opportunity here for PSO to actually try to start out the fight. Chaz is not going to be the target that they intend.
Yeah, I mean, Ari right now is trying to put some priority on the top lane while the rest of his squad are going to be focusing on the Rift Herald pit. The PSO, though, they are in position to try to get it started while RQ is just surrounding them around. Meteor. It's trying to find a way to burst down the damage, but then the Meteor didn't seem to do that much damage to the health so far. Now, Shelly is now about halfway done here. So RQ secures the pit. PSO a little bit of tight spot. Final spark comes out. Doesn't quite nail it down though. Hyde does pick up the Rift Herald, and now they're going to try to collapse on the PSO. Technology taking a lot of damage there, but they're now just peeling all the way there. But the charm comes through, and they do take the Lee Sin. Now they're going to chase after Tufts. Can they lock him down as well? The Meteor doesn't quite land at the right time though, but they finally get a stun on the Tufts. Keeps him charmed as well. Keeps him locked down, and that's going to be 2 kills, 4 kills in total. The RQ managed to pull off in one fell swoop.
That was a quick and decisive collapse by RRQ onto its PSO, and I feel that there were just moments where PSO just knew that they were not going to survive this. Depth charge goes over towards Exerson. Exerson, the only casualty in that for now. Chaz now comes in, beautiful interception of the Sonic Wave, gets kicked behind for his troubles, but Chaz there still trying his best to be able to sustain the damage, but it is still not too late. Chaz being able to take down Jill. Dewa now in a lot of trouble, has to go for the shield, dodges the stun, the triple kill. Do we have the quad, baby? Not 1, not 2, not 3, nope. It's going to be a triple kill. It's going to be the end. Shelly is knocking on PSO's door. And game number 1 likely to go. Oh, excuse me.
Well, I mean, Chaz is kind of burnt out a little bit. He has to back off and now hide, tries to hold his own, but then unfortunately no minions coming around here, so RQ unfortunately have to back off. Without the Baron buff, it's not going to be as easy for them to straight up go into that Nexus, so perhaps they may have to wait until they get a couple more levels though. Oh, but this final spark didn't quite land though until Technomergy still able to stay alive so far, but I was so impressed by Chaz in that fight though. He was literally on the edge with his health, but still the barriers, the heal that came through for that Riven kept him alive long enough to actually turn the tables onto RQ in the final stages of that battle.
Yeah, so we're looking. Might be RRQ is going to go for this. Oh, we do hit the Sonic Wave. Don't know whether he's going to follow up with the Resonating Strike.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be a wise choice for him.
Okay, so they do secure the Mountain Dragon for themselves now, so that's an extra buff they can use for themselves. But the Baron is going to be super, super important for RRQ because they will need that to get on high ground. Because PSO, you know, despite the fact that they are quite consistently behind, are still no slouches when it comes to defense. I mean, Tobu and Jurl have been doing a spectacular performance actually defending that until the very end there. So RRQ certainly needs to try to gather the strength a little bit in this regroup, and they're hoping to at least try to get another objective in the form of this tier 2 turret up top.
All right, so we're going to be seeing here RRQ could be in a spot where they have a lot of the pressure and they just have one more turret to close out. PSO has got to go for an ace, not just once, maybe like 2-3 times, and they will be able to come back into this, but it is a fairly impossible hill to climb.
Yeah, gonna be quite hard. The height has been kind of isolated a little bit. So is Tobu though, as Chaz and Excellent give the chase. They're gonna try to chase down this Nautilus. He is gonna be able to flash and keep the distance away and actually escapes that onslaught. But unfortunately, Dewa not so lucky though. He's gonna be caught up in this little 1v1 and against Helios. Helios now trying to peel away before Technomergy is gonna be able to nail him down. But then with Chaz and Excellent already around the corner, I don't think the Karma is going to be too happy sticking around the outside. Tobu is going to try to keep Chaz in control here, trying to keep them away from Technomergy, but unfortunately will lose his life in the process. Those RQ continue to steamroll into their base. Now they're going to be focusing onto that Nexus with the minions already in play here. This is looking like a very, very dire situation right now for PSO as Technomergy is going to get caught out in the fountain right now. They're just kind of trying to delay things here, but then unfortunately RQ Helios is taking a lot of damage, but still managed to nail down the Nexus anyway, and that's a victory coming true here for RRQ.
RRQ ending it very, very, very concisely here against PSO. And I feel that the game start for PSO isn't going to be a very, very easy one to come back from, but they do have quite a bit of a sample set to work with. Looking at how RRQ performed, it seems that the start of the day seems to be the best RRQ that we have seen.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of the best they've been able to do yesterday, and today is literally no different. But I feel that RQ at certain points may have slightly felt a bit overconfident a bit, but then nevertheless, though, they definitely control a lot of these fights very, very well. I mean, look at the amount of damage they managed to pull onto PSO in this particular fight here. I mean, look at that charm straight away catching out Jurl there, and then the catch on Tufts as well. There's good chase there to take down this Darius. Again, chef's kiss on this one fight.
Oh, that was just beautiful work there for RRQ. PSO, though, they did have their shining moments, but those moments were far and few in between here. RRQ consistently giving up replayable and highlightable moments here. Specifically, this particular fight here, despite the fact that they were able to close down on him, I think that Jills was just immediately taken down as Chaz just drops in and just keeps dropping damage on top of it, walking that fine line between walking away and dying away. So looking at the stats, what is the biggest outlier here in terms of what you can see, Victor?
I mean, aside from Chaz getting MVP, I mean, the thing is, like, they were quite underperforming, like only about 5 assists, but then again, not a lot of kills on the PSO side, so they really haven't been able to enable Dewa to pop off. But for RRQ's side, they definitely allowed, they gave Chaz so much support there, especially in that fight, and that allowed him to just pop off in those final moments, and that certainly allowed RRQ to just dominate a lot of these fights here. So yeah, I mean, I'd love to see actually what's going to be the split in terms of statistics though, and you can see that, yeah, of course Ziggs will be taking the bulk of the damage, but Hyde as well is contributing a lot of damage on his end and soaking up a lot of the, tanking a lot of damage coming in from PSO, so certainly played a huge role here in just basically giving that space there, and Chaz, of course, just running on the edge there with that, on that Riven, certainly made a lot of these fights work out well for RRQ.
I feel like that drop here, a tremendous drop to RRQ. PSO did have some standout moments in the early stages of the game in terms of goal, but in terms of experience and gold across the board here, as soon as the game hit about the 2-minute mark, we kind of knew that Persis wasn't going to persist against RRQ for game number 1. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, it matters the most to RRQ for them to win, and steadily they did win. And of course, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast. MonsterEnergy.com/gaming for more information. For those of you social butterflies out there, get on your computer, get on your phone, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We want to hear from you guys. So you guys make sure to come out there, drop us your memes, drop us your feedback, drop us your theories, your conspiracy theories. It's entirely up to you guys what you want to post there. And for those of you who just attended, sorry, you just missed game 1. Game number 2 is on the way. He's Victor Cax. I'm Hound. We're going to be back with a game number 2. But until then, stay cool, everybody. It's a wonderful, wonderful Sunday.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound, and we're coming to you with the second game now between RRQ and PSO. And so far, I mean, kind of feel bad for Persis. You know, they haven't really had the best of luck so far. Haven't had the best performances, I should say, in this group stage so far. But it still feels like, you know, for them, I kind of feel like I want to kind of root for them a little bit, because I feel that they do have a lot of potential. They do have talented players on their end, and it's just kind of sad they haven't really been able to translate that into success. But nevertheless, though, having a look at RQ, they have certainly enjoyed lots of success, particularly Chaz here, literal Chad on the Summer's Rift here, playing that Riven, having a KDA of 9, kill participation of 69.2, very nice, GPM of 887.6, damage dealt was 1,000.9, not quite a round number there. Damage taken only 841.3, but that damage taken wasn't enough to take him down in that final fight, though.
I mean, there was a lot of reason why the key player is going to be Chaz. He was very proactive in terms of how he has path around the map. I do feel that the majority of the fights actually were either cleaned up by him or started by him. And his opportunity and his ability to penetrate the backlines here and get his way onto and make his way, towards Dewa, I feel, is one of the reasons why Dewa wasn't able to pop off that much. There was a lot of mobility here from the side of RRQ that they knew how to use to get into the backlines here. So I do think that for the side of Persis, they have to be considering the peel mechanic here when it comes to dealing with these kind of comps.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel that despite all the kind of losses that Persis Esports have sustained so far in this group stage, I think that in terms of the learning experience coming into this kind of competition, they've definitely learned a lot in these kind of experiences, and I think that's a very crucial thing. You know, despite the fact that they may not be, you know, on the top form when it comes to this particular tournament, I think these experiences will carry forward in their into the future here for Persis Esports. But nevertheless, though, they're going to have to play out this matchup here as we enter the draft now for game number 2.
All right, PSO going to be on the blue side again, giving them the urgency of first pick. RRQ on the red side. Any predictions here, Victor?
Well, I was going to predict...
Aside from our usual pickups here.
I want to see whether or not RRQ is going to try to put a lot more emphasis on what the Xs can pull off as far as like support picks can go. But looking at the ban so far, it looks like it's following pretty much a similar script to what we saw in that previous game ban so far. It's literally 1-for-1 there, exactly the same ones that we saw from PSO first game, literally the same one from RQ as well from the first game. So pretty much a status quo. PSO of course picked the Karma the first round, but let's see whether or not they try something a little bit different this time around, because I feel that they need to have a very good draft here in order to meet the kind of like indomitable pressure that RQ is able to put onto them in this early mid-game phase. But nevertheless, though, PSO still sticking to their tried and true methods, goes ahead and picks up the Karma as the first pick.
Very interesting, yeah. There isn't much change in terms of the picks and bans here. I think the only change here in terms of the ban order is... No, actually, no. It's a 1-for-1, actually. Yeah,
exactly the same.
1-for-1. So, Ziggs, Renekton, most likely, they could actually go a Rakan. No, actually, they're going to go for the set pickup.
Yeah, perhaps. They're still hovering over it, and they're hovering over the Renekton now, so they still kind of decide whether or not to go with the set or the Renekton. But what do you think is going to be better for them?
I think Renekton is definitely going to be better. I do think that for the side of RRQ, they do have the option to get onto the backside here in case Dewa is going to be the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Lee Sin here being picked out. I think the difference here is that between Jill and Techmaturgy, it's a matter of who's going to pick it out. Oh,
Riven.
Okay, so we're going to see our first deviation here.
Yeah, so they're just going to take the Riven away from RQ this time. So RQ instead responds with the Kha'Zix. So that's a pretty good replacement for Riven. Certainly not the same sort of like utility, but definitely the same kind of role they can play. And Kha'Zix can definitely do the backline. But no, actually they switch to a Vi instead.
Oh, okay, I like this. Because of the ability for a Riven to mobilize around the map, I do think that this is actually a better choice here because Riven is one of the best duelers. I mean, when you compare it against the Kha'Zix, then sure. With the fact that Kha'Zix is not the junglers have been picked out for both sides, I'm thinking that a lot of the bans now are going to revolve around support pickups here. Galio being picked out, I think maybe Gragas and Olaf as well may be banned out here for the side of PSO towards RRQ.
Yeah, and support bans are going to be so important, especially in this current patch. So PSO will ban out of Rakan, wise choice there. Exisen certainly was using that Rakan to its full potential in that last game. And in response, RQ will ban out the Ahri. So it looks like they will be, I mean, again, they're going with a complete different game plan, naturally, with the Vi being in the mix. And PSO responds with a ban on the Nautilus here. So yeah, I mean, I love the fact that now we're gonna there's a lot more ban priority on those supports now, as RQ looks like they will actually commit to using the set to join up the lineup of Ziggs, Renekton, and Vi.
I do like this here. Set now being picked out alongside a Vi. Quite a bit of lockdown here. On top of that, a Xin Zhao. Now Xin Zhao could actually go very out of his way to pop off if he is given the necessary resources and abilities to do so. But I think the only issue here, I feel... Oh, sorry, not Xin Zhao. Akshan, my bad. I said Xin Zhao by mistake. So anyway, the action is most likely going to be in the bot lane. Or maybe it might go Karma mid lane. Really depends on how they want to play this out.
Yeah, so we're going to be going last line here while they decide what kind of roles they want to try to play out here. But this is definitely quite a different draft here compared to RQ, and definitely several champions here that I'm personally not really seen or casted before. So this is going to be an interesting one for me personally to witness here. Now Tufts is going to be playing on that Riven. Is he going to be able to find the same level of success as Chaz did? I'm not too sure though, because this is definitely a very different lineup that PSO has set up for them. So they're probably hoping that Gerald will continue to play that frontline role there with that Lee Sin, and we're just hoping that yeah, the action will be able to pair up well with that.
I do think that the opportunity for PSO to actually go Karma, give Karma to Dewa could have been a case here, but Dewa is going to be operating the action, and I think that could actually be better for him across the board here rather than relying on his Lux. He does have quite a bit of roaming capabilities, especially if he's able to clear the lane, better than RRQ's bot lane duo. But I think also the biggest thing that we also need to consider here is action typically is played in the mid lane, mainly because it's able for him to stay camouflaged, easy for him to move from one spot to the other because mid lane is the middle of the map, right? I mean, it's literally the midpoint of the map. You're able to go either top, you're able to go to either the Baron side or the Dragon side. So looking at it here, we are going to be loading into the Rift soon. This is game number 2, potentially of a 3-game matchup between RRQ and a PSO. PSO on the blue side going up against RRQ. RRQ already with 1 win in their pocket already. Let us load onto Summoner's Rift.
All right, RQ, of course, going to be on the red side this time around. PSO going to be on the blue side. So it's going to be a very interesting one here. I mean, especially for PSO, like, I really hope they're going to be able to learn a lot in these fights against RQ, who has certainly been one of the powerhouses so far in this challenge group stage, and certainly a massive uphill battle here for PSO, of course, haven't really had the best of performances so far, but here's hoping they will be at least be able to sustain themselves in these fights. But nevertheless though, things are settling down as we enter the early game phase of game number 2.
Okay, now looking at how RRQ is going to be starting out. Chaz here immediately starts with the Raptors. Now going to go towards the red buff, meaning that there is a likely chance that they are going to be ganking Tufts first, maybe, but Tufts already backing out away. I do think that there is going to be... Oh, wait,
Viper, very dangerous. Dewa's going to try to dive in straight away, but what the heck? Viper just basically put a Uno reverse onto Tobu and also picks out Dewa because he just really was trying too hard to take him down. Oh my goodness, that was so bad here for PSO.
LMAO moment here. Definitely a moment everyone is guilty of. Diving the turret, there was some good stuff there being shown by Tobu, but they just really underestimated Viper's capability to do damage from range. And of course, Tower does tons of damage.
Oh my goodness, I mean, I can only imagine the frustration on their side, knowing how low the Viper was, that all of this needed was one hit, but then literally Viper danced around the turret, and now RQ is going to continue slamming it down onto Tobu, kicking him down one more time. Please stop, he's already dead.
Helios now going down to finish up Ikithian Rain. On towards Tobu. Tobu caught off in a very interesting position there, caught off in the middle of a roam. Tufts now goes in for a few love taps onto high. Chaz is nearby, does not have his ultimate here. So the Assault and Battery may not come into play, but look at that now.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. Here it comes.
A lot of pressure on PSO to try to get the trade, but unfortunately they lose a ribbon though. They're going to try to take on Chaz, but then again, it's going to be quite hard with Hyde still having a lot of health. In fact, he's going to be able to turn it around onto Lee Sin, taking him down. So not quite the trade they were looking for. It's still 1-for-1 here. So again, not quite the situation that they were looking for, but certainly it's already put them so far behind at the get-go. This is already looking like a immensely high, but good track there. Now he just needs to get close up. The burn comes through, and he takes down the Renex, and finally they could get a trade, so maybe they might stand up bleeding a little bit, but nevertheless though, PSO still needs to find a lot more kills than just that.
Hyde got styled on by Tobu. Tobu with the death sentence into the flash, but we're going to be seeing another one here. Helios could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's going to try to stay in the turret, but unfortunately a lot of damage done there because of the shots coming through from that turret. Helios able to survive, just barely picking up the honey fruit there, anticipating dive, but then nevertheless he will be able to get the recall through. But wow, I mean, right off the bat, this is looking so good for RQ because they're already level 6 here on both Hyde and Chaz, and now getting guys catching on the Exocen. Oh, lots
disastrous.
of loss, keeping it on Hyde, and Viper bringing in the damage there, forces Dewa to take an L there. Now Tobu going to be on the run as the rest of RQ piles onto this tier 1 turret. That's not going to be long for this world, I fear.
Oh, tempo there building up for the side of RRQ. 4.4k goal advantage in favor of RRQ. Exocen there, very oddly enough, decides to flash in. Could have done the face breaker here, but it seems that Tobu wasn't in range. What I liked about it is PSO was the one who pulled the trigger, but RRQ was the one that dodged the bullet and catch the bullet mid-air and threw it back to them. Was able to basically catch PSO basically unprepared. And despite the fact that Tobu was already following up really well with Tobu really had the opportunity to set his utilities in favor of Dewa to be able to pick them up. It wasn't enough. I mean, the follow-up that came from the set of RRQ too much.
Yeah, a lot of pressure now on PSO here. I mean, my goodness, already a 4K lead now for RRQ as Tobu currently trying to push around the bottom here to get a Dewa drill around the corner. Well, looks like they should be able to take this, but unfortunately, minutes already come around, so they're not going to have a lot of time here as Hyde coming in here. Unfortunately, I don't think that we're going to finish that before Hyde's going to try to make a move, but there's no one coming to back them up. In fact, actually, Tech Emergency is going to be coming in to back up PSO here, so Hyde, unfortunately, is not going to be able to contest this turret. They do finally take it down.
Very interesting that they were using his ultimate.
Good catch there on the Tubbs, and the Viper bringing the damage as well. No way that River is going to be getting the heck out of there. He was definitely dead from the get-go. So yeah, I mean, again, Tech Emergency is still sticking around here. See if he can try maybe catch Exus and Tobu and Dewa coming in now. Now they just need to keep him locked down and keep him good stun there, finally getting the kill onto the set. Maybe he might be able to find healers as well as Dewa now tries to bring a chase, is able to get himself within range, but Chaz now comes in, puts the damage on the Dewa and unfortunately takes him down. So the attempt now to try to chase is just completely flipped on the head. Viper now comes in to try to force Tobu and Tubbs away, and he is unfortunately going to be caught up by Gerald. Oh, nice dodge there by Viper. He completely dodged that shot. Now PSO, they're thinking about trying to do the Rift Herald now, but not really in that strong position though, as Viper and Hyde is still around the corner, and they're going to be forcing them out of the Rift Herald's pit, as Hyde now sticks on the front line. Chaz should be able to finish it, but they're going to be able to steal it. Oh, not quite. Vi still picks it up anyway though. PSO now has to back out of this. They're not going to be able to sustain any fights here. They will have to peel out.
Alright, PSO, they're not losing too many of them and not losing any members in their exchange though, but lost a very important objective, and I felt that RRQ here, using their tempo alone, able to actually garner themselves 7.4
1,000 goal advantage here with 2 turrets in their pocket already, with 1 win already on the scorebooks for RRQ. This is RRQ relatively comfortable to operate. Dewa, Tobu, Angel have no idea until Exosen decides to show himself. Don't entirely know what PSO is going to be doing now. Now they feel like it's rather aimless in terms of how they're moving around the map. They do need to establish a little bit more control and stay calm.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you can sense the sort of like tension and maybe even the beginnings of a sense of panic on the side of PSO, because they realize what a precarious situation they are in right now. Hyde already up on level 9, Chaz also on level 9, Helios also on level 9. They're way over level compared to what PSO has right now, but they're still going to try anyway, trying to get a catch on the X's, and they are able to blast them quite a bit, but the barrier keeps them a lot long enough to allow Hyde to come in and actually take down Dewa, and then now Tekemerji forced to fall back. Gerald seeing if he can maybe get one last shot, but he's not going to have any opening at all, so he has to back out. But the fight comes in, gets a knock-up onto Gerald, onto Tobu as well, trying to get the double kill there, but no, the fight gets picked off there by Tobu. Tobu finally getting revenge there onto that Vi.
Wow, it seems that Chaz there gone in a little too deep in the deep end. Doesn't want to be caught deep into the waters, but decided to dive headfirst anyway and swim with the sharks. PSO was able to take him down, but at what cost? PSO right now bleeding objectives left, right, center, back. I feel like PSO is just the symphony and RRQ is the conductor here, navigating the tempo, adjusting the tempo accordingly. So PSO's got to improvise. They've got to be able to force something out of RRQ in such dire situations.
Yeah, they may have to play very sneaky-like, because they know if they're trying to meet them one-on-one, it's going to be very, very hard. And might try to get a catch on the Exosen though, but he does have Viper around the corner, so it's going to be quite dangerous for them to actually stick around for too long, especially if they can, especially if they gather up like this. But nevertheless, they're going to try to swing around one more time. Tobu gets some in front. Now they're going to, Gerald's going to onto Exosen, but then the barrier still comes through, and Dewa, unfortunately, a little bit too low in the action, almost gets taken out, and it looks like they have to immediately peel out. But look at that, the damage coming from RQ is a little bit too strong. Now Hyde literally around the corner along with Chaz. This is a very, very dangerous situation. PSO, they had to back all the way out to the fountain. Dewa barely gets recalled through before Hyde and Chaz comes onto the scene now. But then with the Shelly coming through, that's the tier 2 going to be coming down very, very soon. In fact, she even needs a charge actually to take down the turret. In fact, they take down the turret before her charge comes through. PSO now is trying to hold the ground, trying to focus on the Rift Herald. RQ just letting Shelly tank all that damage, and she already bursted that tier 3 down to half of his health.
I think that's a good sign there from the side of RRQ. They knew what they needed to do. They knew they needed to stack Shelly forward, and they immediately broke down the turret as fast as they could. So Shelly's delayed animation.
Tekemerji caught up again, but then Gerald is around the corner, so is there. They're going to try to support him as much as they can. Manage to isolate Exosen, but then the damage coming through with the Viper. Tekemerji rounds into the fountain, but then it's a little bit too far away to help out with the rest of his teammate. Nevertheless, though, they do manage to get the kill onto Exosen. Now Viper and Chaz a little bit low as Tobu, the Tubbs gives chase. Now they manage to catch the fight. Now they're going to try to catch the Viper as well. This is looking good for PSO so far. Hyde now attempting to try to hold his own. Is going to be able to take out the action, but then now has sustained so much damage here that he's going to have to back off. Now Helios is around as well, so perhaps they can try to turn this around. They can, especially now that they're out of the turret, but Tubbs and Tobu are not letting this go without a fight. Getting a good stun to Hyde as well. Tubbs trying to drag him out of the range of the turret, but still not able to bait them out onto the open ground here. Not able to finish off this one Renekton.
All right, so looking at how these two teams have been operating in towards the skirmishes, RRQ definitely getting the better. Oh wait, but before that,
Helios now finally PSO has him completely isolated here. I don't think Kaiser is going to be alive. But no, she actually gets a trade onto Tubbs before she falls down. So well, I mean, PSO's attempts to try to get these gangs there just results in RQ getting trades, and oh my goodness, interrupting the recall there. Tekemerji was Viper, who was just constantly being a thorn on PSO's side. I mean, anytime they think they might have the upper hand, just once Viper comes on the scene, he just absolutely turns the tables around on them.
Decimation awaits here for Persis Esports as RRQ. Very interested in how... Wait, before that...
Yeah,
we might actually see PSO
trying to catch him, try to catch Hyde, but then it seems like they want to try to focus on Exosen instead, but unfortunately a little bit too far away, and they don't want to waste their flashes to try to take this one guy down, especially without the support of the tier 1 turret. In fact, they want to actually prioritize that tier 2 that's still alive on the bottom there. But nevertheless, though, RQ really just extending themselves all over the map here, keeping PSO very much contained. Now we can see the set and the Renekton moving up into the mid. Drill is a little bit alone, but then now we can see Tobu and the Karma now moving in to try to support this Lee Sin, and that magic almost magic catch hide there. A little bit off guard, but nevertheless though, this Renekton is super, super tanky. So if they want to try to take him down, they have to go all in and fully commit to that. And it seems like the PSO is not doing that until they have an advantage, but they still will try to commit for this fight though. But unfortunately, with Viper just putting out so much damage there, as soon as that comes true, PSO had to back out of that fight.
All right, we're going to be seeing it here for Viper as well as Exocin. Both of them now moving in and could actually try to catch, but no. RQ's Viper there almost gets taken by Dewa.
Yet again, Dewa not able to take him down despite the fact he's right on the edge there. But hide! Oh no! Why would you literally recall in front of that Renekton there? But nevertheless, he still is alive though. But that could have been so bad there for Dewa. But Dewa decides, I'm just going to follow these minions and try to get some priority in the top. But then Renekton is still around though. Oh, this is a bit dangerous, but then there is Jurl around the corner. Hyde still going to jump onto Dewa anyway. Tobu is going to try to turn it around onto him, but then Renekton, realizing there's no support from his side, decides to back out. Riff Herald's going to be called onto the top here. In the meantime, on the bottom side, there's Exocin and Helios are going to try to fight against Turf for this tier 2, but unfortunately, the set is going to be picked off here, so Helios and Viper will have to back out with Tech Emergy and Tufts successfully defending this tier 2. Meanwhile, on the top, looks like they weren't able to take down the tower, despite the fact that it's very low on health. So, yeah, I mean, that's looking... It's still very tough for PSO, despite the fact they're making some good moves. I feel at this stage of the game, it still feels a little too late.
Okay, now looking at it here, Tufts now pushes down over towards the bot side, wants to get back priority. It seems that members of Persis now very much focused in towards making sure that the lanes are pushed up. They want to be able to move freely around the map without being punished. And that's what RQ has been doing for the past like 14 minutes, in my opinion. They don't give Tobu any space, they don't give anyone any space. So I do think that has to be something that they have to consider here from the side of PSO. Because RQ does have quite a bit of long-range damage, I feel. But then again, the limitations of the Ziggs is that he has to hit those skill shots.
Yeah, but so far I think Viper has been hitting them quite well, just using them in key moments through some of these fights. But it looks like RQ is trying to make a move here to secure the Baron, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on PSO because they know that if they want to try to collapse into a 5v5, they may not be able to come out on top here with RQ being this far ahead and having both the buffs of the Cloud and the Mountain Drake. Now, the Infernal Drake is going to be coming up here, so it might be in their best interest to either force RQ to not go for this Baron here, but then again, I mean, that's a problem. Like, whatever PSO tries to do, RQ actually is the one that's fully in control of this match here. So again, all PSO can kind of do here is just react to whatever RQ decides to do. And RQ has decided they're going to try to take the Baron now, and PSO a little bit too far away there to contest it because Hyde is actually on the front line, making sure that Tech Emergy is receiving a lot of hurt. Tuba is trying to keep him at bay there. Good stun onto the Renekton, and that's going to force the Guardian Angel to come out for him as the rest of RQ now pounds in to see if they can at least get a kill onto PSO after having finished the Baron, but still they will want to try to get a lockdown to someone here. Just diving straight onto the tier 3, taking that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 people. That's a rampage there for the Ziggs, and I think that should be the end very much as RQ goes ahead, steamrolls them over, and takes down that Nexus.
RQ going 2 for nothing here, and I don't know about you, but Persis, despite trying really hard here, wasn't enough to stop RQ and their dominant road towards their defeat, the defeat of PSO.
Yeah, this is probably a tough one to swallow for sure for PSO, but for RQ, it just feels like it's another day in the office for them, looking very calm and relaxed even after this match. It felt like they didn't really break too much of a sweat, but given how dominant they are throughout this second game, you know, speaking about the tempo, it just feels like for the most part they were literally kind of beating PSO like a drum in that tempo, because so far it's just hit after hit after hit, and PSO just collapses every single time.
And I think this is going to be the case here. Tobu did actually have quite interesting fights here. And these were one of those moments where RRQ kind of bit off a little bit more than they could chew. And how did PSO were able to come into this fight was mostly because of Jill there and Tecmaturgy's follow-up damage. But I feel like the only reason why RRQ even had any of those kills was because of the mistakes that RRQ made. Overstaying, taking a little bit of, deciding to push the fight just a little bit more here, trying to limit break. But looking at it, it's still worth it here. The double kill, this was definitely the closing kill. 2, 3 more of them there surviving. All members for RRQ ready back into the play. I do like Tobu there coming in, getting that, getting that interrupt done and dusted towards RRQ. But was it enough? No, I don't think so. And it was just game over there as they closed out the game for the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, with the Baron buff and all the Dragon buffs as well on their side, I mean, it was going to be a foregone conclusion. It was steamrolling over. It was still impressive nevertheless, though. The PSO was still able to put up a fight, but not much of a fight you can do when RQ is just constantly steamrolling you over. So Viper does earn the MVP on this round, 717 on his KDA there. Certainly pulled out a lot of damage there, I expect, for RQ, and certainly set up a lot of the moments that allowed allowed RQ to actually enable them to get those kills done. So yeah, no surprise, 39% of the damage was done by him, and Hyde, of course, that frontliner constantly soaking up all of that damage and just looking no worse for wear every single time.
I do think that the amount of damage that Hyde received in that previous game is definitely absurd.
Yeah.
I do think that 6,796 damage received there is definitely the highest. I mean, he is basically tanking about close to 40% of the damage for his entire team. But looking at it though, PSO, not so good at all. RRQ, very efficient in terms of how they quickly adjusted. The graph from game 1 and the graph to game 2 just tells a whole different story.
It was just basically a steady decline here on the side of PSO, and it's just so unfortunate. It feels like if they were able to hold their own a little bit better in that early phase, and maybe just not try to go for those kind of sketchy sort of plays, then maybe they could have had a better time. But I digress though. RRQ still played a fantastic game this round.
I felt that RRQ definitely showed their potential here, but against a team like Persis that was making very rigid mistakes, I feel. It's not something to shout about for RRQ. I think we have to be practical and realistic here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Persis is at the bottom of the ladder at the moment, and RRQ I think is second or third, right?
I'm not too sure actually.
I can't remember entirely, but they are in the top 5, and we know that for a fact. So RRQ is definitely going to be. They shouldn't be too confident about it, but we have an interview with one of the players from RRQ. The coach, excuse me.
Yeah, so hi, Mr. Three Fingers there, the coach for RRQ. Congratulations on winning this matchup here, my man. So just like let me know kind of like your thoughts so far. This is already day 6 of the challenge group stage. How do you feel the performance of your team has been so far in this challenge groups?
I think there are a lot of mistakes, but I feel like we can improve more. I'm quite okay with the results, but I can't say that I'm the happiest.
All right.
But at least we can go to playoffs, and we're the kind of team who excels during playoffs more than in group stages historically. So it's something to look forward to.
Definitely something to look forward to. Here's a question from me, specifically the draft in game number 2. There were no changes across the board here for both your teams in terms of picks and bans. I think there was some changes in terms, not in terms of the picks, in terms of the bans. But the picks were very, very different. What were your thoughts about that particular game there?
Actually, there's a running joke here that Hyde only knows how to play Renekton. So I just said, let's not make our lives hard. Just take the Ziggs and just take the Renekton, and then. But actually, Hyde was complaining and telling us like, can Kaigu draft because I don't want to play Renekton anymore. But I told Chaz like, just first pick the Ziggs and then it's up to you what you pick next. So he's just locked in Renekton. So okay.
It all worked out in the end, I guess. For those I think this is to close off. Before we close off this interview, do you have any special words or any messages you want to share with any of your friends out there, your teammates, or any of your fans? Please, by all means.
Just shout outs to the team, our bosses, AP, Ricky, and Nano, and of course our Valorant team who just won yesterday. So yeah, and shout out to Hyde for picking Renekton 2 days in a row.
Well, let's hope that he's going to be able to continue to have more success there with that Renekton. So probably he's going to be forced to stick with that champion for quite a while, I think.
Yeah, pretty wild team indeed there.
Yeah.
Really have all kinds of stuff in the background. Can see all kinds of crazy things happen in the background there. Saw a man sleeping there. We're ready to see some craziness happen. Before we go, any words of advice, words of encouragement, or fighting words for any of the other teams awaiting RRQ, awaiting to face RRQ?
I want to encourage Dewa not to stop because I was actually coaching him when he was in Bigatron. I know he's a good player, but I think he can improve more, and I think his team can also win. So I'm always rooting for him, whatever happens.
All right,
That's
so
nice.
as we can see already, so thank you very much, Three Finger, for your time. We do hope that you don't have that much of a crazy time there managing your team. It looks like a wild bunch indeed, and we do hope that you are going to have a fun time from here up until the playoffs. Thank you very much for your time, Finger.
Thank you, thank you.
A pretty wild bunch, aren't they, RRQ, right? So, for those of you screaming "Viva la RRQ, Viva la RRQ," I don't know. I don't know whether I got that right. I don't know whether that is even the thing that RRQ actually says. But we do have one thing we know for certain: the MVP for that previous game, Chaz.
Obviously, I mean, of course, I will already peg him as the MVP just off his Riven performance alone, but then him on the Vine was no slouch either. Throughout the series here, at the KDA of 6.5, a kill participation of 64.6, goal per minute still over 800, 850.4. Damage dealt was only about 778.1. Damage taken, of course, only 713. Most of the bulk of the damage done for RQ was obviously going to be coming from the Ziggs, but then it's really up to players like Chaz to bring in those finishing moves and bring in the finishers. He definitely did.
I mean, when we look at the two champions that they played, Vi and Riven, it goes without saying there's a lot of lockdown, there's a lot of mobility there in terms of the abilities that Riven has as well as Vi. So that is going to be the running theme. And before we would like to say goodbye and take a break, let us shout out to our sponsors. Victor, by all means.
Yeah, so first off, I'd like to give a shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters. And Snapdragon has been providing this platform here in the form of the Snapdragon Pro Series to allow these Wild Rift teams to show what they've got. Also, shout out to Monster Energy. You can check them out at monsterenergy.com/gaming to unleash the beast. And finally, for all you social media guys out there, join us on Discord because that's where you can join in the conversation for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Join us over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series.
All right, the Challenge Playday 6 is underway. We have already done and dusted the first match of today. Match number 2 is coming up next. Echo Fortis from the Indonesian region going up against Enigma Galaxy. And this is going to be a fight of universal proportions. See what I did there? Stay tuned for more. We'll see you guys after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, summoners from across the world to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Playoffs Day 6. Challenge Play Day 6, sorry. I'm very, very sorry. Playoffs and Play Day, two different things. And anyway, I'm Hound, alongside with me is Victor. We're going to be your casters for today. And it has been a very fortuitous run for RRQ in-game, in match number 1, handily defeating PSO. Putting them in the books, pushing them forward. But now, for the second match of today, we're going to be featuring Echo Fortius going up against Enigma Galaxy here, Victor.
Yeah, so another Indonesian squad versus another Filipino squad, and certainly a very, very tough one, I think, for Echo Fortiers. They, of course, currently sitting 7th on the leaderboard, if I'm not mistaken, and certainly trying to look for performances that are going to be able to carry them up forward. So here's hoping they're going to be able to put up a good fight, but knowing how strong the lineup of Enigma Galaxy is, you'll be sure this is going to be quite the challenge for this upcoming squad here. So let's go ahead and have a look at what the leaderboard looks like right now after the first match of the day. So of course, our RQ of course will be shooting up all the way to the top thanks to that victory there. So they're currently sitting in that first spot. Cerberus Esports currently sitting in 2nd place. Barium United and Team Flash currently still in 3rd. Enigma currently in 5th place there, ahead of Evo's Esports and ahead of Echo Fortius. So the thing is that if Enigma does win this one, that puts them in a much safer position as far as the top 5 for the playoffs will be concerned. But for Echo Fortius, this getting a win here would be very crucial for them to be able to make some sort of a climb up the top. But of course, the 4 losses they've sustained so far is definitely going to be a bit of a handicap for them if they want to be able to take part in the playoffs.
Okay, so we're going to be seeing that for Echo Fortius as well as Persis, it seems like a far-fetched, it doesn't seem too much of a far-fetched idea that they can still, how to say, make their way to playoffs. But let us get to know a little bit more about Echo Fortius since we were talking about them in the leaderboards. This is them, Echo Fortius, Trizel, Serdam, Hanyega, Ulexite, Ramley.
Yeah, they are really good fighters, but haven't really felt that level of success, or rather enjoyed the level of success that we would expected from them. And it's really a testament to how competitive this region really is, because, you know, when you think about it, when the top regional champ here from Indonesia really struggles against some of these regional champs from other countries, it just goes to show how vastly different the skill levels can be. But nevertheless, though, they still put up some really good performances in some of these fights there, despite the losses they sustained. And in fact, granted, if they are able to put everything together, it does come together very, very well for this squad. But against the teams like RRQ, teams like Nigma, it's going to be quite an uphill battle, not going to lie. But certainly they will, just like their fellow compatriots in versus Esports, again, they are never one to back out from a fight.
I think they are definitely never one to back off from a fight here, as we can see in the fight and RRQ and Echo Fortius here. There were some big surprises from Echo Fortius here in terms of them catching RRQ with their hands in the cookie jar here and punishing them handily. We can see from yesterday, if I wasn't mistaken, these matchups, that RRQ were actually put up against the wall in a couple of times here by Echo Fortius.
Yeah, and sometimes. Nevertheless, though, Alexa has been the star player for Echo Fortius so far in this group stage, having a KD of 5.8, a kill participation of 71.4, goal per minute of 736.3, damage to the delta is 993.8, damage taken only 766.7. So he has definitely played this role very, very well here, and here's hoping he's going to be able to continue that trend coming into this this matchup.
Zaya, Jin, Senna, his top 3 champions picked up, and I'm thinking that that's going to be a wise choice here for him, mainly because of how much scaling that the Senna has, as well as the Zaya as well, with the Featherstorm does a lot of damage. I do think the Curtain Call as well is going to benefit quite a bit here, but who are they fighting up against here? Who is Ulexite facing? Let's get to know. Nigma Galaxy, Chami, Jushi, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for this group here, because even though they are new to the scene, they're still absolute titans in terms of their playstyle as well as their performances here. You cannot underestimate any one of the members here in Nigma Galaxy. Any one of them are equally as capable of bringing death and destruction upon their enemies. And so far, they've done pretty well, though there have been quite a few upsets that have hampered their progress in this group stage so far. So nevertheless, though, despite those roadblocks, whenever they do pop off, they pop off well, and certainly have put off some of the most entertaining fights we've seen so far in this challenge groups.
Alright, so looking at how these early engages started off here for the side of Nigma Galaxy, they were able to steal quite a bit from EVOS. We did see that they did bring the fight towards EVOS here from this particular matchup outside of the Baron Pit. They were so quick and determinant towards of how they wanted to close this out. They knew that they had a lot of opportunities to do so with the Dawning Shadow as well. Although the follow-up wasn't essentially the best for Nigma Galaxy, they were able to close it out really, really well.
Yeah, and bear in mind that the EVOS versus Nigma match from yesterday was the only one to go to the full series there, so they certainly fought their hearts out in that one. Comparing both Alexa and Demon Kite, though, stats-wise, Demon Kite obviously will be receiving a lot more damage compared to Alexa. He does have a little bit, slightly statistically significant amount of participation kills, but nevertheless, I think both of these guys are quite neck to neck. Both of them love to play the Senna, but also demonstrate the slight variation in their own playstyles.
I do like the fact that Demon Kite does show a little bit of interesting patterns here. I mean, he does like the long-range nukes with the Lux, the piercing arrow, or the piercing arrow combined with the Chain of Corruption in and of itself already is such a good combo to have. And on top of that, Senna as well with the piercing shadow as well as Dawning Shadow is one of the things I feel is indicative of a range being abused here. For those of you at home who love predicting as much as we do, go over to our Twitch chat, drop your vote there. The Snapdragon match prediction is happening live on this side of the screen, I think, if you're on phones. That side.
Maybe this side.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Or at the bottom of your screen. That one we know for sure. So anyway, for those of you at home, if you guys don't know, Nigma Galaxy is going to stomp 0-2. Because both of us are unanimous, it's going to go 2-1. All right, so that's going to be the prediction, 0-2. The official prediction is there, but the post-game, pre-game prediction is 2-1 on my end at least. Contra, Husky, myself, Pondo, and Victor, we're all in unanimous decision here.
Yeah, I mean, so far I think we've been quite consistently voting for Enigma, but those few upsets have certainly put me, Husky, and even yourself sometimes a little behind. But nevertheless, though, given the positioning of both of these teams in the leaderboard, it seems more likely, the probability seems a lot more higher that Enigma will have a better time against Echo Fortius, but I digress though. It still depends on how they perform in the actual matchup itself, but I think in terms of potential, in terms of form, Enigma certainly does have it compared to what Echo Fortius has at the moment.
I think that's going to be the case here. Only really is to be an issue for Nigma here is Echo Fortius actually plays it to a style that puts Nigma in a bit of a back against the wall kind of mentality, right? So it's going to be very dependent on the draft. We have seen technically time and time again, Nigma has been put up against the wall a couple of times, and I always felt that that could be a huge problem for him. And for those of you who just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, here we are about to go underway. The draft is about to begin.
Yeah, I can already see smiles in their faces as they are planning what sort of game plan they want to try to bring into this. Echo is going to be starting on the blue side, NGX is going to be on the red side, so Echo will have the first ban and consequently the first pick here. So I'm going to be very curious to see what the Echo is going to try to bring against Nigma here, because Nigma definitely did demonstrate that they at least know they're very, very good at doing those sort of like scrappy fights, doing those sort of like methodical kind of breakdowns on the of like the enemy lineups. So Echo certainly will have a lot on their plate there should they decide to play aggressive. But they can certainly try to do some other kind of strategies here. Nevertheless, though, Echo will be banning out the Senna first, and NGX will respond that with Revolution ban. So I think right off the bat, Echo is recognizing that they don't want to allow any sort of scaling potential on their end. And in fact, Echo will also ban out the Z as well. It seems like just like with Persis Esports earlier, they seem to not like to play against Z at all.
Yeah, I'm not entirely surprised here. They don't want to be. The reason why Zed is going to be banned out here is because Kassadin isn't going to be that rushed anymore. I think a lot of the teams have already been given enough time and data to work around the Kassadin. So unfortunately, though, in match number one, excuse me, we didn't see much of that come into play. So I do like the fact that Nasus is being banned out here. They are going to be freeing up the Karma, though. So look for a Karma first pick, or maybe even a Karma ban, and a Karma being banned out here for Nigma Galaxy towards Echo.
Yeah, I don't want to allow Echo to have that first pick Karma for sure. So Echo instead will be picking up the Jace that's been left outside of the ban pool so far. And NGX hovering over the Kassadin. Are they going to be committing for this first pick though? Again,
nah.
this Z out of the way, I don't know.
I don't think so. I think the Fiora would be a better choice, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because the Fiora will be able to block whatever skills that they can from Jace there, but Jace will be able to go either mid or top here, so that's going to be an issue. And I'm thinking that Nigma Galaxy now could be in a bit of a bother here.
Oh, they do commit the Kassadin though.
Okay. They're supposed to pick 2 out, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah. Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
So Kassadin being picked out here. I do like it. That means that Enigma Galaxy will have quite a bit of opportunity to roam around the map. And when we look at how much these Filipino teams actually revolve around the map, rotate around the map, I do think that their style actually benefits these kind of pickups.
Yeah, I mean, again, like with the Nasus and Senna already banned out, so they don't have to worry too much about Enigma going for like a double scaler kind of setup. So for the most part, the Kassadin is just really the trump card that really comes with his own that last bit. But knowing how, having seen like how RQ has been able to use that Kassadin yesterday as well, you have to watch out for when they decide to use Kassadin for those split pushes, because especially in the late game phase, he can be very, very tough to deal with. And once he starts split pushing, and when he has like a lineup that's able to fight on its own without him, that can make it very, very tough for Echo, because that forces them to stretch themselves quite thin. Nevertheless, though, in the response to these picks coming out from NGX, Echo decides to go with the Riven and the Morgana to pair up along with Jace.
I like this here. The Morgana could actually be a flex here. It could go to Lexite's hand, Ramley, or even go to Senjäger. I mean, we have seen Morgana being picked out in the mid lane and even in the jungle as well. I think being played in the Baron lane is not going to be a viable option here just because of how big the health pool is for a lot of these Baron lane champions. We're going to enter the second ban phase here. Galio being banned out here. Strong hint towards supports. Ziggs being banned out. So that's definitely targeted towards Demon Kite. They don't want Demon Kite to be getting any of that long-range poke capabilities here. But I don't think long-range poke is going to be in the menu for Nigma Galaxy here. I think they want to be getting champions that will supplementary need to go in as well to follow up, because they have not only 1, 2, but 3 champions here in the form of the Castlin, the Vi, and the Renekton that brings in a lot of damage provided that they commit to a fight and get in.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very crucial now, the pick of supports on the side of NGX, because that fighting lineup is very, very solid. Could be even more solid if they want to commit something other than a misfortune.
A misfortune?
Okay, Yumi, okay, that one makes more sense. Way more sense.
Way more sense there. I'm not entirely a big fan of misfortune in this meta at all, to be honest. I feel like there's a lot of the damage potential that is actually lost in the misfortune because of the lack of itemization here. But with the addition of support items, I do believe that the future seems very, very bright indeed. Lux there, most likely going to go towards the hands of Ulexite. No, it's going to be the Kai'Sa. Jumped the gun there a little bit on my hand. I apologize. But Kai'Sa itself is going to be a champion, I feel, that's going to give a lot of payoff for Echo Fortius, provided Ulexite is able to pilot it well.
Yeah, so like the changes that have been done to Yuumi in this patch so far has actually improved a lot of her viability, and we've seen several Yuumi games yesterday where the Yuumi definitely played a major, major role. So let's see whether or not NGX will be able to make full use of it, especially when they're going for an Ashe here. Okay, this is going to be very interesting. So
okay, now personally, I'm not a big fan of the Ashe marksman, mostly because that Ashe takes a lot of time for it to actually pick up, right? But what Ashe really does really well in lane is kites, and what Ashe does really well at level 5 is create picks with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And I'm thinking that as long as as long as Renekton or Vi acts as appeal sort of for Demon Kite, we do see that for Echo it's going to be quite tough for them. They do have Serdam, they do have the Jace, the Akali, and the Riven to actually penetrate the backlines here. But if Demon Kite actually plays this around well with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the fact that Draw is going to be playing Yuumi, giving a lot of sustain in the lane on top of the ultimate, I'm thinking that for Echo Fortius it is going to be a hard time here. Nigma Galaxy, a little bit more comfortable in their composition, I feel.
Yeah.
A little bit more easier to execute in their composition, excuse me.
Nevertheless, when you look at Nigma Galaxy again, busting out that gamer gear of the flip-flops there, looking very, very confident in their own, and definitely very, very relaxed on their side. So looking very ready as we jump into our first matchup here between Nigma Galaxy and Echo Fortius.
All right, it's going to be Echo Fortius in the blue side, going up against Nigma Galaxy in the red side. It's going to be Indonesia going up against the Philippines. Two regions that in and of itself, in their own rights, are great, but it seems that the Filipinos here are definitely riding an advantage, mostly because of how aggressive they are, whereas the Indonesian team, though, they have their standout moments. Could Echo Fortius stand up against Nigma Galaxy and go and show them that Indonesia are some of the fiercest players out there? We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah. Key thing to take away though is that Nigma Galaxy is not exactly the most unbeatable team. They've definitely been defeated a few times before.
And that's the thing.
Yeah, so there definitely is a chance for Echo if they are able to pull the game plan together here. But nevertheless, once we jump into the Rift, it's going to be up to the players themselves to prove their worth.
Worth indeed is going to translate into goal, which indeed is going to translate into items that are going to bring them closer to the victory here. Demon Kite and Draw over to the bottom side here. They are going to be relatively strong here against Hunyega and Ulexite, especially if Demon Kite is able to set up his flurry of arrows, his ranger's focus, as well as his rain of arrows, his spray out of the arrows. I do think that's going to be the case here for him. The poke is very consistent, and look at that. The fact that he's able to follow up with that damage is good, but the only thing I'm not a big fan of is that it takes time for it to build.
Yeah, that's a good thing, because like definitely the Ashe will not scale as well this time around. So here's hoping that with draw, keeping Demon Kite supports it. Hopefully you'll be able to give him enough sustain should they try to go for those roams. But nevertheless, though, they are keeping things pretty tight down in the bottom lane. Mid lane, though, looking very, very narrow as well, as Ramley and Aaron burned out their health pool, forcing Aaron now to pick up the Honey Fruit in order to restore some health. And we already have the Jace thinking about making a move onto the Vi, who actually invaded their side of jungle, and then instead they're going to try to jump on the Aaron, who comes into the wrong place at the wrong time. Ramley gets in to jump on straight onto him. He does get the stun, but unfortunately his health was too low, and Renekton is going to be conceding that first blood as Juicy does slip by.
Very interesting choice of pathing there for Aaron. Enigma Galaxy here, definitely not a very wise choice for him to actually go into the jungle there without giving a little bit more notice towards Aaron. I felt that Jushi could have actually done really well for that, but look at that Shami there coming in immediately, tosses out towards Dum a reasonable amount of damage, but Shami now has got to be careful that he doesn't get dived on. Pre-5.
Yeah, putting a lot of priority on the top, but nevertheless, Riven is going to be
bot lane.
going back. And yep, so 3v2 right now. Honeyacre is going to be jumped upon, lots of damage done. Jushi is going to be able to nail down that Morgana, leaving Lexi the only one to try to defend as Demon Kai blasts him down with an arrow shot. Jushi still around there, still having a lot of health, and Alexa is just trying to chip away at this health here while waiting for her teammate to come back into play. Draw is quite a bit low, but nevertheless, he can pocket himself into Demon Kai anytime he needs to, so it's not quite in that precarious position, but nevertheless, Jushi and Demon Kai not really letting go of the pressure on this turret until Hanyego shows up on the scene.
Alright, good choice there for Hanyego to come into play. Unfortunately,
nice stun there. Jushi was in position to finish him off there. He's gonna go ahead. But then no, it looks like gets the barrier up in time and stays alive. And instead, the Vi is going to be the one that gets taken down. So that's a good turn around there from Hun Jaeger's side.
Alright, Ulexite there walks away with a majority black bar there. Not even a little bit of green left, in my opinion. And I felt that that was just a wind gust away from Ulexite getting ejected into the lobby, ejected into the gray screen. But now it seems that Echo Fortius, very fortunate enough to be able to score one extra kill on top of that. And the goal lead that Enigma Galaxy had early on seems to be non-existent for now.
Yeah, I mean, again, we know that Enigma knows how to play these kinds of like on the scales of balance type of matches where they try to keep the net worth, or rather they try to play as methodically as possible, not really exposing too much risk. But Giselle is definitely in a very risky position here, especially without too much rage left here. He's gonna have to back out. In the meantime, though, looks like the Riven gets himself caught out, but Surdown's gonna be able to get a trade there onto the Renekton. But they're not quite done though. They are able to catch out the Vi as well, killing a killing spree onto the Jace, and that's gonna give them a lot of priority now in the mid, and it should be able to blast down this tier 1, at least down to a sliver of his health.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing here for Enigma Galaxy pressure building up to the mid side. We do see that they are returning the the pressure over to his Baron side 30 seconds before Drake and Herald come into play. So I think it's going to be wise here for Echo Fortius to push all those lanes forward, or whatever lanes that are closest to the objective that they want, as fast and as much as they can before they go for the setup here. Really important. Enigma Galaxy, despite being behind a little bit here by 2,000 gold, they still will be able to time their objectives well. And if they're able to work it from there, we're going to see Enigma Galaxy get back into the game.
I think Echo's going to prioritize more on that Rift. Herald, knowing that the mid is very, very low, they could have potential there to open up that mid lane, which could open up a lot more. So it looks like they're just going to skip the Rift Herald while Enigma Galaxy goes ahead and take the Drake instead. So it's going to be a trade of objectives, but nevertheless, Aaron continues to keep the pressure going onto Ramley here on the bottom side. Rift Herald's going to be called mid, just exactly as planned. And in the meantime, Aaron is going to have the backup of Jushi here to finish off this tier 1 while they trade towers so far. Lexi does come on the scene though to try to hold them back as the minion wave is going to be coming in here. But fortunately, Jushi and Aaron a little bit too low, not really in a position to try to fight for this, and they would not be able to take down the turret. While in mid, that tier 1 turret is already been taken out as Chami going to be caught up in a bit of a fight here with Trizel and Sir Dum, but we have the support of that turret. It's going to be quite hard for Trizel and the Jace to be able to sustain this fight, especially now that the Yuumi has come in here to keep this Kassadin alive.
All right, Riftmaker there for Trizel. Rod of Ages for Chami. You see that, here we come in.
Got himself exhausted. Now Juicy's going to pounce straight onto Trizel. Not able to deal the damage done, but then he is going to be able to get a knock-up onto Hanyego. He's able to flash away. Suradam comes in now to try to keep them at bay. But NGX decides it's not going to be worth it for them to try to pursue this further. They backed out of it.
Very nicely done there from Hunyega to use that Black Shield to negate Demon Kite's Enchanted Crystal Arrow snipe. If not, that would have been the end there for Trizel. So good piece of, what's the word for it? Prediction there from the side of Echo. Good bit of foresight. But it seems that Enigma Galaxy is slowly but surely getting the tempo despite a rocky start.
Well, I wouldn't say it was a rocky start. It's maybe a bit of a slow start, perhaps, but nevertheless, NGX is certainly having the tempo on their end, though, despite having a bit of deficit kills. But nevertheless, Echo, no slouch either in that department. It's just that they're focused more on pushing down the turrets as opposed to taking the Dragon objectives. But things are kind of simmering down a little bit now, given there's not much objective to fight for. It's really about making sure that lane priorities doesn't really tip too far in the balance on one end or the other. Though the bottom lane tier 1 is looking not too healthy at the moment, hence why Echo seems to be sticking a lot of their champions in that lower side jungle a lot. But with Aaron constantly bringing that pressure here, they need to try to do something to deal with Aaron here on that Renekton.
All right, so Ramli there comes out.
Yeah,
gets the knock up.
Kai'Sa is around the corner, but then they still aren't able to find an opening here to deal with this. Renekton can be very, very slippery, and remember, very, very tanky as well, as Ramli tries to go up into his face here without any support, actually. And that's going to be a bit of a problem, though, as he's going to get stunned by a long-range arrow from that Ashe. But Sir Dum was around the corner to prevent Aaron from being able to fall out from that, so it's a little bit of on the edge there for Ramli, as the Yuumi comes in there to keep Aaron's health pool up full, so that's going to disengage this little confrontation now.
That could have been a strong one for Enigma Galaxy. I felt that both Enigma as well as Echo, both of them playing very, very cautiously here. Trizel and Chami now, both of them exchanging damage.
Yeah, and Chami's already up at level 10, so he's doing very well in his scaling so far at 8 minutes. But nevertheless, the objective is going to be coming up soon, so I wonder what the setup is going to be, especially what the Jace is going to try to do. He's been all over the place so far, but hasn't really been able to do much to interrupt NGX's scaling so far. But nevertheless, another 24 seconds before the next Rift Herald will be coming up, so that's going to be a very hotly contested one, especially for Echo, who are going to be prioritizing those turret pushes for sure. And knowing that the bottom tier 1 is quite low, it's not going to be good for them to concede that the Rift Herald to NGX for sure.
All right, so looking at... look at that.
Damage.
Aaron on top of it.
He's going to try to pile straight on into him and dive straight at the tower. Stun comes through, and yes, they will take the tower down as well. Not much can be done from Ramli's side. He didn't really have the support of the Kazakhs as the rest of the team are already setting up for that Rift Herald take. But look at that. I mean, NJX is continuing to roll into a tier 2 take, and looks like just that one fell swoop, they managed to take 2 tower objectives.
Very nicely done there. Ulexite now go chase after Chami. Chami takes a lot of damage here. Tries to go for the Rift Walks. Got to be careful.
Ooh. Yeah, just complete cancel on that. Honey Fruit and arrow. Oh, nice dodge there by Lexite though, tried to turn it around Cammy, but not able to finish him off though. But that is already enough danger for Cammy to force him to back out. And Lexite picks up another set of Honey Fruit while Demon Kite comes in together with Draw. Draw now trying to keep Chammy's health pool up, and then with Demon Kite in the lane there, certainly that's not going to allow an opportunity for Echo to try to reverse that gank. But nevertheless though, Dragon Mountain Drake is going to be coming up soon, so that's going to be the next one for contention.
Fancy moves there from your Lexite using his ultimate to dodge, and I'm thinking that was just unfortunate that Demon Kite already threw out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow at the best of his capabilities, aimed at the right target, but it seems that the right target just wasn't there. Oh wait!
Oh, I think the Ribbons got caught out there a little bit, and yeah, indeed, I think he's going to be completely taken down. Ramley is out for the count. This could be really bad for Echo. They need to try to get the trade, but it's done. Get himself focused on. A stun comes true. Oh, the Renexon just wrecking that chase right now, but he's going to be trading it out with his life. Chammy, unfortunately, has to back out there. Draw is going to be able to keep him alive while Demon Kite tries to keep Trisel at bay along with Lexite, and fortunately will be able to force Echo to back out of this. But will they be able to take the Dragon? I don't think they're going to be in that good position though, because Echo are still going to try to contest this. They're still trying to see if they can at least steal this maybe. As Trisel, oh, a little bit too close to cover there. The Kali gets picked off, and this is really bad because now that's going to allow them to not only take a Dragon, but try to get some extra kills there, but unfortunately couldn't quite lock down that Morgana.
Very nicely done there from Enigma Galaxy. Demon Kite throws out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as execution towards Trisel. Trisel was the biggest threat at the time that towards the Dragon take, and I felt that for Enigma Galaxy, they needed that Dragon here. One Earth, one Fire, excuse me, one Earth, one Ocean. So I do like what members of Enigma Galaxy are doing here. They know for a fact that when the Twilight Shroud comes down, just throw out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. She will be able to do at least anything for at least a half a second. So that's enough time for them to actually regain their thoughts and immediately deal with the problem at hand. But looking at how much Demon Kite is scaling in really well into this game, he does have the Trin Force, he does have the Vampiric Scepter on top of the Manamune, which is almost fully charged here. I do like it. For Yumi as well got the Staff of Flowing Water on top of the new item Imperial Mandate. That's going to give her so much of a utility on top of the restoration capabilities of mana and HP of mana. So spamming is not going to be an issue here for members of Enigma Galaxy, whereas Echo right now is caught in a hot spot.
Yeah, and that's exactly the kind of setup that NGX wants to do, you know? It's just having a slow tempo in the beginning so they can set up for, you know, this massive power spike that will come out towards this mid phase of the game. So Echo is definitely going to be tottering on the edge a little bit as another arrow going to be coming onto the Riven, and looks like Aaron is going to be able to come in just in time. The length of that stun is just a little bit too much there, but unfortunately Ramley is not going to be locked down too much. He's able to slip out of the way. While the River Herald is going to be called in the bottom lane, it looks like they're going to be focusing priority onto that tier 1, while Chammy and Juicy are going to try to defend this. They're going to be able to jump straight onto Surdam, critting him, bursting him down. The Jace is out. Now it looks like Chammy's going to try to pop up a little bit before she backs out of this. The River Herald will take down the turret. Now there's no turret here, but then NGS still is going to be able to blast down Trisel. One last shot there, maybe we'll be able to take him down, but Trisel's still able to kite it around and stay out of trouble so far. Hunyego just tanking all of that damage. Unfortunately, takes one for the team, while NGS still continues to chase. Unfortunately, Trisel is already far, far away.
Very nicely done there from the side of Echo. The Demon Kite knew that he needed to just throw out his Enchanted Crystal Arrow to anybody that was available. And unfortunately for Echo, fortunately for Trisel, but unfortunately for them at the same time, Hunyego was there to actually absorb the blow. So looking at how Enigma Galaxy uses the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well as Aaron and Jushi to start fights, I'm thinking that Echo now has got to be very wary on how they want to engage some of these fights.
Oh, another stun, and Jushi and Chammy are coming around, but then the good flash there with Lexite keeps him out of range of their own attacks. But this is giving them a lot of opportunity now to just take over the side of the river. In fact, they're going to chase Surdam and Ramley all the way to the tier 1 with the Aaron just constantly keeping on the front line, taking out a Jace first, and look at that, just completely melting down that Riven as well. 2 down so far, but they're not quite done. They're going to go ahead and try to chase Hunyego all the way to the second tier, keeping them at bay so they can go ahead, finish off this tier 1, and then back out and take on that Baron.
Alright, I'm looking at how members of NGX now are going to be jostling, going to be positioning for Baron. Looking at it here is beginning of the end.
Trisel trying to interrupt them a little bit, forcing their attention around. Lexite trying to keep Jushi at bay as well. The barrier not enough to keep him out of the way. As Lexite, unfortunately gets him wandering a little bit too close to the sun there, and NGS just completely swallowed him whole. And unfortunately, that's an ace onto Echo there. This is looking really bad because not only not only are they not going to be around to try to defend this next push, but the priority on both the side lanes are looking very, very bad for Echo's side. So this is looking like an opportunity now for NGX to really, really punish Echo Fortius.
It seems that Echo Fortius now got 1 minute and 40 seconds to work before, or to stay alive at least, before Enigma Galaxy decides to close out the game. They do have Baron buff here, going to give them enchanted, improved minions, going to give them a little bit of AP, AD stats. Oh, we're going to be seeing another one.
Yeah, going to caught. Chammy is going to try to
Jace.
flash. Is he going to be able to get
Stunned
time?
for 10
Not quite in time.
years.
Meteor is going to come down, but that's not going to do enough chunk of health out of Sir Dumb, so he's not quite in that danger. But certainly, those kind of arrow shots they certainly are very, very disruptive, I think, for Echo's part, because it makes it very hard for him to defend. And Strizel almost gets caught out by Aaron. He's going to try to run away there. Hunyega and Sir Dumb and Ramley going to try to turn it around onto this river now. Jumping straight onto him. The Stacy's going to grow out the stun as well, but Jushi is going to come in to try to save the Renekton. Drops it onto Ramley. Imakite misses a shot, but still, he's going to be able to hold his own. Makes sure to take out the Jace, as Chammy will be able to hold him up onto the front.
Oh, it looks like this is going to be game over here. I don't think there is going to be much resistance. The path of resistance from the side of Echo may be evident, but enough? No, it never is. Enigma Galaxy with game number 1 in their pocket.
Oof. I mean, this is the thing about Enigma Galaxy, right? They all usually, they start slow, but then once they ramp up the tempo, they ramp it up so hard, and it become literally impossible for Echo to be able to keep up with that in those final phases. So very, very well done. Very methodical on NGX's part. Pretty much what I expected coming out from them, especially after the performances so far in this group stage. So that's very well done for Enigma Galaxy.
Very, very well done indeed. Let's take a look at this replay here. Some of these plays that were shown from Enigma Galaxy, some of these opening plays from Echo there definitely showed a little bit of definitely showed a little bit of genius there. But I felt like the counter engage that came, or actually the counter pick that came from the side of Enigma Galaxy, just a little bit too much for a member of Echo Fortius. They had the right ideas, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it was a stomp on one side or the other. It was a relatively close game considering. But Echo Fortius here, it seems that they were just trying to work with whatever they had. They put members of Enigma Galaxy behind a little bit, and I felt that that was going to be a cause for concern for them. But looking at how Enigma Galaxy just were able to lock people down, regardless of who decides to come into the fight, is paramount to them winning.
Yeah, and that's all in the hands of Jushi and Aaron, you know, came on the front line. I mean, Chammy, of course, earns MVP, but that's mostly because he didn't even concede a single death at all in his game. So did Demon Kite as well. So this goes to show how dominant both of these champions were on the NGX side. I mean, Echo really tried the best there to dodge out, but it looks like more and more that they were forced to retreat out of a lot of these fights rather than being able to sustain through them. And I think that's also a testament to how powerful the Yuumi pick is on NGX's side, because that gave so much sustain for Jushi and Chammy and allowed them to really perform their role in these fights. And look at that, the 40% of damage was done by Chammy. No surprise there. He was all over the place, and in fact, he out-tanks the Renekton very much. 15,729 points of damage completely absorbed by Chammy alone.
I felt like there is going to be an issue here for Echo moving forward, but that's going to be discussed later on. But let's take a look at the gold drop here. For a while, it was basically Echo Fortius, yeah, in blue. That was holding quite a bit of the goal sufficiency here. But about the 10-minute mark, you're going to see a huge drop in favor of Enigma Galaxy. So it's actually very, very curious to note that the game was actually closer than we expected, right? Even though like the scores may actually not reflect that. I felt that for Enigma Galaxy and Echo, they are closer than expected. I felt like just Enigma Galaxy can close out the game better.
Obviously, with the Castle in hand, it means that the endgame scaling works out better for them. And with the contributions that Ash has been doing, initiating some of those fights there, really made Echo's job very, very tough. Especially if they wanted to try to do split laning or jungling even. As soon as the Ash is able to scout them out with the vision that's provided by Enigma Galaxy, it certainly allowed her to just point out who they want to try to gank out of the way.
All right, but before we would like to talk a little bit more about the technicalities, here's a shout out to our sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. It mattered most to them just as much as it matters to you guys. Remember, every time winning matters, think Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And unleash the beast with Monster Energy Drink here at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And of course, if you'd like to drop us some memes, drop us some love, drop us a little bit of feedback, go over to our official Discord, which is discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We do hope you've been enjoying the show thus far. It is going to be game number 2, match number 2, that is going to come underway as we take a short little break. It's still going to be Echo Fortius going up against Enigma Galaxy. And for those of you who don't know, it still hasn't changed. I'm still Hound, he's still Victor, and this is the break. We're going to see you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Here bringing you the top Southeast Asian Wild Rift teams here in this challenge group stage. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ahal. Here is going to be game number 2 here between Echo 4TS as well as Nigma Galaxy. And what a good performance Nigma Galaxy managed to do. Despite a slow start, it still ramped it up so hard. The end there, it became impossible for Echo to be able to stem that tide, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think for Echo 4TS, their inability to actually close out the game and also inability to quell the approach of Nigma was the biggest reason towards their losses. And for those of you who are wondering who was the foundation of it all, it was Chami, a KDA of 12, kill participation, of 70.6, goal per minute of 932.6, damage per minute of 1940, and DTPF damage taken per minute of 971.9. Chami is your key player for game number 1 from Nigma Galaxy, and we can see why.
Yeah, he was one-man nuker there practically on that Kassadin, and very much was coming into form, especially in the latter stages of that first game. So certainly a very performance you can definitely be very, very proud of on that Kassadin. So nevertheless though, we'll see whether or not Echo 4TS will allow the Kassadin through the next round, which again can definitely be still on the cards though, because again, despite the fact that Kassadin tends to win games very much in this kind of fashion, he's not exactly unbeatable. If you have a really good draft against him and a really good game plan to keep him suppressed, you can still take him down. But nevertheless though, in that last round, that didn't really come into fruition here for Echo 4TS, and Chami just was allowed to pop off so hard, especially in that game.
I mean, let's take a look at their champion choices in game number 1 here. I mean, it was a Jace, a Riven, a Morgana, a Kai'Sa, and a Kali. Now, are these champions bad? No, I don't think so. But are these champions able to catch up someone like Kassadin? No. The thing about Kassadin, I feel, is the most important thing is you need to catch it before he starts roaming. That's one. You have to make his laning phase basically hell on earth, supposedly, right? And I think the biggest thing that is the issue here is that once he reaches, because it's an inevitable part of him getting his ultimate, right? You can't like gank him non-stop and he's not going to reach his level 5. He's going to put him behind, sure. But he still have access to his Rift Walk. It's either you be proactive about it, how to say, beat him to the punch, or you just focus all of your CC ability onto him once he appears into a fight. And I think that could be an opportunity for them. For Echo 4TS, I think they had the right amount of CC. Not to say right amount of CC, they had the right idea here when it comes to dealing with the Kassadin. But a lot of it really revolved around the Ashe pickup here.
Yeah.
The Ashe pickup with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow just completely pulled so much disruption onto Echo. Anytime they wanted to kind of roam, anytime they wanted to set up a gank, seems like the Ashe was able to kind of like have a third eye in a sense and just pick them out with that Enchanted Arrow and just completely disrupt whatever game plan they had going on. So let's see whether or not Echo is going to try to prioritize those bans here, but this is going to be an opportunity now for them to get a reset a little bit. But I digress though, it's still up to them to decide how they want to play this out.
All right, let's find out. Echo 4TS on the blue side. They're going to have first pick and first ban. Senna now being banned out from the rotation. Nigma Galaxy on the red side here.
Yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see like if Echo is going to focus those targeting those kind of respect bans or NGX, or still sticks with what they were trying to do as far as this meta is concerned. But Senna and Lucian, of course, very typical bans coming in here, at least in this first stage. Kassadin, yep, he's going to be banned out here by Echo, so NGX is going to have to go for a slightly different game plan, but nevertheless, they do have a lot of options even without that Kassadin. So NGX bans out the Karma, not allowing Echo get that Karma first pick. So Echo are they going to be using this next ban here to take out either the Yuumi or the Ashe? Not quite sure, but still, the ball is on their court. And yeah, they will take out the Ashe. So yeah, pretty much called that.
All right, so looking at it here, Kassadin, Ashe being banned out for the side of Nigma Galaxy. It actually gives them quite a bit more opportunities to work here, because Nigma Galaxy just had 2 bans used on them that was specifically targeted towards two specific players here. So I like it here. Nasa's not being banned out here, but Karma is. So Senna and Karma out. That means we're most likely not going to see a Nasus in play.
Yeah, Nasus alone without either the Senna or the Karma is kind of kind of a nerf. So nevertheless, Echo will pick up the Jace. It's a pretty solid pick there. NGX hovering over the Gragas for that first pick. Are they going to be committing to that though?
I think there could not be an issue here if the Gragas picked up. Disruption is going to be key. His ability to cover a considerable amount of distance when he starts the fight as well with his body slam is also something to actually think about here, because it does act like a knock-up, like a mini knock-up, so it is in and of itself a form of CC. Gragas as well as Morgana here being banned out, being picked out for the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, so Echo will have that next pick here, and looks like to be going for a Riven, or at least they're hovering over it for the moment. 15 seconds still left though for the pick. Instead, they switch off to an Olaf though, so this is gonna be interesting.
All right, the Olaf now. I do like the Olaf. Olaf does have a lot of capabilities in terms of him, how to say, coming into the middle of the fight and basically, what's the word for it? The more health he loses, the faster he attacks and the more lifesteal he's going to get. So that's going to be something that members of Enigma Galaxy's got to be very wary about. An angry Olaf going Ragnarok on everybody.
Yeah, and I think that's a Dr. Mundo hover. Oh, okay, no, they decided
they're going to go for the Z, yeah.
It's going to be quite weird if they went for the Dr. Mundo, but definitely trolling a little bit on the NGX side. At least the drafter is. So there's going to be a Galio pickup here. It's definitely going on to Ramley for sure, as Galio tank support. Lux will be banned out by NGX's from NGX's side. Echo will have the next ban.
Alright, so I'm thinking that with the mid laners already being picked out here, I don't think that Echo Fortius now has got to be very wary of how they respond. They're going to be taking out the Renekton. We do like the fact that the Renekton is taken out here, mostly because that they're not entirely sure if the Z is going to be going in the mid lane or in the top lane, or heck, even jungle. I mean, we've seen some Z jungles before in the past, but that's mostly in the public meta here. For the pro meta here, it is going to be important to note that with the Baron lane, the Dragon lane bans here, it is going to be very heavily invested into Dragon lane here for Nigma, whereas for Echo, they are very much invested in the Baron lane as well. So there's going to be a switch of weak side and strong side between these two teams.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one indeed. Now, NGX is hovering over the Corki right now, quite committing for the pick yet, perhaps mulling over what Echo could potentially pick in counter to this. And I think, yeah, they probably will be committing to that Corki pick anyway. So Echo now having the ball in the court. What will they decide to pair up alongside the Jace, the Olaf, and the Galio?
Enigma Galaxy already with one game in their pocket. And Nami is actually a very wise choice here for the side of Echo. Long-range tidal wave, on top of that, the Aqua Prison, ebb and flow with the fact that Staff of Flowing Water is going to improve healing, if I'm not mistaken, for some of these abilities. And the fact that the support item is going to come into play as well. Ooh, the Soraka. I like it. I like a Soraka pickup here. Corki as well, long range pokes with the Daring Bombardier. Not entirely like the best in terms of damage here because of the changes, because of how Corki is actually designed. But looking at what the two teams are bringing forward, it is, an Ezreal instead. I was actually hoping for the Kai'Sa, to be honest, because Kai'Sa does do a lot of damage with the Caustic Wounds, or Caustic Plasma, if I'm not mistaken, with the passive. And looking at what Enigma Galaxy is responding as well, I think there is going to be a strong indication from the side of Enigma Galaxy that they want to be poking from quite far away. Aaron is going to be trying to get in the back lines, and every so often there are going to be, maybe like Chami is going to act, the Gragas is going to act like a off-duty flanker, you know? He's just going to come in, throw out the explosive cast, and be on his merry way.
Yeah, it seems pretty much on the cards there. So, something around there. So it's going to be Hun Jaeger. It's going to Soraka mid versus the Zed. What do you think of this matchup here?
I don't think that's going to be the case. Is that going to be the case?
Yeah, Han Jaeger on Soraka.
Huh. This is... normally when we go over tapes like this with pro players, right? I mean, whenever I do my studying and I ask some pro players, they will just say one thing and one thing, this guy is trolling. This guy is trolling, but maybe there is a method to the madness. I wouldn't know. I mean, I have seen some specific matchups where Soraka has gone in the Dragon lane. I have seen Soraka in the mid lane as well. I have even seen AD Soraka not going to judge or put down any efforts here, but I think there are better choices here in terms of Soraka, because Soraka basically brings almost nothing to the table aside from roaming and healing. There isn't that much proactivity that you can get here aside from the global heal. So I'm pretty curious to see what Echo Fortius is actually doing here.
Well, perhaps they're thinking that a global heal will give them a lot more sustain and maybe perhaps give them a lot more potential to be aggressive at the start of the game. I mean, we know that NGX likes to take things a lot more slower in the start, but the thing that's going to work against Echo, though, is that Nigma can also play very sneakily, I think, in the early phases, especially when they know that the enemy wants to be aggressive with them. They will usually back out of those kind of fights. So I wonder that they really want to try to go all in with like being that aggressive early game. But I don't know, especially laning against a Zed can't be the easiest kind of lane matchup there for that Soraka. So might be worried a little bit for Han Jaeger, but nevertheless though, maybe you have to just trust in the process. Maybe Echo Fortius might have a game plan here that we're not really seeing.
Yeah, that could be the case here for Echo Fortius going up against Nigma Galaxy. As we head into the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, on the left side of the screen, Echo Fortius. On the right side, Nigma Galaxy. ECH for Echo, NGX for Nigma. And away we go, Victor. It's the start of game number 2 for match number 2 of the day. Halfway point, potential 3 games. Here on the menu, but Nigma Galaxy doesn't intend to go for the full 3 games.
Yeah, so, okay, even though Han Jaeger is playing the Soraka, he's going to be playing on the Dragon lane instead. It's going to be the Galio against the Zed. I think that's a much more favorable kind of matchup in the mid for sure. So let's see how this will play out. Jason Gragas, of course, going to be on the top. Olaf currently picking up buffs as well. Things looking like, yeah, going to be another, I'm expecting another slow start, obviously, given that it is Nigma Galaxy we're talking about here. But nevertheless, though, I'm really curious to see what Echo will try to do with this Soraka Ezreal kind of combination here.
I think what's important to note here is both Echo and NGX, Echo's Serdam and NGX's Jushi are actually starting basically on the same side of the jungle. So we might actually see them interact with one another once they will go for the Scuttle Crab fight, or maybe even for the Dragon Wards here. So look for a little bit of these mini exchanges between these two teams, especially when it's heading towards the Dragon Pit after they both respectively clear out their buffs here.
Yeah, Trizel and Chami currently trading health on each other. It seems like Trizel has taken most of the chunk of it, but Chami is also conversely a bit low on mana, so I think he may not be able to put out most of that skill anymore, and he is a little bit behind, at least in terms of farm. Now he actually just takes up the Honey Fruit, even though he didn't really need it, I think, but at least does bring back some of his mana, so perhaps it's more valuable for that aspect alone. Nevertheless, though, Zed recalling back there, with Kali also recalling as well. Morgana's going to be taking up the priority. In the meantime, Corki also maneuvering around, looking like they're going to try to secure that Skull Crab early on here for NGX, or perhaps Draw is trying to set up for a possible gank here, but nope, it looks like when they see Serdam being in the mix right now, they know that it's going to be a bit of a priority right now going on the bottom lane, so they back down to the tier 1 here in order to stay within safety of the turret's own defense. In the meantime, though, gank coming in on the top side. Trizel is going to be forced into a 1v3, and this is looking quite bad. Galio's trying to rush now to try to help him out, but I don't think it's going to be long for this world, though, but he's still able to hold his own. Unfortunately, he likes to come through in the first blood. It's going to be placed onto Trizel's Jace.
All right, nicely done there, Aaron. Getting his style points there, was trying to go for the execute without using the death mark, though. Unfortunately for him, had to use the death mark to dodge the turret projectile. Very handily indeed there, Aaron was able to score it. First blood going over to his Nigma Galaxy here, but no indication of a big disparity between these two teams. Uh-oh, Jushi.
Jushi in a bit of trouble here. Sir Dum's having a lot
Aaron.
of attention, but Aaron's going to come to keep him at bay. Black Sheep comes out to keep him alive, but Trizel comes into the mix as well. It's going to be a 3v2 though. Sir Dum's going to have to back off a bit, and Ramley unfortunately caught out in the pit. It's not going to be able to join them in this fight. Finally, he does jump in though, and that forces the rest of NGX to scatter completely. So a bit of a testy moment there, but that didn't result in any casualties whatsoever.
Very nicely done there from Echo to actually go into the enemy jungle there, be a little bit proactive. But look at that though, gets taunted for his troubles. Aaron now coming into play.
Watch out, Draw is coming in from the top side. Rami's got to get far away there, and thankfully he was just able to stay out of range of that Nautilus. But yeah, Jace now going back up to the top here. He's going to be joined with the Olaf, and he definitely needs some support though, because the Nautilus is not quite done yet. He's going to be going on a chase right now. Let's have a look at a replay of that fight, the 3v1 there Trizel had unfortunately to face against. And yeah, like I said, it's been unfortunate they had to use the execute as well as the that one in order to try to take him down. But they weren't able to punish him in terms of taking down the turret. Now they're going to try to focus more on their priority, but Rami's going to get caught out in the mid though.
Boy.
Aaron, the Demon Kai, just blasting him down, takes out the Galio, and might open things up a little bit, and forcing the Olaf to focus priority on the mid. That actually opens up an opportunity for them to just take out the chase of Trizel, and now they can go ahead and punish him by taking down that turret.
Alright, so it seems that from what we can understand here, Enigma Galaxy now very, very adamant on getting that top side, Barrett side turret broken. So side lanes here are very much in control for Enigma Galaxy. Aaron, though, having a bit of problem going back and forth a little bit against Fortius, but it seems that along the board here, 3-0 with a total of 2,000 gold advantage for Enigma Galaxy. Nothing too much to write about yet. Still a lot of opportunities for Echo to catch up.
Yeah, with recalls coming through, they're already reset now perfectly for perhaps the next tech of objectives. NGX already moving to try to secure the Rift Herald pit, but they already see Sir Dum moving into the pit now. They're trying to see if they can catch anyone off of the side because there's no support coming in from him quite yet. Aaron just keeping Ramley at bay. In the meantime, a bit of a pop off here as they now try to take target on the draw, but Demon Kai is going to be able to keep them at bay though with the amount of damage the core key can pull off. But now Sir Dum tries to put some shots on. When in the meantime, Trizel going on Tammy, gets the kill down on the Gragas. This looks really good. Now they can have to try to take out rest of them right in front of the Rift Herald pit. Echo's Fortius still able to keep control over Shelly right now, and they should be able to take her down, but I don't know if they have enough damage really to finish it off quickly before NGX regroups for another fight. But then with all Echoes completely gathered here, NGX needs to commit fully if they want to try to contest this, but doesn't look like
they need to be a little bit more wary of their positioning across the board here. They need to follow up on their opponents with a little bit more conviction.
Yeah, and the thing is that, you know, I'm far from like the expectation of aggression early on. It feels like Echo really isn't doing that. In fact, they're just kind of scrambling around here to try to stave off the pressure that NGX is just putting onto them. The Dragon's still, the Drake hasn't been taken yet by NGX, still alive for now, as Echo continues to try to bring some more priority onto the mid, forcing Demon Kai and Draw to try to deal with this. The perk plating has already fallen, so this is an opportunity now to try perhaps try to go for those objectives now, as Sir Dum started on that Dragon, bringing him down to about a third, but then with NGX rolling in here, the Olaf has to back out. But we've got to watch out for Gragas on the bottom side though. He is still, there's no minions around there, and perhaps they want to try to catch out Chammy here, but then Jushi and Draw groups up together with them. The Rift Herald's going to be called and down to the bottom here. You want to try to aim on this tier 1. It's going to be a bit of a tough one, especially with Ramley being a bit low. He can't really afford to be on that front line there. So Sir Dum's going to try to scan around the side there, try to see if Juicy or Draw is going to come into his play. Yes, he gets in front of him, so Draw is going to be caught out there. Even with the Black Shield, he's just going to constantly hound at Nautilus, and Olaf does get the kill. In the meantime, they try to scatter the rest of them and keep them separated, and then now Echo will have full agency to go ahead and take on this Drake.
Nice agency being exercised by members of Echo Fortius, showing that the members of NGX right now could be in a very, very much bothered spot, despite the fact that goal advantage is going to favor and side with Enigma Galaxy. I don't think that is going to be something that...
Yeah,
okay.
Okay, yeah, a little bit of lag there, but they still take down the tier 1 anyway. Champion a little bit low, but Aaron does finish top both of them. Does take down Sir Dumb. They're gonna take down Alexei, Gaming Game Rooted. Demon Kai is gonna come in and have pretty much is going to end the life of Alexei right there. So now with no one here to defend, it looks like NGX will try to roll in and hopefully be able to trade out this tower here.
3-for-1 exchange in favor of Nigma Galaxy. That's definitely a big win for them there. Not entirely a big win. I mean, winning big is smashing the Nexus, but still,
Fair enough.
A win is a win here for the side of Nigma Galaxy. All they need to do was just be relatively easy with how they approach that situation. As long as they just knew what they needed to do, they followed up.
I mean,
yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that if Echo already securing both of the objectives from the get-go, NGX decides, yeah, it's going to be better for us to try and take the tower objectives instead. So they've already dealt with those side lanes, and they're definitely very strong on those side lanes because Echo has been putting a lot of priority on the mid so far, still keeping that tier 1 turret alive, and that's pretty much the only thing is keeping them, rather keeping NGX from being overly confident taking on the Echo. So let's have a look at this replay here. You can see that Sir Dumb, who already was on the edge there, they managed to take out Chammy, but Alexei unfortunately got himself into a very tight spot there. Unfortunately, really had to fully commit to that fight there. Not sure whether it was a good job there, but nevertheless though, Echo gathering in front of that pit. The Rift Herald is coming up. Jushi Draw and Demon Kite still in the mid, trying to keep the distance with Alexei. Managed to get a root down on him. Now try to focus on the Han Jaeger. Managed to get a knockup on him as a root as well. Trizel attempting to try to shoot him at a distance. Managed to get Demon Kite quite low, but they're not going to be able to lay him down. But in the meantime, in the backline there, Sir Dumb actually gets caught out, not able to play his role there. Rami is going to have to try to keep them at bay, but so far Echo able to peel away there, bringing Jushi down to a sliver of his health. Now they will have to back off there while Sir Dumb goes ahead and starts on that Rift Herald.
All right, opportunity for Echo to come back into this game 6-8 with the fact that Herald has been taken away already. This is going to be perfect, ample opportunity for members of Echo to open it up and try to apply pressure.
Yeah. And the surprising thing is that even though the tempo looks a lot better at Echo's side, it seems like NGX is still having like the lead there. I mean, obviously it's more thanks to the kills, but I think in terms of farm as well, NGX is still outdoing Echo by some degree here. So I think Echo is going to have to prioritize on trying to get those pickoffs and kills, but NGX is not making it easy for them at all though. So they're really going to have to try very hard to catch NGX off guard.
Yeah, NGX right now.
Okay,
that was pretty untelegraphed, but it seems that you like you.
Yeah, managed to dodge out of that just in the nick of time, didn't they? But Honeyeater Sir Dumb currently trying to secure the Skull Crab on the bottom. They are very much focused on those Drake objectives here. While NGX now going to go ahead and push and put the pressure on this tier 2. It's going to force out a bit of a defense from Echo. Trizel is going to try to jump on the draw, but unfortunately the turret is going to fall a little bit too quick, and the stasis is going to be put onto him there. Unfortunately, Trizel is going to be caught out by Aaron and Draw. He's going to try to flash it away, while the rest of Echo now comes in, gets the taunt on the draw. The barrier does come out to keep the draw alive on that Nautilus. He does dodge out of the way. Very good hook there. And then now Demon Kite is going to be able to keep them away to allow the Nautilus to safely slip away.
Oh, that was just beautifully done there from the side of NGX to pull the trigger, but Echo did not take time to aim, did not take time to give the warning. They just shot from the hip, and I think that's what they need to do sometimes. You just need to keep shooting from the hip.
Yeah, now trying to test with this blue buff right now. Aaron tried to get up in the face of Sir Dumb, but the damage that Sir Dumb will do pretty much will secure the bubble. In the meantime, the mid, ooh, that's a good kill there onto the Galio. But it was a bit of an attempt there for them to try to distract them by forcing a bit of pressure in this tier 1. Didn't quite work out well for them though, but at least they do secure the blue buff, so that's something, I suppose.
Yeah, this might be the beginning of either the end for Ulexite, for Echo, or it could be one of those like, or as they rise up from the ashes kind of feeling, you know. But looking at it though, we have to be realistic. Echo 40 is not an easy team to fight against.
True. I mean, NGX is definitely paying a lot of respect to Echo 40's fighting ability. That's why they're not really fully putting a lot of risk, a lot of things on the line here. Baron is coming up now. This is going to be a very hotly contested one, as we already see Zed just pushing priority on that top lane there. That's going to be a bit of a dangerous one here, especially with Echo trying to focus on this jungle here, trying to see if they can roam around for some ganks. But I don't think it's going to be anyone they can catch, or maybe they want to try to catch catch Jushi. The Infernal Dragon is available right now as they move in to try to secure it. So Dumb and Trizel now getting it started. Oh, watch out, Nautilus coming in here along with Chami and Jushi is going to be a very, very testy one because they just go ahead straight on the Dragon, and NGX actually takes the Dragon away from Echo. Now they're going to try to collapse onto NGX there, hopefully be able to get some trades. They do take out the Nautilus, but looks like that's only about it though. And look at that, while they were doing that, Aaron was split pushing and already took out the inhibitor.
I don't know about you, but that move by Aaron there just goes to show that whenever Echo decides to bark on this major macro move, it always ends up biting them back.
They have to watch out for the Aaron, because Aaron, he's done this before yesterday as well. You know, split pushing while the rest of the team was just focused on taking objectives. And look at that, jumping straight into the pit there to go ahead and contest this. But Echo still takes Baron Nashor anyway and does get the kills done. 3, 4, all of them got wiped out of the map practically. Chami, Jushi, and Aaron now are out for the count, and this is going to be an opportunity now for Echo to try to put some heart, take some objectives here. Draw and Demon Kite going to try to defend this tier 2, but then with the Baron buff coming in, it's going to be quite a wave of pain coming in from Echo's side as they push all the way to the tier 3, not relenting at all. They're going to try to, it looks like they want to try to end this as quickly as they can.
All right, so going to see Demon Kite now. Coming back.
Yeah, it's
NGX.
Demon Kite. Oh, he just completely gets caught out. Draw is going to try to catch out Trizel. They get it straight onto the Nexus. And then will they get it? Yes, they do. Oh, that's right on the edge there. But Echo somehow managed to eke out a game here. And looks like we're going to a third game series.
Wow, Enigma Galaxy going 1 for 1 here. And I mean, maximum respect for both these teams. Enigma Galaxy, they played it really well, but Echo Fortis just dropped. They just allowed themselves the tempo to pick up the ball that was dropped many times by Enigma Galaxy throughout the course of that 15 to 20 minute game. And I felt that that was going to be an upset here for the side of Enigma Galaxy. Break it down for us here, Victor.
Yeah, the thing is that I think Echo actually had a much better tempo this time around in the start. They didn't really concede too much ground to NGX, and conversely, were able to actually face off against them quite well in some of these early fights. So that's why NGX had to play a little bit more passive in this early phase here. But the thing was that what they would really do is just biding the time and really focusing more on those objective takes, really. But then they realized that, you know, as time went on, that the threat of Aaron on that Zed was a little bit too much, especially around this fight around the Dragon Pit, right? You saw Aaron just literally split pushing on the side while they were so completely caught up here trying to take this Infernal Drake. So really, Echo was already kind of on the teeter-totter balance. And this one here, this is a major misstep from NGX because, well, Sir Dumb managed to get the Baron, and this was a huge, huge win for them because not only they eliminated 3 of the main killers on the side of NGX, but they managed to snowball that all the way and punish them completely by taking down their Nexus.
All right, so looking at how the stats are for either of these teams, right? Echo 40 is there. Definitely not much can be said in terms of the overall kills and deaths, right? I think the damage numbers may actually show a little bit more of how close it was between and exactly what moments within the game we can kind of decide where it all went wrong for the side of Enigma Galaxy. I felt like the only thing that Echo did really well was take advantage of Enigma Galaxy dropping the ball. And Echo just immediately just kept at it. 35% of damage there onto Ulexite. Nobody else.
Yeah, nobody else really, but then again, the Ezreal was on the front line a lot. But I think credit has to be given to Sir Dumb really for being crucial in those objective takes, which I think was the key to Echo's victory here, because not only they were able to take the Rift Heralds, but taking the one of the Drakes at least, even though they lost the Infernal Dragon, taking the Baron after that was what they really needed to turn things around the edge, and just getting the triple kill as well was the kill on 3 of the champions on NGX was just a cherry on top, because that basically allowed them to have full impunity to punish them by the end of this game.
I felt like there was a lot of issues. Here for Enigma Galaxy closing out the game just now. I think they didn't have the... Maybe it wasn't the tempo, or maybe it was because they were pensive. I'm not entirely sure, Victor, because at that moment, I genuinely thought that it was basically going to be Nigma Galaxy that was going to close out the game onto its Echo, but Echo somehow or another reformed. Not to say reformed, they regrouped and they recalibrated, and I felt like that is the way for them to go. So before we would like to take our break, a short little word from our sponsors, Victor.
Yeah, let's go ahead and give a shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for they are the ones who bring it to you when winning matters, and they really brought us this amazing platform here in the form of the Snapdragon Pro Series, so shout out to them. And of course, a shout out as well to Monster Energy for unleashing the beast. Go ahead and check them out over at monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you want to join us on Discord, you can actually, because Discord is open. It's at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can join in there to join in a conversation about SPS or about all the games that fall under the Snapdragon umbrella.
All right, so it's always been a great for you guys. Our first game 3 of the day will be back. He's Victor Cax, I'm Hound. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we'll be back after these messages from our sponsors. We'll see you again in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Playday 6. My name is Hound, alongside with me is Victor Cax. We are going to be your casters for today. And I guess for the first time today, in Play Day 6, we're going to go in our third matchup. And I think, not third matchup, sorry, third game of matchup number 2. And I don't know about you, but Nigma and Echo, who would have thought, that it would have gone to 1-for-1 against Nigma against Echo. So I do think that Echo were able to actually turn the fight around, mostly because Nigma dropped the ball in a big way. And it was definitely Ulexite here that was able to do so much damage, about maybe close to 3 times damage here, compared to the damage taken per minute. KDA of 8, kill participation of 61.5, goal per minute of 920.1, a DPM of 1,504, and a DTPM of 616.2.
Yeah, we have to really pay respect to him because he has been a major factor in Echo 4TS's ability to fight throughout that last game there. But I think you know, this Nigma Galaxy losing his second game shows one of the weaknesses of their kind of playstyle, which is slow and methodical, which is that, you know, it does leave a lot of room for the enemy to adapt as well as kind of change things around. And all it takes is just a mistake on their part in order to really tip the scales of balance into the enemy's favor. And that's exactly what we saw in that final Baron fight. I mean, and just really dropped the ball in that one there, not only losing the trio of the champions in that fight, but also conceding that Baron buff, which ultimately lost them that game. So this time around though, NGX is going to be playing on the blue side, so certainly they will be having the full agency here to go for a completely different draft.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Nigma Galaxy going up against Echo in the ban phase here. Jace being banned out on the first rotation. No big surprises there. We did see a Jace being banned out in game number 2, if I am not mistaken. No, we did see Jace being banned out on at least 2 games here from the side of Echo. So Nigma Galaxy very well aware that they don't want to give Trizel the Jace. They want to immediately take it out. Lucian here being banned out. No surprises there. I do think that maybe we might see from Nigma maybe another Z pickup. I do like the Z pickup here. But the biggest mistake was the fact that they decided to just go all in at the Baron buff, at the Baron pit, and immediately it just turned out the most, how to say? It was the most regretful action there for Nigma Galaxy, cost them the game, and forces them to go to game number 3. Olaf now being banned out from the side of Nigma Galaxy, Karma as well. Senna may actually be banned out here from Nigma Galaxy towards Echo.
Yeah, I think either to ban them out or maybe even ban out the Nasus and take the center from themselves. But nevertheless, I think NGX recognizes that Olaf was probably the one thing on Echo's side they probably underestimated most, because he was the one that enabled Echo really to secure the objectives on a map. And in fact, NGX will be banning out the Gragas here, and Echo will respond with that by taking the Kassadin out of the pool there for NGX. So no chance for them to use the Kassadin this time around. So Champion's going to have to try to pick something else this time.
Very important to note here, from Nigma Galaxy as well as Echo, both these teams here, they have to be actually in situations where, I mean, the first few picks is actually going to be really important, right? So we did see that for the side of Echo, the Nasus there being picked out immediately. Look forward to Echo to actually pick out the Senna here, because Senna is actually open. I do like the fact that Nigma Galaxy is going to actually hold on towards that Nasus. I doubt that they're going to give it to Demonkite. I feel like maybe they might even give the Nasus to its Aaron and build him AP. I'm not entirely sure. That could be a case here, because I don't see mix-up for Nigma Galaxy that could benefit the Nasus aside from the Karma, aside from the, what's it called? Aside from the Karma and the Senna, which already has been taken by Trizel. We do see Renekton as well. Oh, okay. I think I know what's gonna happen here.
Okay.
Demonkite's gonna use this. Demonkite's gonna use Nasus. Draw is gonna use the Ashe. Yeah.
So
the Renekton, they pick it out because they wanted to actually. They might think that it's going to be a Renekton against a Nasus, but I feel like they're going to switch it out. So this is a bit of a gamble. Like, I'm thinking from the perspective of NGX here, because if they allow this Nasus to fall through, right, and they hold it towards the Baron lane, then it's going to be a losing lane against the Renekton, because the Renekton can basically bully Nasus out of the lane. So now that they're trying to open up the counter pickups here from the side of Echo, from Enigma Galaxy towards Echo here, because they've already picked out the support, but they want to have that counter pickup from Echo towards NGX. So this is really important to note here, the flexibility of NGX.
Indeed, I mean, again, like we did see the Ashe on support can be very, very have a lot of potential, especially from RQ's games yesterday. So it will be surprising if they use the Ashe Nasus combination in that gold lane. So Sivana's going to pick up, Echo will respond with the net pickup. Yeah, and want to see what the bans are going to be coming through. Zed is going to be the one banned out from Echo's side. So yeah, again, like with the supports already picked up here, definitely NGX is thinking a lot more about the counter picks potential that could be coming out here, at least as far as the damage dealers are going to be concerned. So it's going to be a very interesting one to observe here, because again, remember, this is the last game between both of these teams here. So this is a very, very vital draft here. They cannot afford to let off, or rather let anything slip through those cracks.
Yeah, I'm looking at Echo now. I do like what they I do like how they are compromising. They're putting around their composition here. We do have quite a bit of a strong engage potential with the showstopper from the set, which I think is going to be paired up with the Senna. I do like the fact that Renekton can actually go into the backline here to try to access Draw and Demon Kite. But looking at the Kha'Zix and the Morgana being banned out, as well as the Zed and the Akali being banned out here, options are starting to get pretty low for Echo. They do want to open up maybe the fact that the mid lane matchups may actually pull out an AD assassin maybe, or maybe even a Corki, or maybe even a long range poke. Wow. Ooh. Okay.
Are they going for it?
Yeah, they are. I think they are going to go for it.
Oh man, I mean...
There's going to be a Draven. There's going to be Draven in bot lane. No, they're not.
Oh no. Okay, Garen. I mean, Garen versus Draven. I mean...
Sorry, it's going to be...
Riven.
Yeah, it's going to be the Riven. So the Riven is going to go up against... the Riven is most likely going to go into the jungle. No, sorry. Shyvana's going to be in the jungle. Riven's going to hold towards mid lane here, or towards Chami. Draw is going to give Ahri towards Aaron. So I'm thinking that this is going to be an Ahri going up against against Corki, I feel. And Senna and Hunyega. Senna is going to be given towards Ulexite. Ramli is going to be holding on towards Hunyega, I think. I think this is going to be the case here, depending on what is going to be picked last here for Ramli.
Yeah, one last pick to go, and yeah, I mean, the lineup looks quite well actually on the NGX's side. I mean, the thing is that with the recent kind of buffs coming in for the Shyvanas here is definitely making her a lot more viable this time around. We did see some games where, as long as they are able to take objectives, it does work out. But then we did see a few Shyvanas games where if they don't secure the objectives, it does make her kind of moot actually as a pick. But nevertheless, though, Echo will round out their set of picks here by taking the Lee Sin, which obviously will be going on to Sir Dum. And yeah, Ulexite will be playing the Senna, Ramli on to the set. And yeah, it's going to be a Nasus support here with Draw taking the reins.
Alright, so taking in the reins here, it is going to be interesting to note that Enigma Galaxy going up against Echo, both the compositions already very, very much complete. And I felt like what Echo Fortius has in store for Enigma Galaxy here moving forward is actually going to be a good one indeed. They have the infinite scaling that comes with Ulexite on Senna. They do have quite a bit of potential with Hunyaga's capabilities to throw just bombs from a very long range, and I feel that's going to be very good for the side of Echo Fortius here. But going up against Enigma Galaxy, their team as well, not entirely a slouch of a team as well. There is a lot of things that they need to worry about. Particularly with the abilities that they have and the champion composition that members of Enigma Galaxy have picked for themselves and the ones that are piloting. I think that for Enigma Galaxy, the main aim of the game is just to make sure that they don't let the game go on for too long. And I think that they don't make some of these mistakes that put them up against the wall and force them to go towards, and force them to lose the game, like how they did in the Baron Pit. I felt like that was the biggest mistake that they made thus far, with the commitment that they made. But somehow or another for Echo, they were able to take one big mistake that Enigma Galaxy made and turned it into an entire win and turn around and maybe one more chance to get closer and closer to the playoffs here. Will it be Echo Fortius that comes out on top? Or will it be Enigma Galaxy that comes the better here? We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see NGX contest for those objectives a lot more there, especially with the Shyvanas in play here. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 of match number 2 coming up soon. Enigma Galaxy versus Echo Fortius. Enigma this time going to be starting on the blue side. Echo Fortius going to be starting on the red side. Let's go ahead and see how this will play out. Final game, final chance for either of these teams to get one over the other. Let's see how this will unfold.
All right. For how these two teams are mobilizing against each other, I do like that early on, there isn't going to be much interaction, nor are we going to be seeing a 3-man stack towards the mid-side turret. I feel like a lot of teams have already abandoned that because of the early pressure that they get doesn't actually mitigate the amount of experience and goal lost and shared amongst 3 players whenever they try to get that early priority. So looking forward here, for the side of Enigma Galaxy, I think what they need to do also is just be very, very wary of the fact that Ramli as well as Ulexite here are going to be really irritating. They want to get an early boost of, how to say? An early boost of them getting their power spikes, right? Their item spikes. As long as Demon Kai is able to maybe stay ahead of Ulexite, it's going to be good. But if Ulexite stays even, the chances of him winning is higher.
Sending a bit of a scouting there to try to spot out the Lee Sin, but he's already finished up that red buff. So now it's going to be more about the lane priority here that's going to try to tip the balance in their favor, as Chami and Trizel will be laning against each other here, mostly trading health again, as Baron laners do. But it looks like Dum is going to try to get a jump onto Aaron here, with Hungyeager providing the damage on his backline there, is trying to prevent Juicy from getting a kill, but Juicy still gets it anyway, taking out Lee Sin first, and Aaron now comes in to try to turn it around on Hungyeager. Doesn't quite land the charm, but at least it keeps him at bay. But now Ramli very, very low. He's going to be able to back off there, but unfortunately Demon Kai does get one last shot there to take out Ramli, and despite the fact they were quite low in health, Ulexite not able to finish them off. He did. Oh, wait, maybe not. Ulexite tries to go for the shot, but John Demon Kai not really backing out of this, but then with Jushi coming into the fray here, perhaps it might be an opportunity here to continue, bring some hurt into Ulexite. Sir Dum is around the corner though, so maybe might not be expedient for them to continue running on the edge here. Both the Ashe and the Nasus will be recalling back to base.
Expedience is definitely going to be the case here. I don't like the entirety of members of NGX being put up against the wall. Excuse me, putting up Echo against the wall here. Echo responding very quickly, and members of NGX, which is wise, just played very safely. Sir Dum gets taken down there. Jushi immediately follows up. The Ignite was definitely not enough here. Charm could have brought them an easy 2 for nothing kills here, but it wasn't to be. And over to the bot side there, look at that, just a matter of inches here. Look at that draw, turns around just to make sure he hits, just for that little bit of, how to say, lifesteal, just to make sure that he survives that. If not, it would have been a done deal for him.
Yeah, they want to try to keep an eye out for that Lee Sin. Now they know that he is not quite around that the bottom side jungle, so it looks like they want to keep Cammy on the toes, while Demon Kite joins the fray here on the bottom to try to keep the pressure going here. Only Ramli is around to try to defend this. Senna is still back at base at the moment, so this is going to be an opportunity for NGX to put some damage onto that turret. Probably not going to be quick enough to take it down though before the Senna comes back into play, but certainly going to be able to open things up on the bottom lane for sure, especially once Objectives comes out. Demon Kite sets off an arrow off in the distance there. Perhaps to try to help Chami here, because the arrow is going to land. Oh, no,
No.
it actually doesn't land, though. Surdam able to dodge out the way there, but that does interrupt their attempt to try to keep the pressure going, as Surdam is now forced to back out.
Very nicely done there from Demon Kite to at least give a little bit of breathing room for Chami to come into play. I do like the fact that Saddam almost gets caught there, but he's going to get caught. He's going to get exploded. Chami will be able to get the kill credit there with the assistance of Aaron, but oh my goodness, Jushi almost gets taken down with the piercing shadow, with the dawning shadow, excuse me.
Yeah, and Chami tries to put some hurt onto Trizel. Not quite going to be able to follow up on that, but then a lot of priority now is going to be on that mid. That's where the Ashe is, and they're pushing hard onto that tier 1 right now. Corki only trying to defend at the moment, but Demon Kite making it quite hard for Hun Jaeger to get up close and personal with that Nasus. But nevertheless, they managed to burst that turret down to about half its health right now as they now recall back, because objectives only going to be coming up in about 15 seconds. Arrow going to be sent up. Oh, timing not right there, unfortunately. Knew where Trizel was, knew he was recalling, but unfortunately the timing was just not there for the enchanted arrow to disrupt that recall.
Demon Kite just a second too late here. 1 kill already in his pocket. We do see the Execution Calling as well as Tear the Goddess. We do see Caulfield as well, Hammer, and of course the new item for the Meteor Enchant underway here, as well as Herald being picked up. 3-0 at 5 minutes here. Good start for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, so far Echo already taking the Rift Herald here, while Nigma secures the Dragon, which is obviously going to be more favorable here for NGX, because they definitely want to enable Jushi to be able to pop off once it gets to that mid-game stage when the power spikes start to kick in. Rift Herald's going to be called around the top. That's pretty much going to be able to take down the tier 1 turret, and in response, NGX is going to try to focus in on it. But then look, Trizel jumps straight onto the Aaron on the Ari, but Shyvanas comes in on the back there to take out Trizel, preventing the death of the Ari. That was a really good position there for Shyvanas to be in.
All right, so we're now 4-0. Echo has yet to levy any, what's them called? Reasonable attempts towards getting a kill against members of Nigma Galaxy. And you see that Nigma Galaxy now are playing around the tempo that they have been able to accrue for themselves. And I'm seeing that members of Echo 40 is now not very fortunate here in terms of them trying to establish a little bit of dominance or establish a little bit of respect from members of NGX, because look at them, they're just able to just poke from a lot of distance. The fact that Demon Kite himself also has the hawk shot to be able to reveal the movings, the comings and goings of enemy movements. So Echo here definitely is... Oh, wait.
Oh, nice arrow. Oh, nice stun there. And that's going to maybe save Aaron. Yes, it does save Aaron just in the nick of time. Now, Demon Kite and Draw, they know the turret is very low, so perhaps they want to try to go for the dive. Surdam cancels the recall. Draw is going to jump straight into it. Hun Jaeger in deep trouble now. He's going to be trying to turn around, but Draw takes a lot of damage, though. Unfortunately, the Nasus will fall to the center, and that will allow them to back out of that. That could have been really bad. Meantime, the fight's still not done yet as Chami goes on to Ramley, the shielding, keeping him alive. Now he's going to try to focus in on Jushi as Alexei tries to bring the hurt, but still isn't able to take on that Shyvana. So it looked like a little bit of attempt there to try to take on the turret. Demon Kite's going to try to do it alone, just chipping away at that turret. Should be able to take it down, but it was a little bit of a shame that Draw had to take one for the team.
All right, very nicely done there. Don't know whether or not he's going to throw out his Enchanted Crystal Arrow. No.
Nope.
Jushi there in a lot of trouble. Josie goes in, gets showstopper. Not entirely a good place for him to be.
Good charm.
Nice charm right into a beautiful Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Right onto the center. Here comes Trizel. Trizel in the middle of it all. Do you all need a nice pair of crocodile shoes? Jushi could be turned into a pair of shoes here if Trizel decides to go in. Surdam is not too far behind him, and it seems that that setup from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Demon Kite was paramount for them getting that kill onto Ramley.
Now, the way NGX is just wearing down the mid as well as the bottom, they really want to set up priority over that Dragon Pit for sure. They want to secure those objectives throughout this game here, and that's going to be crucial for them to hit that power spike. So that's the game plan going on here. What Echo can try to do to disrupt this, though, is just make sure that the tier 1 turret in the mid doesn't fall too quickly. So the thing is that the pressure is still mounting very, very much from the NGX's side. So Echo really needs to try to scramble to stem the bleeding a little bit and make sure that NGX doesn't gain any more advantages from this mid lane.
All right, as we're going to be seeing it here from Nigma Galaxy, there is a lot of options for them to actually move in towards the top side here. I do think, excuse me, let me not stumble on my words again. They want to get a little bit more priority over the top side already. They've already opened up the bottoms. They've already opened up the Dragon side as well as mid side here. So they do need to open up priority towards Baron lane, mostly because it's going to free up 15 more seconds before Herald comes into play. So with the fact that Package is going to be working on the Corki, Hunyega now could actually disrupt the fight quite a bit. He will be able to go in and out with relative ease here, but he's got to be careful because there's a lot of disablers here that could actually intercept him if he doesn't time his entry well. So I do think that for Echo, this could be another opportunity for them to actually like, hey, let's try to even out the game just from one big play. They did it in game number 1. I doubt Nigma Galaxy is going to make the same mistake, but I have seen crazier things happen in the past.
Well, they are putting a lot of priority right now, trying to get this good. That's a good charm there, forcing Sir Dum a little bit, half of his health. He's going to jump into the pit now, trying to start that Rift Herald. In fact, Echo is going on to that Rift Herald right now and just overtaking that position here. Nigma Galaxy is still around the outside though, so they're just really playing this dance very, very much on the edge here. But Nigma Galaxy has possession over the Rift Herald and will take it out completely, and Echo just left out on a lurch there. So this is looking very, very good. Nigma, and actually we managed to get a catch on the Ramley, not able to follow up though, especially without the Ari around. But nevertheless, they are looking to try to secure yet another objective in the form of the Dragon, the Ocean Drake that's just coming out onto the pit now, as Echo now scrambles to try to get themselves in position here to contest it as Trizel rushes in from the riverside.
Saddam very much holding on to his position here. Beautiful showstopper onto one there.
Isolating draw, making sure he's out for the count there. That pretty much will take on the Nasus first. Now Jushi is going to be keeping himself shielded up, holding his own there, while NGS chases Echo far away from the pit, taking down the Lee Sin. Now they're going to try to take out the Corki as well as the net. And then now, sorry, the set. And Alexa almost get caught out there by Aaron, but then they're really just doing that to keep him out of the way. They secure the Dragon anyway. They send the Rift Herald down to try the mid, and looks like NGX is now just amping up the pressure, boiling it hot onto the mid lane of Echo Fortius.
All right, they want to try to break down this turret as quickly as they can here. Mostly because they don't want to be damaged. They don't want to be damaging the Herald, and I think that's going to actually work out here. Here comes the big Herald there, right into it. Oh, Alexa gets hit behind just ever so slightly there. Oh, 900 HP for that turret. Not a very good time to be an Echo fan.
I wonder if like that was intentional on the side of Aaron to charm him into the path of Shelly there, because that would have been really sick if that was the case.
Maybe that could have been. Maybe that could have been the what's it called? Maybe that could have been the overall intention here. Because the reason why they want to do that is because they don't want the person to actually commit towards that fight and try to destroy that Herald before the Herald makes contact with the turret. So that could be a strategy. Not entirely sure, but based on speculation, what we saw, that could be the case.
So nonetheless, a bit of a reset in store right now with the mid lane complete decimated on the Echo Fortress side. It's going to make it so much harder for them to contest these objectives. There's only one last hope here, which is on top, and it looks like Ari is going to try to aim in onto the Lee Sin, but unfortunately Recall comes in just in time, so no chance for even kind of use the Enchanted Arrow to disrupt that. But nevertheless, she is making sure that this mid lane continues to have priority here, just keeping Echo completely distracted a little bit while they go ahead and rotate up to the top now. They want to try to take out this last tier 1 tower that's left on Echo Fortis' side.
Okay, we're going to be seeing one more tower for the side of Echo Fortis. I do think that that could be the last line of defense here before all the tier 1s.
Yep, jump straight on the Sir Dum. Stace is going to be brought out. Can they go ahead and burst him down? Sir Dum slides away into the safety of Ulexite and Ramley and is able to peel away. But then now that's going to go ahead and swing things around to the bottom side, because there's Riven there being chased by Corki a little bit. Now Riven's going to try to get up into his face and keep him distracted. Split pushing a little bit here as NJ's already taken down the tier 1 on top. Now to go ahead straight for the tier 2. Trizel and Ulexite now attempting to try to keep them away, while Ramley charges in, doesn't quite land a shot onto Aaron, as they are going to be able to back out of this one here. So right now NGX, they already have so much priority over the river here, and this making it so hard, I think, for Echo to really extend themselves far out of their base. So this is looking like a race against time right now for Echo to stop this bleeding, and it's looking much more like NGX just have them by the tip of their tongues.
Okay, we're going to be seeing from the side of Echo, they want to be stopping this advance here. they have to be careful that they don't bite into this.
Uh-oh.
I mean, there is an opportunity they're going to bite into this, though.
Yeah, Draw is going to try to draw
boy.
them out, but it's coming on the back here.
Boy.
All he needs a charm. And nice one. Nailed it down in the arrow. Tried to get Ramley right in there. Surdam doesn't get bursted down, but you look at the back line there. Watch out. It's going to be the Riven coming in. The Shyvana's trying to get the Surdam, but unfortunately gets turned around there with Echo completely taking out Shyvana's. Now NJS is going to try to turn around this one by taking out Shrizel, focusing all the fire onto their Hanyego. Now it's going to be the one focused on here as Draw goes in front. Surdam now a little bit too low. He can't really afford to come into the fray, but no, he gets dragged into it anyway, though. Nasus completely taking him out. Now, Senna does take out the Ashe, though, but Aaron still is in play, still is going to be able to keep the push going on here on the mid. Chami now coming in to hunt down Ulexite on that Senna, gets the stun down, but isn't able to follow up until he gets out that route, keeping the pressure on Ulexite, takes out that Senna, and looks like NGX is going to go ahead and try to end this maybe. As a charm comes in, Aaron backs out away. Ramley, though, a little bit too strong there for them to hold on there, so it looks like both the Riven and the Ari will back out from the high ground.
All right, high ground has been backed away from Nigma Galaxy now wanting to close it out. Don't want to give any room for error here. It was that room for error that caused them to lose that game that meant that was so important in game number 2. So I do believe that this is where it all changed apart. That arrow, Victor, just beautiful. The follow-up from the Dawning Shadow there did give a little bit of survivability, but that Death Brush was just waiting for Echo to spring it. Despite the fact that we did see Nigma Galaxy there be put in a situation that was rather detrimental at first, their overall composure and their ability to close out the fight as efficiently and as cleanly as possible is the reason why. We do see here Surdam now very, very, very much playing it very close to the chest here.
And meantime, in live right now, NGS has pushed them all the way up to the high ground here. This is looking like the last line of defense here for Echo Fortius. They're going to try to hold on, but then the tier 1 turret up top is going to be not long for this world, though, as NGS amps up the pressure, keeping Ramley under the thumb. That's going to be a kill onto the set. Now they're going to try to roll in straight onto the two of them. Look at that, stasis and a kill as well. Ulexite forced to try to back out to the fountain. In fact, they stunned out Shrizel before he could even get in the fountain. NGS now rolling over onto Surdam. Looks like this might be the end of all things here as Echo falls apart. The Nexus will break and fall, and NGX will come out on top.
All right, our first ever game that goes the distance has a winner, and that is
Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy. Sorry about that, guys. A small little brain fart right there. 2-1. It has been a long day for Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy can kick their feet up, though, but it didn't come at a cost. One game dropped from a very, very expensive, very costly mistake. And looking at how both Nigma Galaxy and Echo definitely performed against one another, I do believe that Echo definitely has quite a bit to work on, but they will have to at least take some pride knowing that they pushed Nigma Galaxy to the limits in game 2.
Yeah, certainly. But then Nigma's definitely learned a lot of the lessons from the game 2 was that they had to prioritize objectives, and pick up the Shyvana's meant that they want to prioritize that Dragon Pit very much. That's why we saw early on they're putting so much priority on the bottom lane. That's why the combination of Demon Kai and Draw was so crucial for that, because it allowed them to keep that pressure going, and especially with the Ashe calling the shots, getting the arrow hits, and with the Shyvana's finally getting scaling, especially once the Dragon buffs came into play there. Despite the fact they didn't even have the Infernal Drake, the amount of damage coming out for them was still too much for Echo to bear. And the fact was that NGX for the whole while knew that this was the game plan they were going for. They wanted to ensure that they starve out Echo from those objectives and allow themselves to have all the advantages going into that late game.
Let's take a look at the post-game stats here. A perfect game for Aaron and Chami, both of them now solid zeros on the deaths here, and I think the biggest winner of the death draw here is Draw here with 3 deaths, and Jushi with only 1. 18-5. I mean, is there much to say about it? I mean, Ulexite did pretty well. 4-1 and 1 for sure.
But that's really...
it's not really about that one person that does great, right? You need the entire team to do great.
But even with that kind of performance, I don't think that fully utilized full potential what the
Exactly.
setup could do. So yeah, no matter how you cut it, Echo was very much far behind NGX in this regard here. But the key thing is that NGX knew exactly what the problem was for that second game, was that they conceded too many objectives to Echo, particularly from that Olaf pick. So banning out the Olaf and picking up the Shyvanas for themselves and putting a lot of priority to the Dragon lane allowed them to work wonders and allowed them really to keep Echo completely pressed under their thumb.
All right, Aaron and Hunyega, both of them with 30%. Ulexite and Demon Kite, both of them 27%. So maybe the numbers, maybe the percentages may not tell the full story here, because when we look at the percentage, when we look at the values, 22,000 to 15,000, 20,000 to 14,000, that is a huge difference here, despite them being the same percentages. Now let's take a look at this. Echo only for a while here for the first opening minute or the first 30 seconds or so, and it was the entirety of the next few minutes onwards is all Nigma Galaxy, ladies and gents.
Yeah, this was, like I said, Nigma Galaxy had the lead very much throughout. The thing is that they bided the time, really just focusing more on wearing down Echo on those lanes in the early phase. And once the Shyvanas was able to come online, and thanks to the interventions that Aaron was able to pull on that Ahri, that really allowed them to put everything together in perfect harmony and symphony.
I think the perfect harmony and symphony allegory is definitely justification towards how Nigma Galaxy actually performed. I felt like there was a lot of chinks in the armor that I could see were exploited by a member of Echo Fortius, but I guess even with I mean, you can even stab a knight with a pen knife if you can keep the knight, if you can catch the knife by surprise, right?
Fair,
so
true.
that's definitely the case. We have an interview for each and every one of you guys at home, and it is going to be from Nigma Galaxy, Jushi and Draw. Victor.
Hey, hi there, Jushi and Draw. That was a fantastic series we saw just now. I think a quick one, want to ask you guys very much. What went wrong in game number 2 for you guys? Because this kind of thing kind of stumped us a little bit, because it felt like you guys were doing a little bit well, but then things just flipped around when the Baron fight. So what were your kind of impressions about what happened during that particular game?
I think what went wrong there is we didn't play on our side lane, because our Zed is split pushing, but our calls is split on that time. So on the Dragon, on the Infernal, yeah, we could have ended the game on the Dragon, but we didn't play that well. So I think that's what happens.
It's miscommunication.
Yeah, definitely miscommunication is one of the biggest, I guess, the biggest differences between win and loss. So with that being said, what was the biggest thing that surprised you from Echo Fortius? I mean, you guys are definitely a little bit higher on the leaderboard. Was there any worries? Was there any concerns going up against Echo Fortius?
We don't really have a concern with them at all.
All right, I love how matter of fact it is. You know, I mean, it is what it is, right? But what is it about Echo Fortius that surprised you in the 3 games that you played with them?
I think there's none, because we're the one who's making mistakes. So
okay. All right, so definitely something that I don't think the Indonesian regions are definitely going to be training really hard for that, for sure. Any words towards your fans and I don't know, your adversaries, your competition? Would you like to share some fighting words and words of advice?
For those who supporting us, thank you, first of all. And for those who doubting, I know there's a lot of people there who doubt with us, but we're doing our best, so just keep supporting us so we can win.
All right. So I just got information from producers that they already have the MVP up. You guys want to hazard a guess who got the MVP this time around?
Siguro
wrong. Yeah.
Demon Kite.
Okay.
All right,
so
so let's take a look at the MVP then. Oh, it's Aaron.
Yeah, it's Aaron actually.
Yeah, Aaron with a KDA of
Ulit,
8.6, 8.67, kill participation of 69.7, goal per minute of 862.1, damage per minute of 1182, and a DT PM of 846.4. Aaron there with his top 3 choices of Ari, Zed, and Renekton.
Kind of funny as well, given that you guys did mention that him split pushing on the Z might have costed you that second game, but nevertheless, he did manage to bring it through by the time we get to the last game there, especially on that Ari. I mean, there's such sick like plays he was able to do together with Demon Kite as well. So shout out to you guys. That was a fantastic series we saw there. So thank you again for that.
Thank you for your time, guys. We appreciate you taking the time to get interviewed with us. All right, so unfortunately, they got disconnected while we were just wishing them goodbye, and we were already closing out the interview, so we do hope that it wasn't too abruptly interrupted. But anyway, with that being said, we'll come close to our end segment here. Time for a word for our sponsors, Victor.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters, and Snapdragon has been providing so much support here for the Wild Rift community, providing this platform that allows the best of Southeast Asia to show off their talents. And as well, we'd like to shout out Monster Energy for unleashing the beast. Go ahead and check them out over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, join the conversation over in Discord by going to our server over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to discuss all the ongoings of Snapdragon Pro Series as well as all the games that fall under that umbrella.
I don't know about you guys, Buriram going up against Team Flash. This is going to be a barn burner indeed. Some of the best teams from their respective regions will battle it out in a potential best of 3. Until then, nothing much has changed. My name is Hound. He's Victor. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we'll be back after these messages. Don't you dare go anywhere, ladies and gents.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
And laddies and lassies all across Southeast Asia, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where I, Victor Cax, and Hound will be coming in to bring you guys the third matchup for today. But yeah, after having seen two matchups so far, it's looking like a pretty brilliant day number 6 so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been a very brilliant one indeed here. Coming into match number 3, game number 1 is going to feature Buriram United going up against Team Flash. Is going to be an interesting one indeed. Buriram United has been one of the more interesting teams. Very dominant indeed in terms of how they've been performing as well. But Team Flash also had some very, how to say, standout moments, but also had some very disappointing moments indeed. I'm thinking a lot of Team Flash fans were thinking about yesterday where they had a very lackluster display here against, what was that team again?
Cerberus.
Against Cerberus. I think that a lot of us were giving a slight little edge towards Team Flash rather than Cerberus. But then again, today is another day. Heading into the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Play Day 6, I do think that this is an opportunity for each and every one of our teams here to redeem themselves, get themselves higher up on the leaderboards, because this is where it all matters. Let's take a look at the leaderboard here to find out what is the full story. Rex Regum Kion still ahead, 5 wins, 1 loss. Cerberus Esports 4-1. Nigma Galaxy 4-2. Buriram United 3-2.
Yeah, and then with Team Flash currently tied with Buriram United, this if they are able to eke out a win here, that's going to put them ahead and definitely in a very safe spot as far as the top 5 positions will go. But nevertheless, though, with Evo's Esports currently in 6, Echo Fortius in 7, and Persis in 8, those 3 teams are going to be looking to the future perhaps to see if they can maybe regain some ground here. But nevertheless, for Team Flash, I'm going to be having a lot more expectations for them today compared to yesterday, though, because they've definitely got themselves quite beat out by Cerberus Esports, and hopefully they've learned a lot from that defeat here and will be able to carry those lessons forward for today's matchup.
Yeah, so I do see that for a lot of these teams here, being able to at least win out the majority of your matchups will definitely put you ahead here, as you can see from Rex and Kion. But then again, Cerberus as well as Buriram United and Team Flash as well. They actually, excuse me, Cerberus and Brillium United here have a lot of opportunities for them to improve their standings here, but it also has to be at the end of the day for us to get a clearer picture of everything here. Looking forward, it is going to Looking forward, it is going to be Team Flash going up against Buriram United Esports. And looking at these two teams, judging from how Team Flash performed yesterday, I do think that Team Flash definitely needs a win here. But who is Team Flash going up against? I've said it again, I'll say it one more time. Buriram United appearing on your screen now. Noel, Golden Feet, Archany, Bank, and What the Jess.
Representing some of the powerhouses from Thailand here, and definitely having the drip to go along with Buriram United Esports. Certainly had their ups and downs so far in this challenge group stage, and certainly have like trying. You know, they do have some really highlighted gameplays here, especially against PSO, where they show off their patented Thai brutality against PSO, and unfortunately PSO had to be the one to take the brunt of that attack. But so far they've also sustained some losses, especially against the Filipino squad, so they're hoping that at least against some of the other regions here that it will at least be able to enjoy some success. But nevertheless, given that Team Flash given that they are from Vietnam, it's certainly going to be quite the challenge that Buriram United will be facing off here in this matchup.
Alright, so looking at how Buriram United and PSO are working out against, how Buriram United set up against PSO here, just shows the amount of dominance that they have been able to acquire for themselves, from contesting the objectives to how they follow up very aggressively here with the targeting that they have and the tracking that they have. I still feel that for the Snapdragon Pro Series, it's really, really important for Buriram United here to be strong in their attempts. Now let's take a look at our key player here, the support player, Karma, Ash, Set.
Yeah, What the Jess so far having a KDA of 10.8, a kill participation rate of 75.6. Goal per minute is going to be 619.1, damage taken per minute 673.5, and damage taken per minute 644. So for the most part, especially given that he does play the Karma and the Ash, he does stay on the back line there, but just really using the utility that's provided by both of those champions to be able to provide lots of opportunities for his team to enable them to get those kills done onto the enemy champions.
All right, who is standing on the opposite of What the Jess? Let's find out. Team Flash, Shy, Zissou, Coyote, Ellie, and MT.
Yeah, these guys are going to be looking to regain some ground here today, and certainly they had going to have a lot, definitely had a lot to learn from yesterday's loss, and hopefully we'll be able to come here with a much more better form coming into this, and I especially want to see where Ellie and MT are going to be able to play a massive role here, especially in this current patch here, because certainly up against a team like Buriram United, you need to be all hands on deck when it comes against a team that is as feisty as this Thai squad here. But looking at the performances throughout the week so far, they had ups and downs. This particular matchup they had against CS was one of the more kind of hardly anticipated one, and it was kind of a shame that they lost out on that. But it was really a very back and forth thing until things kind of went out of control for their end. But nevertheless, though, Team Flash does show that they do have potential, they do have capabilities, and they do have plenty of talented players on their side. So it's certainly you cannot write them out no matter how you cut it.
All right, so looking at how some of these teams are actually interacting with one another, right? I think it's really important that for the support matchups, right, you can see already the biggest difference in terms of the style here. We do see a little bit of poking supports here from What the Jess, whereas on the other side of the map, on the other side of the spectrum for MT here, we see an Alistar, a Rakan, and a Nautilus. I think the only thing that they have in common maybe is the fact that maybe Set's a little bit tankier across the board, but that's the only thing I feel like they have in common here. Because when we look at MT's ability to actually start fights, it really revolves around his utility aspect. Whereas What the Jess may be a little bit more pick-offs, a little bit more consistent poke, and maybe a little bit more damage across the board here, mostly because of the type of champions that he's picking up. So this is going to be a case here, a study of whether or not the support synergy is going to help enable their particular marksmen to actually pop off and hit their scaling markers as they should.
Yeah, so that's going to be a crucial thing there, but also along with that, it's going to be the drafts. But before we get into that though, let us know if you guys are over in the Twitch chat, your predictions about this particular matchup here, because the poll is already up on the chat. You can go ahead and vote for either the team you support or the team that you feel has the better chance of winning this matchup here. So go ahead, let us know your opinions inside the polls right about now. And you can see this is our opinion here. Team Flash, pretty much, I'm still putting a lot of my hopes onto them because I still feel that they have a lot of potential coming from a region like Vietnam that's very well known for having very talented Wild Rift teams and players. But nevertheless, though, Buriram also has their fair share of supporters in the form of Contra and Heron Pondo.
All right, so this is where we start to close the gap here between Contra, Pondo, and ourselves, Husky, myself, and of course Victor, who have actually voted for Team Flash, and I'm thinking that it is going to go 1 for 2. I do think Team Flash is going to do pretty well in this particular matchup here. Buriram United, I think they do have what it takes, but I feel like Team Flash, despite them having a bit of a lackluster appearance against Cerberus, I still think they're slightly better here against Buriram United.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one, especially I wonder whether or not yesterday's loss may have shaken the confidence a little bit. Granted, it is only against their own fellow countrymen, so perhaps they will have a much better kind of matchup against a team from a different region because of differences in either, you know, the kind of mentality or the kind of play style that they go with. But nevertheless, though, when it comes to Buriram United, you cannot really underestimate them because you leave them an inch, they will take a mile away from you.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case here. Buriram United is one of those teams that actually has a lot of what's the word for it? They like to punish a lot of these mistakes, and I feel that if they are I mean, it's like the equivalent of a counter boxer in boxing, right? I mean, every time a person tries to commit to an attack, Buriram United definitely has a very strong case of applying a counter immediately towards what is being levied against them. But against Team Flash, though, Team Flash is a team that, in my opinion, not exactly the easiest of teams to face up against, mostly because of just how impactful they are in their rotations, how impactful they are in terms of jungler intervention, and I think most importantly is how impactful they are in terms of their macro play. So I think it's a very close game here, but Team Flash definitely ahead in terms of the skill level. Karma, Lux being banned out respectively here for Team Flash and Buriram United. Shyvana as well, definitely going to be aimed towards Zissou. So I do think that maybe we might see a little bit of deviation from the standard bans that we see normally.
I'm suspecting they're going to leave either the Jace or the Lucian out available here, it looks like. I mean, again, okay, so Lucian is going to be banned out. There's still a couple more bans to go, so maybe I might be jumping in the shark a little bit on that prediction. And yeah, indeed, I just literally did, because Chase now has just been banned out. So okay, scratch that. It's the caster's curse here, unfortunately for me. But one last ban to go for Team Flash here. Let's see what it's going to be, because now they are leaving the Senna and the Nasus in the pool here. Or either one of those two. They are going to be banning out the Senna though, so yeah, without the Karma or the Senna, the Nasus may be nerfed a little bit, but we did see, especially in that last game, that sometimes if you can pair him well with someone like maybe even an Ashe, that can sometimes allow him to do his work.
I do think that's going to be the case here. Okay, no surprises. Noel now picking up the Nasus, and I'm thinking that the Nasus could actually be paired up with a Misfortune or maybe even with an Ashe. I'm not entirely sure whether or not the Misfortune could actually come into play. I guess it's really dependent on whether or not the Ashe, whether or not the Misfortune, because I feel like between an Ashe and a Misfortune, yeah, Misfortune does way more damage in terms of the ultimate with the bullet time, sure, but Ashe does a little bit more in terms of utility and creating pickoffs here. So I think it's a little bit less one-track mind in terms of you picking a Misfortune in this pickup here. But we do see, very important indeed here, Shy on the Zed, Zissou on the Echo, but hovers over to a Ziggs instead.
Yeah, and committing to the Ziggs pick, in fact. So that's going to be a lot of damage potential for that specific champion for sure. But what will Buriram United pick in response here? Now, granted, they're going to have 2 picks in a row here, so they certainly will take their sweet time to decide this specific one. But yeah, there's still options on the table here. They will pick the Garen first, so that's most likely going to go up onto the Baron lane there. But who are they going to be pairing together with the Nasus as well, or are they going to be picking another wrench here? But then most likely going to be keeping the support picks all the way to the end there. And yeah, it looks like they're hovering over the Kazakhs. If they lock this in, that's all the that's already, you can already see Garen being on the front line, Kazakhs on the back line. So there's already kind of an idea going on here, I think, on Buriam's side.
All right, so with the Kazakh being picked up for Archony, from Archony to his Golden Feet, I'm liking this. We've seen Kazakhs actually be very scary from the side of Buriram United, especially towards the stages of the game where he decides to go into the jungle. The fact that Coyote is going to respond with a Lee Sin for Zissou, I like this. I mean, no, they're going to go for the Riven instead. This could be interesting here. The Riven could actually play mid, could actually play Baron, whereas Shy is going to be giving the Z towards Coyote. Ellie is going to be holding on towards Ziggs, excuse me. So we already kind of know already what we have in store. We might actually see Golden Feet pass the Garen over to Archony if that were to be the case, since the mid laner is already picked up for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, still a couple more picks to go, and a couple more bans. They've already banned out Soraka, they banned out the set as well. A couple more bans to go before we get to see what the final picks will be. But this is a very interesting draft so far. Very much out of the norm here. Team Flash will be banning out the Ashe here, eliminating one of the good pairings here for the Nasus.
All right, so looking at how the Ashe and the Soraka has been put out of play here, it seems that they are very much adamant at denying Bank and What the Jess any opportunity for them to give any, how to say, a synergy between Bank and What the Jess. And I think that's going to be a wise choice. Ellie now with the Galio. I like this particular pickup. I don't entirely like the Ziggs pickup onto Ellie here, mostly because that all it takes is for the Nasus to reach a certain level, and then he'll just be able to just soak up a little bit of the damage and also scale up with the sustain that he has on his passive. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely not a big fan of the Ziggs into Nasus.
Yeah, that's going to be something I think Team Flash is going to have to watch out for. So yeah, I think new Yuumi is still in the pool, but would that work out for Buriram United's lineup though? I'm not too sure. They instead will swap out to Renekton instead, hovering over that Yuumi. And then What the Jess is going to have one more pick to go for their end before they hand off the last pick. And oh, they do commit the Yuumi to go along with that. So I like this. It's very tanky, the lineup that Buriram has. I mean, you got the Garen, you got the Renekton as well. And once Arkady on the Kazakhs is going to be able to get himself up online, he can definitely pop off. And the Yuumi and Nasus, I'm not too sure how that combination works well. But then again, Yuumi is a very useful healer. So Buriram United definitely will be banking on a lot of sustain through these fights here, especially up against a team like Team Flash that loves to take very scrappy fights.
Alright, so like you said, there is quite a lot of tankiness here on the side of Buriram United. There is not as much tankiness on the side of Team Flash, but they do have quite a bit of execute potential with Shy playing the Darius, Deathmark on Coyote, Ellie with the consistent pokes. They also have MT there to respond to any global threat. But looking at it here, it's going to be a close game between Buriram United and Team Flash. Both these teams now not playing no fools with each other, not playing no games, because it seems to be a very serious one indeed here, judging from both these teams' composition. And I don't know about you guys, but every time I see compositions like this, it's just hard to see clearly who is going to be on the winning path.
Yeah, it's kind of a case of like the strongest shield versus the strongest spear, isn't it? I mean, lots of damage potential, I think, from Team Flash's side, but conversely, a lot of tanking on Buriram United's side, so it's quite hard to say who's going to be able to come on top. I think it's going to come down to execution, really, on the take up the objectives that's going to make the difference here between these two. But knowing their propensity for taking scrappy fights here, I think Team Flash is going to bank on the chaos in order to try to mess up Buriram's own plays. So, I mean, Team Flash does thrive in chaos, but so does Buriram as well. So this is a perfect kind of matchup, I think, in that kind of regard. So, I don't know, this is going to be an interesting one to watch for sure.
Definitely going to be an interesting one between these two teams. I do think that between Buriram United and, of course, Team Flash, both these teams now have got to bring out their A game here. Between Buriram United and, of course, Team Flash, it is going to be a close one indeed. Thailand versus Vietnam. Buriram going up against Team Flash for game number 1, match number 3 of today.
Yeah, so it's going to be Garen mid, actually, against the Zed, whereas Renekton's going to be laning up on top against the Darius. Riven's going to be roaming around a lot, so is the Kazakhs. Bank and What the Jess currently facing off against Ellie and MT. It's going to be a very feisty one there, and Montman's already, right off the bat, they're just exchanging pleasantries between two of them, but What the Jess sustained a lot more damage compared to the rest of them, but naturally, as the Yuumi does certainly sustain a lot more damage, but definitely can keep himself safe by staying inside Bank's own pocket. Nevertheless, Darius still up on top at the moment. Looks like things are going to be settling in for a very, very slow first couple of minutes of the game until those objectives come out. I think that's when the contesting will start. While Bank attempts to keep Ellie and MT on their toes. The healing coming from Yuumi is allowing him to sustain a lot in this lane on his own, but certainly could help. Would definitely help Bank's case if he could get a little bit more damage done, because right now Ellie and MT can continue to bully him in this lane here, at least in this early phase.
Okay, we're going to be seeing a little bit of love taps there from What the Jess. I think that Buriram United there is definitely having a hard time here against Ellie and MT, mostly because of the amount of hooks that are coming their way. So it's going to be hard for Bank to actually bank in on those siphoning strikes and scale up faster.
Yeah, Zaizu clearing up the Skull of Crab here. I think he's already trying to set up for to join both Ellie and MT down in bottom lane, but we also see the Garen actually inside the jungle, but he's going to be making the recall though, as Riven is going to be focused on taking the buffs instead, so doesn't look like Gang is on the cards quite yet, as Noel pushes Shy all the way up to the turret now, but the wave of minions is already coming through with only 1 minute left. I don't think Noel is going to be sticking around for too long. Yeah, things are still very much on the balance here. Both sides not really having an advantage over the other, and neither really going for that early game aggression. So it's just more about ensuring that they're keeping up and scaling right about now. So we already see Noel already hitting the level 5. So has Shy. Who else is going to be able to join the card? Zaizu is already on 5th as well. Konofi coming up. It's the same time. So yeah, they're just very, very neck to neck at the moment, and without any major movements to get ganks, at least they're keeping things very, very well balanced here, at least in the first 3 minutes of this game.
All right, so looking at how this, what's it called? Looking at how Buriram United is actually building up a little bit the pressure here might actually indicate a strong gank over to the top side. Oh, wait.
Oh,
that,
Noel,
no.
very, very low. And Riven is around the corner, so Noel's going to have to back out very quickly. Oh, the jump. It came in just in time, and I thought he was going to be able to get away with it, but no. It still landed anyway. Now they're going to try to get the trade around the bottom here as Konofi joins into the fray, tries to jump onto Ellie while MT jumps in there, tries to put some damage on the Konofi, but still not able to save Ellie there. MT backs up onto the turret there, so at least it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
All right, okay. Seems like with MT now hanging out over to the bot side here, 1-for-1 trade across the board. Oh, we might see another one there between Archony and Coyote. Both of them now exchanging love taps, but Archony, they get away a little bit better out of that.
Yeah, they execute almost not quite landing the mark there, and especially the Coyote being that low, it's definitely going to rely a lot on Zaizu to try to keep the priority going on this lane. Well, still exchanging pleasantries is up on top here on the Baron lane. Noel having his armor broken, has to stay out of range of Shy, but then the minion wave is pushing him all the way to the tier 1. So I wonder if he's actually a bit behind, because Shy is already on to level 7. Noel's maybe about a couple hits away, but certainly Shy is starting to get a bit of a lead right now, at least on this top lane. Zaizu taking that Soul Crab. Let's have a look on the replay there. That's a good drag there by Shy, and the armor that was yeah, the thing was that Zaizu was coming around there, so no one knew he had to get out. And I thought the flash was going to be enough, but unfortunately the range, I think, of Darius' jump was enough to actually nail down Noel to earn that first blood.
All right, so looking at how both these teams actually play out for the priority, right? See, immediately, as soon as they come in, they immediately get out Shy, right onto the stun. Very well done indeed. Gets healed, but will be able to get away. I do think that that was worth there quite a bit, but could have been better for the side of Team Flash here. For the side of Buriram United onto Team Flash.
Well, at the very least, it puts a bit of a speed bump onto Shy's progress on that lane, so hopefully to allow Noel to keep up with him in terms of pace. So we're seeing a movement right now going towards that Rift Herald side of the river as the Yuumi joins in with Golden Jess to try to push around the mid, where it could be Ziggs is currently trying to defend, while Zaisu and Empty now start the Rift Herald. Wonder if Buriram is going to try to contest this. We already see Shy joining in. Noel is keeping an eye out, but they see a huge gathering here, so Buriram needs to try to pick this apart, but it's going to be quite hard, especially with the Shelly already down to a third of her health. It's only going to be a matter of time, and Shy is just keeping Noel at bay, while Empty tries to keep the other side at bay, or the other at the end. Oh, Coyote getting himself in a bit of a spot there. He's going to get taken out. Golden Feet is already down for the count. Empty now trying to get out of the way, while Arcane tries to put as much damage as he can onto him, but still not able to finish him off. While the Jess at least keeping him sustained in this lane so far, but then the lack of damage from BRU is making it hard for them to complete these kills.
Yeah, I do think that for the side of Buriram United, they need to be a little bit more aware of how they're going to be fighting against members of Team Flash, especially early stages here, because damage may be lacking unless Golden Feet gets into the fray or Noel gets into the fray. They are going to be, for the most part, the majority of the early game damage here, whereas Bank and Archani may take a little bit of time here to build up in terms of how much damage values they're able to put out into a fight.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's going to be a lot of responsibility is going to be on Golden Feet to mess up that back line, especially aiming for both Ellie and MT, because once the supports it down, I think then it will be much more easier for Buriram to dissect Shy, Zaizu, and Coyote. But at the moment, Ellie and MT very, very low, but fortunately no one close enough to finish him off, especially being in that middle of that. Oh, but then Yuumi does get the kill to Calio before he recalls though, so that at least they managed to get that one through. Now the Rift Herald will be sent down the top. They will finish off that tier 1 up there, and it looks like they're going to continue to keep priority here while they steal the buff away. Riven does, as was Jez and Bank definitely feeling a little bit proud of having taken out the Galio in that last minute shot.
All right, there is going to be for at least Buriram United an ability for them to actually get back into this fight. Goal differential here doesn't exactly tell a full story. We do see that Team Flash has been able to at least, what's the word for it? Secure themselves one turret, which gives them a little bit of tempo priority, how to say? A little bit of tempo advantage. I do think that for the side of Buriram United here, they need to be very, very wary on how they want to set up some of these fights. I do think that Team Flash here, as soon as they're able to spot out the jungler for Golden Feet, they immediately respond towards the opposite side of the map, which creates another opportunity that Buriram United cannot immediately respond to.
Well, at the moment though, with Team Flash still a little bit ahead, if he's already gotten one objective, I think it's going to be imperative for BRU to focus on those dragon buffs, because again, given that they are going to be tanky, the only thing that's going to put them a bit of a handicap is that if they aren't able to match the damage output Team Flash does, it's going to be very hard for them to sustain even with the amount of tankiness they have naturally. But that means that if they allow Team Flash to actually take away like Infernal Drakes, that's going to be a very, very tough one for Buriram from that point on. So you already see Team Flash moving to try to secure that side of the river now that the Drake is going to be the next objective that comes out. This is going to be a very hotly contested one for sure here. So, I mean, the Buriram needs to also make some good moves here, at least get some good vision actually around here, because that's the only thing that's making it a bit hard. So Golden Feet already starting the Color Crab, while Coyote and Zaisu all recalling back to base there, so actually seeing ground there, allowing BRU to actually get some good vision out around here.
Alright, so looking at how Buriram is actually moving around the map here, could actually signify that they want to be getting priority over to the mid side, open up mid side, and maybe mobilize towards the Infernal Drake. And this could be big for them here if they're able to get it off and running.
Yeah, Rift Herald is going to be coming up in another 15 seconds. Wonder who's going to be the first one to strike onto that. We already see Team Flash making some priority onto the mid lane now, actually making a bit of a push with the minion here, as Cold Feet is going to be trying to keep them at bay. But then Rift Herald is going to be coming out. We already see the Riven in position there to get that started. And in fact, the Riven will actually get that started now. So Team Flash is already moving to try to secure some objectives. But BRU has their eyes very much set on this Dragon Pit here. As long as Team Flash stays away from there, I think they're still okay with allowing them to take that one. But unfortunately, Bang is going to get caught out a little bit. What is just going to be forced to come out now to try to force MT out of the way. Golden Feet comes in, hopefully to back them up a little bit. Riven has already finished the Rift Herald now, and it looks like Team Flash wants to try to move in to try to perhaps counteract this, but unfortunately Coyote gets caught out though by the Garen in the meantime, so this could be a bit of a problem unless Team Flash does get a trade onto him though. We see Riven's kind of get onto the case, but I think even her alone is not going to be enough actually to take on Archnie, so for the most part she's just going to try to keep him at bay and hopefully at least keep this tier 1 turret alive, because that's going to be very crucial for Team Flash should they want to contest that Infernal Drake.
Yeah, so looking at how Bank is actually moving, we might actually see Yuumi actually attach himself to her. They're going to try to actually push out onto the turret, but they've got to be careful because there is going to be a dive capability that comes with Zissou. Judging from Noel as well, there is going to be maybe a counter push to his top side because they want to be getting the priority here. Because I'm thinking for either side of the team here, oh, wait, before that.
Oh, look at that. Zaisu came in just in the nick of time there, getting the knock-up onto Bang. Wanda just has to back out of the way, but unfortunately, now they lost one. Golden Fiend now comes in there to save the Yuumi just in the nick of time. Wanda just picks up the hunting fruit to keep himself alive, but Noel comes in there to bring a big crocodile threat here to the mid lane, and it forces the rest of Team Flash to back off. Darius, in the meantime, continuing his push around the top. Arkane getting caught up a little bit in the river side. You already see the Zed of Coyote moving in here. 30 seconds before the Infernal Drake comes up, and Noel is already moving in, trying to ensure that Shy doesn't take down this tier 2 turret.
Alright, so we do see that from the side of Team Flash. I do think that it is very even across the board, despite the fact that Buriram United does have one Drake in their pocket compared to Team Flash. 5 seconds before Infernal Drake comes in, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Team Flash is going to try to open up the mid lane here. They cannot let Bank actually just keep pushing up here. They need to... Okay, they're going to punish.
Yeah, they're going to try to punish this. Going on to Bank yet again there, but unfortunately not able to complete it. And with the Meteor Strike coming down, that actually puts Empty in a bit of an awkward spot. Now Arkane and Noel coming in here, but Felice who tries to go and jump in, tries to collapse onto them. Shy and Empty now getting into the fray as well. Lots of hell being traded so far, but Zaisu and Coyote got picked off from the start here. This putting Shy and Empty in a very tough spot here, because now they're going to be scrambling and try to get away there. Even though Bank is low, he's basically allowing an Arkane to go ahead and keep bullying MT and Ellie. They do take down Galio, and now that's actually going to give them a bit of agency, but unfortunately Noel and Golden Feet are taken out, so that's not going to allow them to go ahead and take the Drake quite yet.
This is why I'm not a big fan of, what's it called? I'm not a big fan of Ziggs, specifically in team fights, especially tight team fights like that, because the hard shots, I always feel like you always hit the hard shots, but it's the easy shots you keep missing. And I mean, it's a running joke that we have in League of Legends. I mean, you can predict the guy going here, you can predict the guy going there, but you can't even hit the floor if gravity helped you. So sometimes that's one of the reasons why I always kind of not. I'm kind of a little bit against the fact that Ziggs is in the meta, mostly because that sometimes a fight that could actually work out in favor of Team Flash just falls apart because they miss out on a lot of that initial damage.
Yeah, a bit of a toss-up going on in the mid. Oh, looks like they managed to catch out Noel, though, taking out the Renekton very, very quickly. Now MD is going to try to find another one. He gets a taunt on the Golden Feet. Now they're going to try to knock it up, collapsing straight on them. A good stun of the Arkane, though, but then he is tanking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, his armor is broken a little bit. He's going to try to focus it on Shy, while Zaisu goes ahead and actually gets started onto the Drake. Now trying to force Buriram into the fight here, knowing that they're a little bit behind, given that Noel is out of the way. They know they cannot contest because they don't have another major tanker on this side. So Team Flash, they're going to secure this Drake, and this could be huge for the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge one indeed, yeah, for the side of Buriram United, and excuse me, for the side of Team Flash. Looking at it, it is still very much even. Oh, nicely done.
Empty, but then, why did you do that? why'd you do
Oh,
that? Okay,
Shy,
maybe for
Shy survived.
Shy needs to be able to complete this, but he is not going to be able to complete the kill onto Conan feet though before he ducks away. Now Zaisu is going to continue to chase with Bank still having his armor broken, but unfortunately he's not able to close the distance at all. That seems like a bit of a waste though for MT to jump in like that if Shy wasn't going to be able to finish it. So I'm a bit skeptical about that decision.
I mean, Buriram United were able to send it around. Remember, this is a game of breaking the nexus here, not a game of how many kills over how many kills. So Buriram United, though they may be winning the game, closer and closer towards the end goal here is going to be Team Flash and Buriram United. Both of them very even across the board here.
Yeah,
as predicted.
Yeah, Bank and Noel currently still sticking around the mid. Darius and Garen are going to be facing off on the top, so it's mostly going to be split pushing while most of the attention is going to be focused on this middle lane, which, by the way, still has the tier 1 turret up, even though his health is very, very low on the Buriram United side. So they're really putting up a massive, massive defense here to try to keep the hope alive for them to, at least for Buriram's sake, to be able to contest some objectives. But it's looking quite hard for them as time goes on, though, because Team Flash are slowly but surely starting to come into their own, it feels like. But Buriram, nevertheless, though, will still continue to keep their presence in this middle lane here, completely trying to keep an eye out on both Ellie and Empty, because remember, that's the whole point of why they want to have Cold Feet to be able to hit the back line. But in fact, he's going to try to aim onto Zaisu first. Blast is going to come down, not going to land on most of anyone here, and Empty does come in, doesn't find anyone to pick up though. So it looks like we'll peel out from that little engagement. Ellie's still going to be around the side here while Shy joins in for the fray, but still, no catching, no knockups, no casualties.
Let's see how Buriram United and, of course, Team Flash, both these teams here are going up against the priority that's being built up from the side of Buriram United here. Bank and Golden Feet now very much want to open up this mid lane here. They want to free it up because they want members of Team Flash to think about the pressure that's coming on all these other side lanes. But we do see that because Buriram United is so focused onto the mid side. Oh, wait.
Oh, Bank almost got caught. He managed to flash out of the way, but Empty still giving chase though. But then now he gets taunt onto Arkany, trying to force out another fight from Buriram United, but they're not really taking the bait so far. Another shot there coming from the Ziggs, not only doing some damage to Noel, but he is able to get himself back up to speed. But finally does Team Flash take out the tier 1 turret, and that's finally a bit of a thorn on their side, but at least now that is out of their way.
Yeah, looking at how these two teams here are, what's it called? Going up, how to say, trying to build up the priority, trying to build up the pressure on either side of the lanes here, because Team Flash has consistently been able to stave off the advance of Buriram United in the mid lane, and they do have both Shy as well as Coyote pushing off the side lanes here. It's going to be a battle of attrition, so to speak. Really dependent on who is going to cave in first in terms of the advance, in terms of how they're going to pick up, start the fight, and how they're going to actually follow up.
Because Team Flash knows that the one thing they don't want to have is for Buriram to turtle and just snowball their way through, you know, as a 5-man squad, because that will certainly overrun them very, very quickly. So by keeping the side lanes pushed out like this forces Buriram to spread themselves thin a little bit. So that's why they're able to kind of maintain this harmonic balance that's going on in this mid lane. But right now, I think as time goes on, it's actually getting a lot better for Team Flash because they've already caught up now in terms of net worth, even though they were quite behind BRU at certain points. In fact, actually just already overtaken BRU now, so things are kind of looking a bit bleak here for BRU's side. They need to try to make some moves now to secure some additional objectives. So the Mountain Drake is going to be coming up, of course, in a few moments. The Baron's still up, but I don't think either team is going to be interested in taking that until the Drake objective is up and available for them to go ahead and take.
Okay, so looking at how... Alright, so we do see Zissou as well as Bank now might actually fight off against each other. If Bank actually decides to go up ahead, he can, mostly because he does have his Winter, he does have his Ludens. Does have Rylai's as well as Redemption. He's very, very strong indeed. Will be doing quite a bit of damage as well. Can't even see how many's away.
Oh, MD jumps in straight away. Bang is going to try to force him out of the way there with the shots coming through. Zaizu is going to be taking most of the brunt of that attack, but Team Flash is going to try to peel away, hoping to try to transition this towards the Mountain Drake. But BRU is also positioning them well to try to keep them away from the river. Now Zaizu is going to try to face out against Arcany. Actually gets a lot of damage done on him, especially with the armor broken, and that's going to force him into to use the Guardian Angel. Now Golden Fist is going to try to take on Zaizu. Zaizu has to back out of the way. Now Shy attempts to try to take the kill onto him, but it's still, the stasis is going to be applied straight onto him, and is he going to be taken on? No, Golden Fist is still alive. He comes back in there, gets the kill onto Darius. He gets a kill to the Galio as well. Burium United finally forces Team Flash out of the river now, and they didn't quite take the Drake yet, but then still, that was still looking like a very, very feisty little fight there.
Yeah, I do think that between Burium United as well, the way they started that fight, that definitely worked out in their favor. I didn't entirely like the fact that Shy was kind of in the middle of everything. I mean, he's supposed to be in the middle of everything there, but if your team isn't nearby to actually supplement the damage to get everyone down to the Noxian Guillotine Execute range, right, then I don't see what's the point. You want to survive, give up the objective, it's fine. But don't ever, like, how to say? Like, you've got to be very wary of it. Oh wait, before that, Buriram United though.
You're going to try to take the Elder Dragon away because they know that with the Elder Dragon in hand, Team Flash may become unstoppable, so they're just doing their best to try to keep them zoned out while they try to finish it up. And unfortunately, now they're going to be forced to fight here. Zaizu going to be focused upon now, but the taunt does come through on the both Bang and the Golden Feet. Golden Feet now aims onto the river and takes him out. Now they're going to try to aim onto the Shy. He's going to be stunned out completely, and his shots coming through, and Shy finally gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping the floor clean of them, takes the Elder Drake as well, and looks like that is going to be all they need now to start to bring the punishment onto Team Flash.
All right, that is all she wrote here for Team Flash. Unfortunately for the Vietnamese team of Team Flash, it is not only going to be the Elder Dragon, but it's also going to be Baron here. 15 seconds, 10 seconds on the clock before Coyote comes into play. By the time he gets there, it's not going to be enough. It's just going to be too much for them. It's the beginning of the end. Let's take a look at the fight here.
Yeah, I mean, it really kept them completely separated and split out, and that's really key here because it makes it quite hard for Team Flash to coordinate their attacks. And with the amount of chaos that was going in the middle of the pit there, they really was trying to ensure that none of Team Flash gets close enough to try to steal the Dragon away. In fact, they were just basically massacring them as soon as they get close enough to the Dragon. Shy and Empty, fortunately getting caught in that crossfire there and just completely overwhelmed by BRU. This was a situation that Team Flash was really wanted to avoid, where BRU just basically turtles together and makes it very, very tough for them to sustain in that fight. So Zaizu, Coyote, and Shy, they actually spot Noel. Are they going to be attempting an ambush here? It's a 3v1. They could be liable to try to take him down. They are all level 15. Stuns are going to be coming through onto this, and look at that, melting him down, forcing out the Guardian Angel. Golden Feet is going to be coming into the fray, but are they going to have enough damage though? Unfortunately, I don't think the Renekton is going to be able to stay alive long. They are still able to take out one on Shy. They're going to try to take out Ellie as well. Arcany is, as Empty attempts to try to get out of the way. They managed to peel off somewhat, but it did lose Shy and Zaizu in the process. So unfortunately, that's going to concede a couple of towers for them. In fact, the mid tier 3 will be taken down by Arcany, so they already opened up a massive opening here, and BRU, they're already poised to go in for the kill.
All right, tier 3 already opened up. It's only a matter of time. Buriram starts with the first blood. First blood, first win of the day. Looks like it is going to be all she wrote here, as one by one, Team Flash eliminated from the process. It's going to be game over. Match number 3 concluded very, very convincingly in favor of Buriram United.
Yeah, it looked like Team Flash was already on like the path towards like a surge going on there, but Buriram shut them down with a series of very well executed fights around the pit, and that team wipe around the take of the Elden Dragon that actually enabled BRU to take the Baron as well. And after that point, BRU had all they needed to really push the high ground from Team Flash. Let's have a look at the replays here.
All right, some really interesting highlights here, and this is the reason why most people actually pick up the Garen into Zed, mostly because of how much HP per level, how much HP scaling you have, base health as well as resistances. On top of that, you do have the ultimate where you can just drop the Demacian sword on top of its head, And I'm thinking that for a lot of Garen mains, a lot of Garen players out there, excuse me, let me rephrase that. A lot of players who play against a Z really do not give enough credit towards the Garen mid that has helped win so many of those matchups here, because Garen is in such a way intrinsically sustainable in the lane. He's able to just walk back a little bit, get back his HP, and then immediately pushes out. Let's take a look at who our MVP is. It's going to be Buriram's Bank with 3, 2, and 12. For the other side, though, it's going to be Empty with 0, 5, and 7.
Yeah, it was quite crucial for Bang to be able to provide the damage, really, to allow Coldplay and Arcany to be able to finish things off. So definitely a well-deserved one there, especially for that kill participation there. So Team Flash, in the meantime, though, had to bank a lot onto Empty, but I feel that there may be a few missteps by Team Flash in certain points that may have costed them a bit of progress, but they did manage to kind of stabilize things by the mid-game. But then the thing was that Buriram already were setting themselves up for that final kind of confrontation, and really it was around that Dragon Pit where things kind of turned around there for BRU, because they knew that as long as they could force Team Flash into a 5-on-5, it was going to be only a matter of time before they would be able to steam them over.
All right, this is going to be the numbers here. The statistics, gold gold at the end of 22 minutes, and man, the differentials here, it was rather back and forth, with Buriram holding on towards the opening stanza and Team Flash taking it away. But the experience overall just tells a whole different story here.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, taking taking the Infernal Drake there definitely helped Team Flash a little bit, but then still BRU was able to like counteract them quite well, and eventually forcing them into fights that were unfavorable really costed them a lot of that progress.
All right, speaking of which, we would like to thank our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, so do check out Snapdragon Elite Gaming on all of their relevant websites and ads. And of course, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And for those of you guys who would love to join in the discussion, go over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Drop us your input, drop us some love, or drop us some criticism. Entirely up to you. Game number 2, Buriram United, Team Flash, comes up right after this. I'm Hound, he's Victor Cax. We'll see you for game number 2.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
like the sound of this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, bringing you the top teams for Wild Rift for the Southeast Asian region. My name is Victor Cass. Joining me here is the Hound. We're going to be bringing you guys game number 2 here between Buriram United as well as Team Flash. And Buriram United, you know, it started off slow and things were kind of back and forth, but it ended up with a massive finish here. Let's go ahead and have a look at who was a key player on the side of Buriram United Esports and made that happen. It was Bank on that Nasus, having a KDA of 7.5, a kill participation rate of 83.3%, a GPM of 718, DPM of 1,238, a DTPM of 1,733. He certainly was tanking a lot for his team.
I mean, no surprises there considering that he was playing the Nasus. And I mean, he was on the receiving end of a terrible laning phase where he was just pelted with spell after spell after spell after spell after spell. I don't entirely how to say, dispute the numbers, but for those of you who don't understand the context of said numbers, I would advise you to watch the previous game because, I mean, Buriram United did give a very valiant fight against Team Flash, but the early stages of the game, I think that 17,000 just came from like the learning stages, the laning phases of the game.
And it just goes to show how important it was for Buriram to secure that Yuumi pick, because otherwise I think Bank would not have such a good time actually in that last match. So now coming into the second game here, I mean, what do you think Team Flash kind of needs to do here in the counteract Buriram?
I'm thinking that they need to actually be very wary of these scaling compositions that allow members like Buriram United to be able to hit their stride once they hit like a certain timestamp, right? So it's kind of like the scientific hypothesis, right? If X is 20 minutes, right, then probability of Buriram United winning increases. So they need to take away that probability, right? Because there's always the issue with the center Nasus or a Nasus in general, a scaling composition. It takes them time to get to it, but once you get to it, all you have to do is just go even. You have to make sure that you don't lose out, you don't feed the enemy team too much. And even if you do, right, even if you give them like 0-2, you still have chances to win, provided that maybe instead of 20 minutes, it becomes 25 minutes. Because you're delayed by such, right? But enough about the speculation, enough about theory crafting and theory explanation. Let us go into the picks and bans. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft is here. Buriram United on the blue side, Team Flash on the red side.
Yep, first bans are still being mauled over Buriram, and yep, they're going to be banning all the Lux, so that looks similar to game 1 as well. So you definitely know which ones to target. I mean, definitely there's targeted ban to Ellie for sure, as Team Flash bans out of Karma. So looking at the same sort of patterns again, they're just really targeting these kind of bans towards the support players here, the support and marksman players. Jace is going to ban out. I'm going to be expecting a Lucian here unless Team Flash has other plans in mind. But yeah, it's still going to be taking their sweet time in order to determine that decision here. But I think like the one problem for Team Flash was that again, it was the tankiness from Buriram that even though they had damage potential, it still made it quite hard for them to sustain fights. And they knew that, you know, once the power spikes come in and Buriam turtles up, it was going to be very, very hard for Team Flash to actually break through that kind of lineup. So I think Team Flash needs to be able to dissect them a lot more better in the early phases of the game, keeping especially the Nasus suppressed. But I digress though. I'm not too sure if they're going to allow the Nasus through in this one here, because they already banned out both the Karma and the Senna. They only have one more ban to go, and they have to decide. You want to ban out the Nasus, or maybe you want to ban out the Yuumi, and or perhaps leave Buriam in a bit of a tight spot. And yeah, they do ban out the Nasus, so really just targeting everything towards the scaling meta.
All right, it is going to be a very, very good one indeed here between these two teams, mostly because that when I look at the Senna, Nasus, and Karma banned out here, I think it just goes to show that the entire team of Team Flash just spent 3 bans on the Dragon Lane alone.
Exactly my point. I mean, Team Flash knew that the Dragon Lane was what lost them the game the last round because of the scaling. So this is really targeting all those bans out there. So Buriam United responds with the Shyvana's pick. And that certainly signals to me that Buriam will be very, very much objective focused, I think, coming into this specific game. Now, Team Flash responds with a Morgana and set pick, and Buriam brings out the good old Renekton to be the main tanker, I think, on Buriam's side.
A semi-double flex pick here for Shai and Zissou. We do see Archony now hovering over the Kassadin. Could be an option that they decide to choose. Now, I'm looking at it here. We do see Zed is open, so maybe look forward to seeing Coyote respond with Zed. Maybe that could be an option for him, or maybe even a Galio. I guess it really depends. We do see that with Archony hanging on towards the Kassadin, there is going to be quite a bit of roaming pressure, and if Buriam United actually gets the foot through the door early on, we're going to see Team Flash up against the ropes.
Yeah, so taking a lot of time here to decide the options. I mean, Zed would be the most obvious counter pick, but a Galio will work as well. But no, instead they go for they go for the Kazakhs here. So, this is going to be interesting.
All right, so the reason why they want to be going for that particular pickup is because that they are able to save out. Maybe they've already decided, maybe we'll let Shai push the Morgana onto Coyote, right? Because as far as they know that Noel has picked up the Shyvana for Golden Feet, and we most likely know that Golden Feet is going to be giving the Renekton over to Noel. Archony is still going to be holding on towards that Kassadin in the mid lane. So maybe there might be an interesting opportunity for Team Flash to actually set up some counter picks here, or maybe even counter bans against members of Buriam United.
Yeah, and certainly they have that last ban to mull over right now for the next 18 seconds. It's going to be a crucial one. Yeah, to ban out the Yuumi. That was certainly another thorn on Buriam's, on the side of Buriam that made it quite hard for Team Flash to suppress that Nasus. Now, given that you already have the Kassadin in play, that together with the Yuumi is going to make it so difficult for sure. So it makes sense when they take it out. Buriam will respond though with a ban on both Garen and Jax. So that pretty much round things up. Now Team Flash will have the opportunity to pick in the next 20 seconds.
All right, 20 seconds left for Ellie and MT here. Long thoughts. Seems that Camille could be a very strong option for them. Hextech Ultimatum right into the Tactical Sweep and Precision Protocol, I think is a very, very good combination as well. So we're going to be seeing Bank here. So I'm thinking that with the Camille in play, that means Kha'Zix is going to go... Kha'Zix is going to go into jungle. Morgana's going to go to empty. They haven't picked out the ADC yet. Varus is in play, so that means that they have the Chain of Corruption as well as Piercing Arrow. What do you think about this?
I mean, it could work out well, especially if Shyvana's and the Renekton can hold their own quite well, especially those early phases, and give the space for the Kassadin to farm. Then perhaps that will enable the Varus to have a good time in this game here. So, but I think it's going to be incumbent on them to have a good support that will be able to provide them that sustain which they will need in these fights. But nevertheless, though, I mean, Kassadin definitely wouldn't need sustain in the late phase, but sustain during the early phases will be quite important for Buriam, and I think the Galio pick here certainly will be the one thing that they will need to patch that little leak.
Okay, so looking at how Buriram United has drafted, right? There is quite a lot of response towards CC, response towards engages that could be potentially dangerous and harmful to them from the side of Team Flash. I do think that Buriram United does have the tools to be successful against members of Team Flash, but Team Flash themselves, though, lock down a little bit more consistent across the board here. Hextech Ultimatum, Nimbus Strike right into the knockdown. We got also the showstopper from Zissou as well. So there is a lot to think about here as we head into the Rift relatively soon.
Yeah, especially with the Wukong pick here. Oh, okay, no, they switch off. Okay, yeah, still a Wukong pick. But yeah, with that done, there's a lot of CC potential in Team Flash, and I think they could actually use that to their advantage here, especially to keep that Kassadin suppressed, and perhaps as well to catch the Savannah as she roams around a bit. So this could be a good lineup here for Team Flash, not gonna lie. I mean, definitely a lot more of a stronger game plan, I feel, compared to game number 1. But then Buriram, again, they're just going to be banking on the scaling, I think, that Noel is going to be able to bring on that Kassadin to finish off the game for them. So Team Flash knows they're going to be running on the timer. It's going to incumbent on them to keep Buriram United as suppressed as possible in this early phase of game number 2.
All right, so we're going to be seeing both these teams now line up against each other. You can see them here in your view. This is going to be Buriram United in the colors of blue and pink, if I'm not mistaken. And you're going to be seeing on the opposite side. What's the name of the team again?
Team Flash.
Team Flash. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh man, this has been a very long day. Sometimes I can just, yeah. Anyway, excuses on the side. These two teams now ready, steady to fight. And we know for a fact that once they get into the game, it is going to be fireworks between these two teams. Buriram United, Team Flash. Not only are they competing against their respective regions, but they're competing against each other from other different regions to prove who is among the best in the Southeast Asian server.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for them to get started into the Rift right now. I mean, I'm having lots of anticipation for this game here because I think it's going to be a lot more tougher for Buriram to, stay safe during this early to mid-game phase here, especially with the amount of CC the Team Flash has. Hopefully, they'll be able to bring it all together, though, once they get into the Rift, because as long as the Team Flash are able to keep them suppressed, this is going to allow them to negate whatever scaling that the Kassadin will bring in, and that's going to be the key thing when you're up against Kassadin in these kind of games, right? You want to not only try to beat the clock, but you also want to keep the pressure onto that scaling champion and ensure that he doesn't have too much agency on his own. Now, Bank Watch Jess currently exchanging things with Ellie and Empty just as they did before, but this time around it's going to be the Varus and Galio versus the Morgana and the Set. So Arcane in the meantime, Renekton laying in the mid right now against a Camille. A bit unusual, but then again, Renekton does work well, especially early phase here. He at least will have none of the tankiness to deal with the attacks that comes from the Camille for sure. While in the Baron lane there's Wukong versus that Kassadin, and definitely a good one there because Wukong has a lot of CC they can use in order to try to prevent Kassadin from popping off too much, and hopefully especially during those team fights, you'll be able to target him very much well. Oh, Coyote! What was that though? It looked like Coyote was having his back against a wall, but then just one turnaround there, he just actually takes out the Arcane instead.
I think that revolved around the fact that the projectile was going to hit him anyway, and Coyote hit it with the precision protocol as well, on top of everything else. So I'm thinking that it was a matter of seconds there from Archony.
Yeah, Noel and Shy still exchanging pleasantries up on the top here. But then Shy tries to get the jump onto Noel though. A sign is going to be brought out and that forces Shy to back out of the way. Ward is going to be placed down by Noel to try to spot out the bush should Wukong try to do those kind of moves again. But he knows that Wukong is going to be playing this very sneaky kind of play. But Noel keeps the pressure amped up on him, forcing Shy to bring out his clone there to negate that damage. But you see what a Jazz coming in very, very hot from the riverside. Shy quickly jumping away there. Ooh. Flash is just in nick of time and just out of the range of Watch Jess's attack.
Okay, so looking at what the Jess and Noel, both of these teams now, excuse me, what is just at Noel from Buriram now. Both these teams are exchanging quite a bit here with the Hexagon Ultimator onto Archini. Archini may not be in any trouble here, was able to slice and dice away empty. Tried to make the face breaker happen, but Archini was too fast.
Yeah, and too tanky as well. I mean, especially in the early phase here, don't necessarily have the damage at level 5 or 4 here, both Coyote and Empty, in order to deal with this. So, gonna have to try it again. What Jess now going to chase onto him, get the taunt onto Camille, now tries to bring damage onto Empty. Empty's gonna get caught up there, the Barry keeping him alive for a little bit, but finally the hit comes through and the set gets taken down. Coyote not able to counteract that, is gonna have to recall away while Buriram continue to push on in the mid and hopefully be able to put some damage onto that mid tier 1.
Very nicely done from the side of Buriram United as well as Team Flash. Both of them now getting 1 for 1 across the board. We do see that Ellie could be in a bit of trouble here. Maybe we could see some assistance from the bottom side jungler here, but it seems that with the reset coming and priority is slowly shifting towards members of Team Flash bot side, I don't think there's going to be any action, actionable action to be taken.
Yeah, I mean, right now, objectives aren't even on the board, aren't on the Rift yet, so it's really going to be a battle more about your scaling in your farm at the moment. And in that sense, Noel has been suppressed quite well from Shy so far. I mean, Shy has just constantly been amping up the aggression, and with the clones coming in as well, that makes a lot of targets there that Kassadin has to deal with. So certainly it's going to be a very favorable lane here, I feel, for Shy on that Wukong. Meantime, though, I do wonder what's going to be happening on that on Zaisu's end here. He's so far already on level 6. He's trying to scan around to keep an eye out on the river side. Not spawning anything so far, but yeah, I think still awaiting those objectives to come in there. It's still going to be incumbent on them getting these getting into the team fighting stage before we can really see any major shifts in terms of the power balance here.
Yeah, I think it really depends also, like the shift of the power balance I think is really important for the side of Team Flash if they actually want to be shifting, excuse me, if they want to be pushing the game into game number 3. But if Buriram actually puts quite a bit of investment into Noel as well as Archini, then they will definitely be very, very dangerous. And look at that Noel now, taking a little bit of love taps onto Shy. He does have his Rift Walk here. Got to be very careful that Shy doesn't actually set him up for a gank.
Yeah, right now objectives are coming out in the next 5 seconds. It's going to be the Ocean Drake first, followed by the Rift Herald. So this is going to be a point of contention here, certainly for both of these squads, as Wukong just recalled back. That's going to allow Kassadin a bit of space to farm right now, as Water Jets and Bang swaps around to the mid here to keep the Morgana at bay, while Coyote and Arcanine just exchanging things around here. A good stun and an armor break here onto the Camille, but not going to be able to follow up with that. Coyote already on level 8. Bang Water Jets in a bit of a tight spot here. Going to try to collapse straight on. Good taunt there as a Colin Feet jumps straight onto Empty, trying to get himself all the way down, but unfortunately the shielding comes up and the turnaround comes true. So BRU unfortunately sustained too much damage there. Couldn't really continue that pursuit. Wukong was thinking that he was going to be able to come in there, but seeing that they've already disengaged, he is backing off a little bit, but he's more focused on that Kassadin. He's going to be pretty much the one to try to keep Noel suppressed, I think, especially with the early to mid-game phase.
Yeah, early to mid-game phase I think is going to be very important here. Looking at how, Open's upside though.
Yeah,
Noel and Shy.
I mean, he can constantly just keep spamming that, using the clone to just try to keep Noel zoned away from him while he continues to farm those minions. While Jess, Colin Feet, and Bang keeping priority on this mid here, they still want to keep an eye out for when Team Flash decides to make a move on those objectives. And in fact, they already made a move onto the Rift Herald, and it looks like they will take the Rift Herald here on the red side, while Noel actually gains a lot of damage there from Shy, almost gets taken down. Fortunately enough, he's going to be able to recall and flash away, but that's spending a lot of utility there in order to get out of the way there. In the meantime, though, they managed to catch out Colin Feet out in the river here, and the Rift Herald is going to be sent down mid. It's forcing BRU to try to defend this tier 1 turret, but I don't think it's going to be able to last for long, though. Arkney able to keep Zaisu out of the way there. Oh, they do take down the Shelly just before that turret goes down, so that might be a little bit of a sigh of relief on the Buriram United side.
A little bit of a sigh of relief for sure, but there is also an issue in terms of, how to say? the Herald actually creating quite a bit of issue for Brilliant United here, because all Team Flash needs to do is just push it out, get that mid lane opened up a little bit, then it's going to be freer for them to move around.
They just need to try to find some space. What Jess and Bang trying to keep Ellie and MT at bay, though, as they try to set up around that Ocean Drake. But they really want to keep the priority going while Noel keeps Cassin distracted on the top lane. But Shy has done so well to get that tier 1 turret up top down to a sliver of health. So he's certainly making a lot of good progress on his end here, keeping that Cassin suppressed and distracted. But Buriam needs to try to make some moves now to try to secure this major objective. But Team Flash is just not making it any easier, especially with Golden Feet, Zaisu already getting started onto that Ocean Drake here. Team Flash is already poised to try to take this objective. BRU trying to dance around here, trying to see if they can catch someone just off the outside, while Team Flash maneuvers around to the mid, and that's going to force BRU to strike. Jumping straight onto it, they'll manage to catch out Shy and Ellie. Now they're going to try to get onto Empty here, getting the taunt and the kill as well, and to get another kill onto the Wukong as they all collapse onto Team Flash. Zaisu managed to get out, jump out of the way, and this is now the space created here for BRU to go onto the Dragon, but need to watch out for Coyote though. The Camille is still around, and Water Jess is still a little bit low, and she almost managed to get a shot down onto that. Arcane now trying to keep Coyote at bay while they continue to take down the Ocean Drake. Ellie attempted to get a shot, didn't quite get it though. BRU still picks it up. The Shyvanas gets the Dragon, and Ellie and Coyote now have to back off here. They failed to take that objective.
Ellie getting taken down to about 30% HP. Now we're going to be seeing Archony and Coyote now. Both of these guys exchanging a few love taps between one another. Nothing too dangerous amongst themselves here, but Zissou now gonna get taken down. Is it the end of Zissou? Boom, there is the end of Zissou.
Yeah, Shy now coming in to try to get some revenge. He's gonna be able to do a lot of damage onto Noel on that one shot. He's gonna be able to jump yet again. Golden Feet comes in here to try to stop Shy, but then Shy has his sights firmly set onto that Cassin, takes him down completely, and then swings away, gets out and gets away with it.
Oh man, I feel like what's it called? How these, oh wait, we're gonna be seeing another one though.
For the Jazz, he's in a very top position there, getting in the taunt there, forcing the Empty in a bit of a wrong position. Might overextend it a little bit, almost get himself taken out. Oh, that shot there almost lands it, but then Empty was just out of the angle there, so fortunately he's able to get away. Arcany facing a lot of pressure from Camille down in the bottom here, only between Sliver's health. Oh, no. Coyote almost getting the jump onto him, getting an exit ultimatum. I think Arcany may not be long for this as well, but Golden Feet comes in here trying to get a save, maybe get a trade at least though, because unfortunately Arcany does fall, so they do get the trade in the form of the Camille though. But I think very much worried about what the Noel is going to be doing from this point on, because Shy so far has been keeping him suppressed, but he's already close to that level 13, so hopefully he's going to be able to come online a little bit here, but until then he's going to have to take a bit of a back seat here while the rest of his team tries to pick up the slack.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case here. I guess, like I said, it really has to depend on whether or not the other members of Team Flash can actually pick up the slack. I do think that neither of these teams, not to say neither of these teams are slacking off, but there are moments where maybe because of lack of communication, or maybe that the communication lines aren't clear, that we're going to be seeing some inefficiencies here across the board.
Yeah, I mean, so far, still very much the teeter-tottering, like a seesaw right now between these two teams, but it's certainly quite clear at this point that Team Flash is having the much better tempo at this point, because objectives-wise, they are certainly taking some good ones here, at least at the top side, but then the mid and bottom side tier 1 turrets are still up though. They need to try to make some moves to actually take those down. We already see the Camille already trying to confront Arcany, and Empty actually going to get intercepted by Golden Feet, and what the Jess, this could be bad though. He's going to get taunted, taking a lot of damage there, suppressed, and jumped all the way to the back line here. Bang is going to be in the fray, lets out a shot. Empty puts on the barrier just enough to keep him out of danger there, but Golden Feet continues to bring the chase. Empty unfortunately going to be forced to confront this, and unfortunately can't quite get out of the way. Now Arcany going to be surrounded a little bit, but Golden Feet and Jess are still going to be around. They're going to try to jump onto Coyote and Zaisu. But Arcany now rolling in here, getting the stun to the Zaisu, forcing the flash to come out. Ellie is going to be coming up from the sideline here, forcing Water Jess back out of there. BRU thought they might be able to get a kill, but then still, it's looking like they want to try to dance around this jungle here. Water Jets and Golden Feet spawning where Zaisu and Coyote is. Going to force them out of the way, but still they pick up the buffs anyway though. And Buriam United fails to find the victim that they were looking for.
Yeah, so for Brilliant United now, they will be able to score at least 2 more kills ahead of Team Flash. We do see that Team Flash now holding on towards about a 1.3 thousand goal advantage here for them. I do think that for Brilliant United, here, they have their best interest to actually control. Okay, let's take a look at this here. MT was in the middle of it all, immediately gets taunted, gets hit. And we do see that with how MT is just out of position. Members of Brilliant United just fall in.
Ooh, Hexa Ultimate straight on Arcany, and that will be the dead Renekton right now. Not quite a situation BRU will need at this point with 20 seconds until the Baron comes out. Team Flash is just trying to create some space right now, and it's kind of forcing the attention of Noel out on the mid here, and Shy tries to defend his tier 1 turret. But 12 seconds ago, before that Baron comes up, is Team Flash going to be making moves to secure it? It looks like already Shy and Ellie are headed their way up the jungle there. BRU going to try to get the skull already. I think they already got the skull crab actually, as Noel moves up to the top lane to ensure that the wave of minions doesn't push too far towards that tier 2. But at the moment, it seems like things are simmered down now, and so far, Buriram has done well to keep that mid-tier 1 turret up. Unfortunately, they lost their bottom tier 1, so this is going to make it a bit hard for them should the fighting transition into the jungle. But nevertheless, Golden Feet, Water Jets, and Bang is still hoping that at least with this tier 1 turret up, it's going to make it a bit difficult for Team Flash's side to take objectives at this stage here. So right now, they're just trying to keep them at bay, trying to keep a distance from them as well, trying to see if they can catch anyone out. Really, really dancing with danger here up in this river as Shy comes to the fray. Water Jets going to be caught up in the middle here. The silence going to be on Coyote, but then he jumps straight into Water Jets, burning him down his HP. Shy and Zaizu jumps into the fray as well. Now they got Golden Feet dead to rights as well, forcing him to bring out a barrier along with Arcany, but a triple knock up there forces them to fight under the turret. Now that the Rift Herald actually takes it down, BRU unfortunately have to back completely out this fight, and now space has been created for Team Flash to take the Mountain Drake.
Very, very beautifully done there from the side of Team Flash. What the Jess left in the middle of it all, but look at that. Ellie now almost gets taken down. Luckily enough for the Black Shield. We do see Noel now being very aggressive indeed, but nothing comes out of it aside from lowering Ellie to about 30% HP.
Yeah, so 6 for 6 right now, but then Team Flash does have a net worth lead and a Mountain Drake in hand. I would still say it's a very, I would say it was a balance kind of a thing, but then we already see Noel coming up to level 13, so the suppression that Shy was bringing in the early phase there may have delayed things a bit, but then Noel now is already up to speed at this point here, so now it's just a matter of seeing whether or not Team Flash has what it takes. Let's have a look at this replay right now. You can see Coyote getting the Hextech ultimatum onto Wild Jets, and that pretty much ended the Galio's life there and forced the rest of BRU to collapse onto Team Flash to try to get trades. But the triple knock up there, look at that. That pretty much forced BRU in a very tight spot, especially with the Shelly taking down the turret and realized it was not going to be in their best interest to stay there for the fight. They had to back out. It's Golden Feet right now, goes in the chase onto the MT here. They want to try to contest this Baron take here, I feel, and BRU is just trying to force them out of the way. Noel coming in here. He does have an ultimate. He's going to try to jump in. And they do take out MT though in the process. Now BRU still sticking around, still trying to see if they can find another target here. Could have been Zaizu, could have been Shy, but then neither of them get caught out by the CC, so BRU will back out the way.
Alright, so it seems that they're all going to be going towards Coyote. Coyote now in a little bit of trouble here. Gets hit with the Rift Walk. It's only a matter of time before Golden Feet comes here. Oh, goes full dragon.
Jumps around the Coyote. Hex Alvin, oh, didn't land on the Coyote. He flashed out the way just in time though. Well, before he was going to get punished for that, but that miss on the Hex Tech definitely could have been really, really bad for that Camille. Nevertheless though, we do see that the rest of Buriram recalls back, regroups now. They do have quite a lot of strength on their side, but I think they just need a little bit more coordination in these fights. But the thing is, with them being so spread out, the map here is really looking like scraps all left, right, and center here. There's another scrap between Shy and Arcany in front. The Baron Pit here signifies the Team Flash is already making their moves now to secure this Baron side of the river here. And hopefully, I think they really want to try to zone BRU out of this here and prevent them from being able to get that buff. Coyote, though, in a very tough spot. One of the Jets gets a jump onto him, gets a taunt, gets the kill onto Camille. And that might be a good opening here. That's forcing Team Flash now to abandon their plans, I think, on the Baron, or maybe even double down on it, maybe. But then the thing is, Camille's going to be out for 40 seconds, so what can it do in the meantime? Maybe try to get some side lane priority, but it need to watch out because already Noel is pushing on the bottom lane here, and that side push could be crucial here in order to prevent Team Flash from having an easy take on the Baron.
Yeah, I agree with that. Looking at it, between Team Flash, even though they are behind in terms of kill, they are ahead in terms of turrets that they have accrued for themselves. Buriram United, though, not the same case. They've only been able to destroy 1 turret in total. So I'm thinking that Buriram has to be very proactive in terms of how they want to be attacking members of Team Flash, because if they don't consider it very, very carefully, they're just going to lose out on whatever advantage that they have, and Team Flash will close out the game easily.
Yeah. Right now, it's really still hanging on the balance here for both Buriram and Team Flash, and you know, with neither team having a clear advantage here, it's really incumbent on them not to make serious mistakes here to allow allow the other team to punish them. And you know how much Buriram would love to punish Team Flash for their mistakes here, because they are very much behind and they need to have a good fight on their hands here in order to retake the lead. As Noel jumps onto Zaisu, but Zaisu gets out the way there. Good shot there, only lands onto Empty, but isn't going to be able to initiate a fight though, as TF backs away. But we do see Wukong still keeping Renekton on his toes on that top lane, and that split pushing thing really is making it quite hard for Buriram to focus all their energies into these team fights. Good taunt there on the Zaisu, but then no follow-up coming through in time though, but they do try to change the target onto Empty. Cold Feet getting caught in the fray, taking a lot of damage, and unfortunately Shyvanas gets taken out. BRU does get the traded form to set, but they need to be able to kick another kill there. Good shot there on the Zaisu, putting him down to about half health, but unfortunately What a Jess and Bang don't really have the sustain required to stay around in this mid lane, so they have to back off yet again.
All right, meanwhile, bot side there, we're going to be seeing Coyote and Noel now, both of them interacting with one another. Nice Hextech ultimatum. Might have been off a bit more than he could chew, though.
Yeah, being Hextech in front of turret is never usually a good idea, especially when your health is that low, though. But nevertheless, Team Flash is going to use the opportunity to try to take the Baron. What the Jets is going to try to distract them a little bit, forcing them actually to come out, using the barrier to try to delay them a little bit while Bang tries to get into the fray. Noel comes in as well, gets the kill to the Wukong. This could be huge, though. Noel continuing to roll on. He wants to find another target here, maybe in the form of Zaisu. Aim straight on him. A silence as well. One more hit. A double kill for the Kassadin, but maybe he's not quite done. He sees the Ellie going for the recall, but I realize the space has been created already. He doesn't need to pursue this any more than he needs to.
Yeah, Buriram right now, they're in trouble though. They need to get as many turrets as they can, and they have been able to get the second one. 2 more in order to even it out, and I'm thinking that they need to open up the third, the tier 3 turret at Baron side, mostly because that they need to, they need a little bit of that priority here.
And that's only going to amp up the pressure for the Team Flash, because without the support, that tier 1 turret on top is going to make it harder for them to decide to take the Baron when they want to. So it's the window of opportunity is slowly starting to slip away from Team Flash, and I think they know it as well. So they're going to try to pressure BRU in front of this Elder Dragon here, but BRU is just keeping a wall of defense on this river here, preventing Team Flash getting close enough. Arcanine now catching Ellie on the sideline, putting a lot of damage onto him, while Coyote has to watch from the side. Shy and Zaisu not able to do anything to save the Morgana. She gets taken out. Empty keeps an eye out from the side. Is he going to be thinking about going for a steal though? He's been spotted out as Shy as well comes into the fray, but BRU, they're very much turtled up into this defensive position here, making it very hard for Team Flash to be able to find an opening to come true. Now a taunt is going to be put onto Shy, keeping him his clone completely distracted, but Shyvana still completely takes out the dragon, and now they managed to get a bit of a knock-up onto Empty, but Empty still had enough health there, you know, to slip away, so that's a good objective. Now Hexing ultimatum straight up, and what the Jets jumping in straight out of nowhere to go ahead and put the turret onto Coyote and prevents Camille from getting the kill onto Arcanine.
Elder Drake, excuse me, now on the hands of Buriram United. Buriram United now biting more and more out of the pie here, as Team Flash right now has to be very pensive in terms of how they're going to be interacting. Just 2 more turrets in favor of Buriram United for them to even out the odds here, and I think that Buriram United could actually close this out. No need for a third game.
Yeah, and I feel so bad for Team Flash. You know, they had a window of opportunity, 5 minutes ago to just take that Baron and, punish Buriram by taking out all the turrets. But I think they delayed things for so long that the Buriram finally got Noel up to speed. And once he's already a max level, the Castle can be very, very tough to deal with. Even though Team Flash is already having level 15 Wukong, Kha'Zix as well as Camille, still a solo Kha'Zix can easily deal with all of that, and combine that with the support provided by the Jazz and Bank. This can be a very hard fight here for Team Flash, as now BRU gets started on the Baron pit. They're already getting about halfway through. Arcany keeping himself on the flank here, watching out for Shy, making sure that he's not going to be able to steal this, but it seems like Buriram isn't going to be able to stay here for long though, because they know that it's going to be worse for them if they continue on with this Baron take. So at the very least though, this is coming back to status quo a little bit, but I would say Buriram looking a lot more stronger than they did 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, so looking at Buriram and Team Flash, right? Team Flash right now needs to turtle up just a little bit and try to get an ace over members of Buriram United. How they're going to do that is that they need to be very wary of their engagements here. They need to have Shy in the middle of everything alongside Empty. Coyote as well needs to follow up accordingly to make sure that members of Buriram United doesn't have any of these extra members here trying to actually, what's the word for it? Or try to actually output enough damage to put them on the back foot. So I think if Team Flash is able to deliver accordingly and adapt towards the situation that Buriram presents to them, I'm thinking that Team Flash could actually win this out really easily.
That's the thing, but both of them have been so back and forth and just kind of poking without really fully committing. Just made it just all these kind of exchanges, just eventually leading them now to this kind of a stalemate at this point. So neither side going to be able to have an easy take on the Baron. They pretty much have to force a major fight here before they will be able to take any other objectives, and they're kind of struggling to actually find that opening here, especially with that the threat of the Kassadin always hanging over their heads. But it's really going to be incumbent on them to find some way to pick apart Buriram's lineup here, maybe starting from the support side. That would be the crucial thing to kind of isolate the Kassadin itself. Or maybe Shy should continue to try to keep the push going on the split push going on the top here and keep Noel distracted here, and maybe separate him from the rest of the team. And hopefully they will have a much better time to deal with the rest of Buriram, the other parts of the map. But the split pushing thing here is just really allowing Buriram to sustain themselves in this stage of the battle right now. As yeah, it's still kind of hard for me to see how they're going to be able to overcome this kind of odds without the other side actually giving them the opportunity.
Okay, so looking at how Team Flash as well as Buriram United now, Buriram United does have quite a bit of the advantages here. The fact that they are actually jostling for position for the Elder is going to give them a lot of team fighting capabilities. Oh,
nice
look at
catch
that
on the
in the middle, all of Empty there.
Yeah,
Just managed to get hit there. We see another teleport there coming in the middle of it here, Victor. This could be a very interesting fight in the middle of it all. We do see the hit onto 4, where goes Stasis immediately. Hextech Ultimator comes up. We do see the Dragon Fett going to borrow onto it, but we do see that in the middle of it all, there is somebody damaging onto the Dragon here. Will they be able to steal it out one by one? We do see Team Flash now taking it, turning it around.
Literally on the edge.
Could it be another one here? Buriram United now losing out too much. And there we go! The steal from Team Flash!
And a double kill to boot as well from Team Flash. Ooh boy, this could be bad for Buriram United. They don't have bodies on the ground. In fact, Kassadin is alone in a 1v4. Now, I did say that Kassadin can handle 3, but then again, with no teammates to support him, he's going to have an uphill climb in this defense right now. What can he do? He does not have a lot of help, unfortunately. Guardian Angel is going to be popped up, and Team Flash completely surrounded Kassadin, eats him up completely, and then now straight away beelines their way to the Nexus, takes it down, ends the round, and makes sure that we're going to be going to a 3rd game series.
I mean, I called it as it is. Team Flash and Buriram United, both these teams here. I mean, the margins are super thin. The margins are very, very razor thin between these two teams. All it takes is just one really bad call, and Team Flash immediately takes control and handily delivers Buriram United their walking papers. We are going to go to our third game, our third game of today, and it's going to be in this third match. Sorry, it's going to be in our second match of the evening. Is I'm not saying third match. Third match. Sorry. Yeah. So looking at the replay here, some crazy stuff being shown. We do see the Meteor follow up there, definitely working out. But Buriram United did have some standout moments here, I would reckon.
Yeah, the thing is that they were able to keep Team Flash at bay for so long that, you know, Team Flash was very indecisive about how they want to end this game. And I think that the longer that Team Flash delayed, the worse it went for them, because windows of opportunity just kept closing and closing for them. So it just felt like BRU was actually managing this coming from behind situation very, very well on their part, and that's contributing to why Team Flash found it very, very hard for them to actually overcome this situation here, dragging the game all the way out to the 25th minute mark. But the fight really here, you know, is really all in. They've had to fully commit into it. You can see just Racy scramming all around, really just wanting to take the Elder Dragon, and finally with Team Flash actually taking it away from Buriram United. That was the fell swoop that they needed in order to tip the balance into their favor. So, man, I mean, there was quite the back and forth between the two of them, and, you know, it felt like it was going to be endless at some point. And I definitely do think that Team Flash could have finished, or rather could have ended the game much earlier, but unfortunately missed out on several windows of opportunities.
All right, so looking at the windows of opportunity lost here by Buriram United, Buriram United, by Team Flash. This is, I think, the biggest ball drop I've ever seen here from the side of Buriram United. I mean, given it wasn't entirely a dominant display, it wasn't like they were 14 and Team Flash was 0 and they just did an impossible come-from-behind victory. No, this is just what happens when two of the top teams in their respective regions, and how closely competitive these two regions are with one another, compete against each other. Buriram United, though, despite that, Noel is going to be walking away with the most damage done across the board here, 32% of the entire damage. But look at that, though. It was the entirety of the show was basically the Team Flash show.
Yeah, it
was. Despite the fact that Buriram United did handily steal quite a bit of objectives on top of that as well.
And then look at that, like the resurgence that BRU had towards the end, it was a very dangerous point there for Team Flash. That's why they had to force that 5v5 on that Elder Dragon. And I think that if Team Flash didn't get the steal, that easily could have been a BRU victory here. But again, I still felt 12-minute mark there, they should have been more decisive on those objectives.
You don't take coin flip fights.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. You don't take coin flip fights. If you are deliberating too much, then it's most likely a waste of time. But you know what isn't a waste of time? Our lovely sponsors. So check them out. Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, the only thing that matters is winning, and Snapdragon Elite Gaming got you covered. And of course, our official energy drink, Unleash the Beast with a Monster Energy Drink. monsterenergy.com/gaming. And for those of you who would love to talk to us directly, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series is the place for you to be. Nothing has changed thus far. We're still 1-for-1. Buriram United going up against Team Flash, and it is going to go to Game 3. I'm still Hound, he's still Victor Cags, you're still watching the Snapdragon Pro Series, but we will be back for a break after this. We'll see you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Play Day 6. My name is Hound. Alongside with me is Victor Cat. We are going to be your casting crew for today. And man, oh man, again, our third match of the day. And again, we're going to witness our third game of today. Best of 3, actually, yeah? So I don't know about you guys, but we actually like the idea of, how to say, it going 2-0 and making our lives easier. But the fact that when it goes 3-2-1, it just goes to show how exciting some of the games are. This is your key player from game number 2, match number 3 here. Team Flash. And Coyote is the man with the plan. A KDA of 3, 69.2. Kill participation. Goal per minute of 818. Damage per minute of 1270 and damage taken per minute of 1428.
Yeah, it does definitely show that it wasn't exactly clean as a games there, but for the Camille, but certainly certainly did bring the flourish towards the end though, especially once they were able to completely take out the rest of Burium United. Finally, Coyote was able to come into form, but he certainly was doing his level best actually to get those kills, especially landing headshot ultimatums all over around and just constantly being a presence in some of these side lanes as well. But really, I think Team Flash needs to kind of like be a lot more decisive, I feel, because the indecisions and the kind of like the kind of delays cannot be afforded in a matchup against a Kassadin, you know? Once he already gets up to speed, then your problems get more compounded, and that's why Team Flash was just found themselves in this kind of like a stalemate, because if they really wanted to go all in, the Kassadin can easily wipe them out, but then if they don't, the Kassadin can already roll them over anyway, so they had to be a little bit more decisive, had to already find points early in the game where they can already end things, and I feel that that delay allowed BRU to have a moment of resurgence and could potentially costed Team Flash that second game, but fortunately enough, the last battle turned into their favor, so fortunately for them, they will have yet another chance here to take another stab at BRU.
Alright, so looking at how Team Flash and Burium United have been going up, have been fighting against each other, now it's going to be Team Flash that is going to be on the blue side, Burium United going to be on the red side. 2 games already, Burium United on blue, so it's going to be interesting. Now, Kassadin and Nasus being banned out, Lucian and Jace being banned out in return as well. We might see a Sana as well as a Karma being banned out from either side of the team here, because if Team Flash actually decides to go for the ban of the Senna, then Burium United has to ban the Karma. If not, Shy is gonna most probably first pick it.
Exactly, and I just get the sense that Team Flash is still, even at this stage now, kind of struggling to deal with scaling metas properly. So that's why they focus a lot of those early bans there onto all the top level, top tier, I should say, scaling champions. And TF is going to go ahead and pick up the Camille. It did work out well for them last game, so it makes sense for them to go ahead and use it again for this game.
All right, so looking at both these teams here, right? I do like the setup that Shy is trying to do here. They do have the Hextech Ultimatum, and I'm thinking that a lot of the other supplementary pickups here are going to revolve around that particular Hextech Ultimatum, or maybe even a crazy amount of mobility that can close a crazy amount of distance, penetrate the back lines, and basically put the main damage dealer on the back foot.
So another pick is going to be coming out from BRU's side. Well, with Kha'Zix in the mix there, you know that he's going to be focused on the back line, so having a good tank is going to be very, very helpful for BRU, and looks like they're going to be hovering over the Renekton. Should be a good pick for sure, but that's going to leave TF with another 2 picks to counteract this, so hopefully that's going to be the one that's going to secure the ticket here for BRU.
All right, so looking at how, what's it called? Looking at how both Shy and Zissou now are already picked up already for the Camille. I'm thinking that against a Renekton, maybe not to say a Garen, maybe a Fiora could come into play. I do think that, oh, the Lux here. I think this is going to be interesting. We may actually see the Lux go over towards Coyote's hands, or maybe even Ellie's hands. I'm
most
thinking
likely Ellie.
Most likely Ellie. I do like the fact that the Lux is picked out mostly because of the spell slinging capabilities, but it should be supplemented with a pretty strong attack damage carry here that could actually give a little bit more variety of damage on the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, Ellie, just like Dewa, can be an absolute beast on that Lux. So the last few times, the Lux had been consistently banned out by BRU, but this time around, they actually let it slip through. So finally, TF managed to secure that for Ellie. Now BRU will have another pick in their hands here. It looks like they are hovering over that Zed and will commit to using that Zed. So that's pretty much all the damage dealers already picked up here. BRU only supports left here while they mull over what bans they want to try to impose upon TF.
Alright, so looking at it here, we do have a Zed in the mid lane. For the side of Brim United, Archne does have a few hours as the Zed. I'm personally a big fan of it. I do like Zed in terms of what he brings to the table. But now we do see a Shen being banned out here for the side of Team Flash. Brim United now not wanting to stand, not wanting to deal with the stand United that could have come from MT or maybe even Shy. We rarely actually see a Shen being played out on the bottom side, so the fact that he actually decided to ban the Shen is most likely targeted towards MT here, because most of the time we saw Shen is always in the Baron lane.
Varus is going to be banned out, so is the Garen. One last ban to go for Team Flash before we're going into the last round of picks. And again, BRU still has yet to choose who their supports are going to be. But TF already has a roamer in the form of the Lee Sin, and definitely a marksman in the form of that Lux. And they will ban out the Ziggs, so that's negating a major damage dealer that BRU could potentially bring onto TF here. So good call on their side. Now BRU will have the opportunity to pick first here in this next round, and looks like they might be committing for the set.
Ooh, the set pickup here. I'm personally enjoying it. I do like the set. We have seen set actually be played in a way where how do I say this? Whenever he gets into the center of a fight, right, you know that the fight is going to be really, really messy. You know that his opportunity to actually start with a face breaker, or maybe even what's it called? A showstopper into a face breaker combo actually can put an entire team on the back foot just from that alone, right? So looking at how Briam United and of course Team Flash, both of them were fighting against each other, I'm thinking that Briam United knows that they just need to keep it as scrappy and as messy as possible against Team Flash. Team Flash, however, are going to go for the double knock-up. The double knock-up combo here. The Alistar combined with the Lux We do know that Wukong is going to be playing maybe in the jungle or maybe in the mid lane, but it depends. Or Gragas.
Oh, Gragas, okay.
That makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, again, just like the last game, a lot of CC, but they're going to be relying a lot on the Camille and the Lux for damage, and I don't know whether that's going to be a bit of a handicap on their part, because again, what all BRU would need to do is either isolate one of those two, and that would be like half the major damage potential already taken away from Team Flash. Nevertheless, though, BRU will continue on by picking up the Morgana to round up their entire lineup here, and yeah, what do you make of this so far?
I'm not entirely, I don't even have a conclusion to make here. Let's just talk about keys to victory in terms of Team Flash compared to Buriram United. They do have a lot of disruption. They have quite a bit of long-range bursts, right, with the Lux. But what Buriram does specifically well is penetrate those backlines here. And if they're able to penetrate the backlines, take Ellie out of the equation, as well as maybe Shy or Zizou, then Coyote and MT left behind, and it's going to be a hard time here because you look at Noel, Golden Feet, Archony, there's a lot of damage there on those three champions alone. Not even counting Bank when he starts getting into the later stages of the game. What the Jess with the set as well. I do think that there's going to be so much of problems that's going to be faced by Team Flash if this continues on. But we do see that Team Flash does have a few things very well off indeed. Is the fact that if they're able to keep the Lux protected, they're able to sling out as much as they can in a very short amount of time, then Buriram United is going to be in a huge, huge bit of trouble.
I think another key thing though is that there's not really any kind of scaling champions, I think.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
I feel that that's going to be the case when we look at how Team Flash in the past, right, has been able to scale up and slowly come back into it. I feel that that could have been a remedy to this situation, but that's not entirely the case here, Victor, because both these teams now very, very closely behind. Very close to one another in terms of their, not to say their overall playstyle, but in terms of their margin of success and defeat. Not entirely a coin flip type of, not entirely very coin flippy in terms of how they approach fights, right? But I do give a slight coin flip debuff here over towards Buriram United, whereas Team Flash a little bit more calculated in terms of their approaches. Despite the fact that they did lose out on those early stages of the game, they were supposed to lose out on those early stages of the game. Why? Because at that moment, Buriram United were just stronger. They just had to wait it out.
Yeah. So this time around, I mean, we're hoping that there's going to be a much more clean fight this time around, and hopefully a lot more decisiveness on both ends. But it's certainly going to be a very, very contentious third game here between these two teams. They've been fighting long form games so far in this matchup, and I expect this is not going to be any different as well, as we see all of the champions out in the Summer's Rift. Team Flash going to be on the blue side, BRU on the red side this time, as we enter the laning phase right now of our third and final game of this matchup.
All right, third and final game of match number 3, our second last match of today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready. We do have a Cerberus against EVOS that's going to be happening after this, but right now it is going to be Vietnam against Thailand. Team Flash on the blue side going up against Buriram United on the red side.
Yep. Right now, Coyote versus Arcany in the middle there, so it's pretty much a Zed versus a Camille. Just exchanging a lot of shots with each other and actually bringing Coyote down to less than half of her health, so forcing her to back out of that. Meantime, Gragas against the Renekton up on top there, ensuring that the Baron lane is going to be occupied. MT and Ellie, of course, partners in crime alongside Wada Jess and Bank. Definitely partners in crime as well. Zaizu joining in the fray here to try to keep Coyote alive as he noticed that he's a little bit low, and Arcany and Colin actually kind of surrounding this Lee Sin a little bit, putting him in a bit of a tough spot. Speaking of tough spots though, MT getting caught out in the bottom lane there, unfortunately takes an L for the team here and concedes that first blood to BRU as the Lee Sin and Camille fortunately managed to get out the crutches of BRU.
All right, so looking at Buriram United and Team Flash, right? Team Flash's Zizou now is going to be getting that blue buff. They did manage to score that Herald, not to say Herald, the Scuttle Crab as well. Unfortunately for him, Golden Feet was just out of the way there. I do think that the pathing that's being shown by Zissou here will actually indicate to me that there is going to be a gank maybe towards the bottom side in another minute or two. Man, I'm thinking that as soon as he clears out the Raptors, he is going to try to make some kind of a push or some kind of a move towards Bank and what the Jess.
Ellie and MC still currently locked in this battle here with what the Jess, Golden Feet, and Arcanese still up against Zissou. Zissou trying to get a jump there, but unfortunately sustained damage thanks to Golden Feet's little shot there. Now they're going to be roaming around towards the jungle here. Hopefully try to secure some buffs in order to get himself up to speed. MT now bearing the brunt of the attack coming in from what the Jess and Bank in this bottom lane. But then watch out, Golden Feet is coming into fray as well. Looks like the gank might be in order here on the Alistar one more time as Fire Spark comes out from LE's side. No, they know there's no damage coming in their side. They pounce straight onto the Alistar. MT gets taken down for the second time running here.
Very nicely done there from Buriram United. Buriram United showing very, very strong amounts of coordination here.
Coyote getting the Hextech ultimate on Golden Feet. Is he going to be kicking out? No! Want to just keep his zone down, but unfortunately the Flash allows the Camille to get the kill done, but unfortunately she loses a life to the Zed, but maybe potential for another one here as Zissou comes into fray here. He sees Bank very low. One last shot, one last hit. The Morgana is down.
Nicely done there. Despite the fact that Zissou didn't get any kill credits, it is going to be Ellie that walked away the winner and victor.
Yeah. So in any case, Arcany continuing on his journey down the mid here has already sent the wave of minions to meet the Camille at the tier 1. So job done for him. He's going to recall back. In the meantime, Shy putting a bit of a punch there into Noel. In the meantime, oh my goodness, there's a little bit of a dangerous spot there. But then MT, Zissou, and Ellie had to back out, see what the Jets coming straight for them, knowing that it's going to be very, very tough for them, especially with Ellie being that low. She needs to have the honey fruit there in order to be able to sustain in this lane. But there was an attempt there, I think, by the Lee Sin to try to get a gank done here, or at least try to get some progress done onto this tier 1 objective. But nevertheless, things settling down once more. What the Jess continuing to roam a little bit. Bank taking a bit of a shot, but he's going to be able to recall back, I think, without too much drama, hopefully. Let's look at a replay here as we see Coyote getting the Hextech ultimate on the Golden Feet. And what the Jess did very well, actually, to stop Coyote's track, but the Flash manages to nail the kill onto Golden Feet in the end, though. But still, they needed to get an extra trade, and that's where Zissou came into the fray here just in time to find Bank, getting the last hit and getting the kill onto that Morgana.
All right, so we're going to be seeing here from we're going to be seeing from Team Flash here. We're going to be going for the D-Wards, and I think that they might actually be baiting members of Buriram United to fight it out on the Dragon. But they've got to be careful, though, because of the tools that Buriram United has here. They've got some long-range stuns with Bank. They got some, how to say? They've got a very good in and out assassination mechanic with Archony. And the fact that what the Jess could actually just charge up to you, showstopper you, and then just bring a heck ton of pain. That could also be the case here. But we do see that Buriram United
fighting on the pit here, but Team Flash does take out the Lux, though. Oh, sorry, Buriram does take out the Lux, though, and I think the Dragon actually got taken by BRU as well, so they stole the Dragon away on top of taking the Rift Herald as well. So that's a lot of objectives already in the hands of BRU, and they're now trying to use this opportunity here to punish, but TF going to try to defend there. Alistar getting a good stun to Noel. Lots of damage done to 3 members of BRU, forcing them to back out the way, so they weren't able to complete this take on the tier 1 turret, but still, lots of damage done here in this middle lane for Team Flash.
I think that's going to be the case for a lot of these players here. I do feel that for Buriram United as well as Team Flash, both of them have some really strong coordinations. But look at that, beautifully done there.
Nice.
Right into the Flash Cripple, but he can't do anything as he gets bombed down immediately by BRU.
Yeah, that was not nice. I mean, again, the Flash maybe have secured him the kill, but that was technically an overextension, though, because that landed him right into the middle of BRU there. So that was pretty much an easy kill for them. So again, yeah, you have to be wary of where your limits are, you know, especially if you want to extend like that. But nevertheless, at least they're able to recover from that. It's not quite the end of the world for Team Flash, but but Buriram certainly making a lot of progress right now in this 7-minute mark. So this is looking like they are going to be able to keep that tempo going, hopefully. But Zaizu right now trying to secure this Skull Crab. It looks like they want to try to secure the next Rift Herald here for Team Flash's own side, because they know that the middle lane here is being focused very, very hard by BRU. It seems like they don't want to try to waste too much time here. In the meantime, they'll Hex and Ultimatum down over the bottom here, but that's really trying to take down Arcany here. But Golden Feet does get the trade onto Coyote though, and Alistar unfortunately wasn't in position there. If he was there, I definitely think there could have been a much better fight there for Coyote, but nevertheless though, MT continues to pound onto Golden Feet, actually gets a stun onto him as well. Blank though is coming, turn it around onto the Alistar, and now he's going to be in deep, deep trouble here if he doesn't get out of the way of Root and stun, but fortunately he is even range of the turret, so BRU will not pursue.
Yeah, Brim United now definitely has to be very cautious with how much they pursue on towards Team Flash. But I feel like in a lot of these engages here, Team Flash is losing out by quite a bit. But we have seen this kind of, what's the word for it? This kind of behavior from Team Flash, and someone other they were able to turn it around, but it seems that there could be a fight here that Coyote could bet off a bit more than he could chew.
Well, what the Jazz and Arcany going to be keeping the priority on the bot lane right now. Priority on the top lane is being held by the Renekton, with Golden Feet providing that support while he continues to roam around in the jungle. Alistar is currently in the middle right now. The Morgana is trying to defend that tier 1 in the mid, or rather trying to push towards that tier 1 in the mid on Team Flash's side. But they're definitely not going to make it any easier for them, especially without a Rift Herald. It's going to be a bit hard for them. Oh, gets good drag there. A root onto the Alistar. Ellie now coming into the fray, and is able to keep MT barrier up and allows him to have the space now to recall back. But BRU are still hanging around here, still trying to send minions their way down. Zaizu is going to be actually isolated a little bit. 3 members of BRU just chasing him, forcing him to sling forward. Oh, but what it just catches up to him anyway, suspends him in the mid-air, but then unfortunately gets caught out inside there, so the Lee Sin is going to be fallen into the rift now. As a Final Spark comes out there, there's a stasis being brought out that actually negated damage onto Golden Feet, allowing him to come back into the fray here, try to take on MT, who's going to get caught out here in front of the turret. Oh, but they aren't able to finish him off though. It looked like they were thinking about going for the tower dive, but decided against it, given that it was more incumbent for them to actually get the objective of that Rift Herald.
Okay, so looking at how Brim United and Team Flash work with one another, I do think that... Oh, wait, before anything though, Archany now in a bit of trouble here. Gonna
Nice
get
flash.
hit, but the flash will allow Archany to get away.
Yeah, so yeah, back to your point.
Yeah, wait, but before that though, there's quite a bit of action here. Seems that the Herald is going to come into play. He's going to charge up, right into the tower, and Brim United does not follow up.
Yeah, they won't follow up. I think it would have been better actually if they just straight up dived that tower and used the Shelly for the second tier, but I don't know. I mean, again, it's still a job done for them, and they didn't take. They really don't want to take too much risk, especially given that this is literally their last shot at this matchup here. So it's no surprise that Buriram is playing things a little bit more on the safe side. But nevertheless, the Mounted Drake is coming up now. And we already see Team Flash making maneuvers into the jungle here, but the BRU are also surrounding them as well. They're going to need a little bit more backup there. Lee Sin is still trying to collect one last buff, it looks like, before he can be able to start on this dragon. But Golden Feet's already started on the Drake here, and it looks like he's going to be uncontested pretty much in this here. In fact, he's inside the bush, so I don't know if they actually spot him. In fact, Ellie lets out the final spark, but only to see that Golden Feet has already taken the Drake away from Team Flash.
Alright, so between Team Flash and Buriram United, I'm thinking that Buriram United now, compared to game number 2, a little bit more steadier across the board here. Team Flash losing out a little bit, but look at that though.
Yeah, catching Anthony. They will catch him, but what the Jets comes in to clean house there, actually taking down Zaizu, now trying to aim on the Coyote, but he's slipping away, but bang! Intercepts him just in time to take out that, take him down. So that's well done there for Buriram to get 2 kills there, only losing Arcany in the process. So yeah, I mean, objectively speaking, they are definitely way more stable this time around, and just like before, BRU is going to be in a massive lead here But then Team Flash is still able to hold their own somewhat. Let's have a look at that replay once more. You can see the Hexay Ultimatum finishing off, and then the jump coming in for what the Jets really messed up. The Lee Sin and Coyote unfortunately had to jump out of the way, but Bank came in just in the nick of time to land that last shot there to end his fate.
All right, so going to be seeing both Noel and Shy. Both of them exchanging love taps here. Noel might actually want to slice and dice in, may actually be able to do something very nicely done. Waits immediately for the window there. Look at the amount of damage comes in. The explosive comes in, and it could be Shy. Shy gets kicked.
Oh, no,
he flashes. He gets it.
Still, I don't know whether it was a good decision, though, to dive the tower like that. I mean, he did get a kill in the end, but still dies anyway. And the thing is that they would just have to trade off these lives here in order to get those kills. I feel it's just not worth it, especially when you're trying to play a safer game. But nevertheless, though, it's not going to let up the pressure anymore as what it just tries to get a knock on Zaisu, gets him down low enough to take out the Lee Sin here. Bank now coming in to try to bring some damage onto the Alistar. They managed to drag him out of the way of the turret, but are they going to go for the dive, though? They have the health required. Final Spark is going to come out. That actually does a bit of a number onto what the chest, though, and forces them to rethink the idea. Just go ahead, take out the turret. Are they going to try to pursue this, though? Doesn't look like so, as BRU peels off there. The recalls coming through.
As we do see the other third turret of the game here being taken up from the side of Brilliant United, Victor. It seems that Brilliant United now not only has a tempo advantage, but I think stylistically they have made the necessary adjustments here to negate whatever whatever counter advancements that is offered by Team Flash. But then again, we did see this in game number 2 previously, and Brilliant United faltered quite a bit because of how they failed out in that last few fights.
Yeah, MT gonna get caught up yet again by what the Jets, Golden Feet, and Bank yet again aiming on that Alistar to really want to burn him down quickly here so that they can try to deal with the rest. But where is going to be that Zaisu, though? He's out of the way, though, unfortunately, but they will take out the Alistar finally, and BRU having the job done will be backing out of that. But yeah, I mean, Zaisu having already conceded kills here. You're seeing, another Hexay Ultimatum, but Coyote is already on the edge here. He pretty much has, he could have almost killed off the Renekton, but unfortunately he picks up the Honey Fruit, so that window opportunity slips by. But then again, Coyote had his armor broken, so it wasn't looking possible for him as Ellie gets caught up by what the Jets here. Golden Feet yet again just roaming around, finding these pickoffs here. Yet again, the Lux is going to get picked off. Zaisu this time, fortunately enough, is going to be able to get out here.
Oh my goodness. As we do see it from the fact that Golden Feet as well as Bank, both of them now traveling with one another, they supplement each other really well. Ellie just got blown up, and I'm thinking that for Brilliant United, I think they're just going to be doing this the whole game here if they skips up. We do see MT as well as Zaisu now very much nearby. Might actually consider fighting in play here, but looking at how Brilliant United is performing at the 15-minute mark, it seems like it's a Brilliant game today.
Yeah, certainly does. They have the lead right now for sure, both in objectives as well as net worth. So they're certainly on a roll right now, and especially with the roaming trio of Golden Feet, Bank, and what the Jets, they've been constantly keeping that roaming Lee Sin suppressed, and Coyote as well, not having the best of times against this Renekton here, has constantly found herself countered a lot, and isn't really able to perform at their best here, I feel. For Team Flash, Zaisu especially, he's definitely conceded way too many kills at this early phase, so he's struggling right now to try to get his farm back up to speed, while BRU continue doing this roam yet again. Arkany this time joining together with what the Jets. They are seeking to try to secure the Dragon Pit as an Infernal Drake spawns onto the Rift now. Golden Feet already in position. He's pretty much going to try to solo this, while while Noel continues to distract the rest of Team Flash around by the mid side. But certainly they know that this Dragon Take is happening there. Ellie sending out the final spark, spotting that this take is happening, so they're going to move immediately onto the Baron. Are they going to take it? No, they aren't going to take it, unfortunately, because Shy has gotten himself caught out a little bit, attempting to try to maybe steal it, but unfortunately wasn't in the range, really, to do anything.
All right, so we're going to be seeing here for Brilliant United, right? I do think that what they're going to be doing now from this moment on is they're just going to continue the push. But if... Oh my goodness, Noel, if Noel died right there, it could have... Oh my lord!
That was 2 times he could have just died, literally.
If Noel died right there, that would have been terrible here for the side of Brilliant United.
Yeah,
Now,
now
Brilliant
they're
United are going to go very, very ham on what is Coyote. And Coyote now just the victim of a Golden Feet rampage. With the fact that Nashor is alive, the options are starting to wear out for the side of Team Flash here.
Yeah, I mean, again, with Decent underperforming, now the Golden Feet is just having free reign to roam around and do as he likes. And with the support of What the Jets and Bang, this is making it super hard for Team Flash to deal with this. In fact, they're left completely scattered, trying to figure out how exactly they want to pick this out. Targets now this allowing Golden Feet to steal the buff from inside the jungle alone. Now they're going to try to aim in onto What the Jets, but he does have the barrier and it is able to put the stasis on the Shy, and then stun comes through, and Shy, unfortunately, is going to get bursted down completely. They do manage to deal a lot of damage onto Golden Feet though, but then What just keeps Empty and Ellie at bay. Unfortunately, he had to jump out of the way though, but Zaisu, fortunately this time, able to stay alive though, but then losing out Shy, that was definitely not what they were looking for.
Yeah, definitely not what they were looking for, considering Shy is fairly tanky and does quite a bit of damage here. I do think that with the fact that Zisoo and Coyote are still in play, maybe Team Flash could actually do something here, but I don't think Brilliant United is going to be making the same mistake of blindly going into the Herald, blind going into the Baron Pit to start something. I feel like there could be better utilizations and opportunities for them. Oh, nicely done by Empty. Empty goes in for the headbutt, pushes him away.
Yeah, just keeping it at bay for sure. But what Jess and Bang still continue to roll down the lane here with the minions in May. Comes Coyote, putting out the Hextech ultimatum on the Arcanine, but the Golden Feet interrupts him, breaks his armor, breaks his will to fight there. What Jess breaks his life completely, stopping the Camille in the tracks, now forcing the rest of Team Flash to try to collapse onto a fight here, but Empty gonna get caught a little bit. The final spark comes out, doesn't really deal enough damage there, but fortunately does force What Jess out of the way. Good kick to force him out of the way, but still BRU continues to chase on, collapse onto Team Flash. Bank now doing a lot of damage there onto the Lee Sin. Finally, Zaisu gets picked off again, and then now Shy, Empty, and Ellie forced to huddle together on the turret. Golden Feet sieging them completely. Shy now able to keep Golden Feet out of the way, but What Jets has a lot of health. He pals himself right in the middle of Empty and Shy and allows him to take out Shy and Empty at the same time, and now they will have free reign to go. But what? Noel split push and actually takes the Nexus by himself, allowing BRU to win out this series.
I felt like that was just inevitable there coming in from BRU. BRU put all of their chickens into one basket there, Victor. They knew that they needed to engage that fight at the Dragon Lane. They knew that they needed to waste the time of Team Flash. If not, it was going to be harder and harder. They didn't want to coin flip into the Baron. So what did they do? They sent him towards the top lane. They sent the Renekton to the top lane to push non-stop while they fought a battle, a 5v4 battle, and somehow another came out on top. Props to BRU and their ability to pull out some crazy wins. But yeah, it seems that the replays will definitely tell and paint a better picture for us all.
I want to just watch out for, like, you know, the encounters where Bank, What the Jets, and Golden Feet roams around and find those kills. I think that was crucial for the way the BRU was just dominating Team Flash throughout the mid phases of this game. But this fight right here was where it all came crashing down here for Team Flash, as they were looking like they may have an opportunity here to actually get a wipe on the Burium, but Golden Feet was already too strong at this point, already at max level, and with them already literally sieging them on the turret. In the meantime, Noel just pushing on the top line there, completely unopposed, while Team Flash was completely distracted by this. This was just a masterstroke of a strategy here from Burium United. Just babysitting that Kha'Zix, allowing him to have free reign all over the map, making it so hard for Team Flash to pick up those kind of fights and really just bullied them all the way towards that Nexus.
All right, that's a definite wonderful feeling for Burium United there, 21-7, despite the fact that we gave a slight little advantage towards Team Flash. I think it was rather unfortunate for Team Flash there, despite the fact that they had a very strong game number 2. It wasn't enough for them to actually push it to a victory in game number 3. So it seems that success only hits one time here for Team Flash, but they will have more chances as the tournament progresses here. But looking at the stats here, it's been rather crazy across the board. Golden Feet as well as Bang did the same amount of damage. We did see Noel and Archly there, but look at that. Buriram United, they're not even giving even a single bit of gold advantage as soon as they grasped that opportunity.
Like I said, you know, when this matchup started, you just let Buriram take an inch, they will just go ahead and take the whole mile away from you. And this is the Buriram way, you know, punish, punish, and punish. And Team Flash unfortunately made too many missteps, I feel, in this one. Not just from the draft, but I think from just not really having a good answer really to that roaming trio. So it was really a very tough game for Team Flash, you know, in that mid phase. And unfortunately, they really couldn't find an answer in time. It was just completely Buriram just constantly hounding them. Zaisu was a complete non-factor thanks to all of those kills he conceded. And with that said and done, Team Flash really didn't have much foundation really to work on by the time we got to the late game stage.
I feel like there's a lot of things that need to be considered here when you are fighting at this stage, you know, because sometimes it's just a matter of like setting up a win that you see a mile away, and sometimes the win condition isn't, not to say the win condition isn't clear, the approach to winning isn't as clear until you get into the fight. I mean, we did see it with Echo, Fortius, and Nigma, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was the best example. We did see it also with this game as well between Team Flash and Buriram United, where we did see in game number 2 where one mistake cost Buriram United their entire lead. And even though the scoreline was very much predicted in favor of Team Flash, of Buriram United, Team Flash still closed out based on macro alone. So I'm thinking that the potential that is being shown from the side of Team Flash is definitely there, but there's definitely going to be a lot of soul searching and most importantly improvements for Team Flash moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. And I would be very curious to know like what exactly is going to be going on, you know, in their back rooms there while they discuss what happened over this weekend here, because certainly there's going to be a lot of like discussions between the coaches and the players as well to see what exactly could they do better actually in these kind of matchups, because I feel that they didn't really live up to that potential. You know, I came into this Snapdragon Pro Series expecting a lot out of Vietnamese squads, especially from Team Flash, knowing the kind of talented players they had, but I just feel that they really under-delivered at certain points, and now with this loss here, this is certainly going to hamper their progress towards the playoffs now, so kind of worry for them, but this is how it goes, you know, only the best teams are going to be the one that deserves to get into the playoffs.
I think that's going to be the case here, and very unfortunately for Team Flash, it is what it is, right? I mean, sometimes it's all about just being the better team. But for those of you who want to know more information about the team, you can always check them out on all kinds of social medias. But of course, we do have an MVP for you guys here. What the Jess. 13.6, 88.4. Goal per minute of 619, a DPM of 1125, and DTPM of 806.
I think like his performance under Yumi was very, very underrated, because again, that his presence there just allowed Bank to sustain a lot of fights and actually gain them that victory in that first game. But it's really this third and final game here on that set where What the Jets truly came into form there, especially babysitting Golden Feet, allowing him all the space, all of the initiative, and all the farm in the world, allowed them to bully Team Flash at will. And you know, that wouldn't have been possible if What the Jets was not was not good enough on that set. But fortunately for Buriram United, he was an absolute beast in that role here.
I mean, are we even surprised? I mean, with the set Galio and a Yumi pickup here, not entirely surprised at all in terms of his overall, what's the word for it? His overall performance across the board. I do think that there is a lot of talent here being shown from the side of Buriram United, but you know what is real talent right there, ladies and gentlemen? The Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. Talent, put that aside, winning, that's all that matters to us right now. And of course, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink, unleash the beast at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And of course, drop by our official Discord server, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series for updates, memes, jokes, banter, whatever the like. Final match coming up after the break. EVOS against Cerberus. Who walks away the winner? Stay tuned to find out. I'm Hound. He's Victor Cax. See you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. To the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Playday 6. My name's Hound, alongside with me is Victor Cax. And we're finally here. Right, we're finally here. To all of you viewers out there who watched us from start to finish, thank you guys very much for your undivided attention and, of course, your patience. For those of you guys who just joined us, perfect. It's time for our proverbial main event of the evening. But before that, let's take a look at the leaderboard to keep you guys up to date to who is at the top of the scoreboards. Rex Regum Kion, Cerberus Esports, Brim United, Nigma Galaxy, Team Flash make up your top 5.
Yep, and that's how it stands so far, and so far so good for a top 5 for sure. But then for EVOS Esports, they're going to be looking to try to get a win here, at least tie them up with Team Flash to hopefully keep them in the running for that for the playoffs though. But for Cerberus, it's going to be a battle to see whether they can match Rex Regum Kion's record right now of 5 wins to only 1 loss right now. So there's quite a lot at stake on EVOS Esports. Maybe not so much at stake for Cerberus, at least as far as playoffs go, but certainly in terms of that national pride, Cerberus is not going to let that position go, that's for sure.
All right, so as we do see that Cerberus is going to be holding on towards that second spot, who else but EVOS Esports is going to be the one that shakes up the leaderboards a little bit here by maybe pushing Cerberus Esports down the ladder a little bit. They're tying them up with Brilliant Esports, provided that they lose out against EVOS. So I think it's really important that EVOS may not have much to gain here by tying up with Team Flash, but they have a lot to gain in terms of ruining it for Cerberus. But before we continue, let us get to know the teams. First up, EVOS Esports, Tipper, Valda, G4, VVV, and Supporter.
Yeah, they definitely had quite the match yesterday against Nigma Galaxy, going the full 3-game series there in a very methodical game they had to play. So they definitely know how to play that kind of style, and they certainly did very well in that regard. So here's hoping that the combination of G4, VV, and Valdez will continue to bring so much more pain to their enemies as long as they can meet them on the Rift here.
Right, looking at how some of these fights are planning out, we do see that the curtain call actually worked out wonders here for NGX, but EVOS right now were able to turn around the fight very, very quickly as they collapsed like it is nothing onto them. A easy quadra kill there, going over towards Valdez in a very strong start here. We do see another fight there towards the Rift Herald. Indeed, very early in the fight here. EVOS in the middle of it all, tries their best but loses out. Double kill goes over towards NGX, but somehow another members of EVOS there able to close it out because G4 was just styling on everybody. Look at that. Man, oh man, as we're going to be seeing one more fight there featuring EVOS and NGX, and that was for the Infernal Drake.
I mean, who knew that like a simple kind of buff onto the Kali would make G4 such an absolute beast in that match, but that was how it turned out there for EVOS, and certainly they put up what a massive show there yesterday. So I'm hoping they'll be able to carry that show again forward here today. VVV, of course, the key player for his team here, having a KD of 7, a kill participation rate of 77.6%, GPM of 716.8, DPM 1269, and TPM of 590. He plays the Lux, the Lucian, and the Morgana.
Yeah, and it seems that judging from the champions played by VVV, it's no wonder. I mean, with the exception of Lucian here, Lux and Morgana, very long range, very much the type of champions that don't really have, how to say? That much. I mean, unless you have a team, unless you have somebody to actually penetrate the backlines and access them with specifics to Morgana and Lux, I feel like that's the one of the reasons why damage taken per minute is extremely low.
Exactly, and that's a mark of a really good marksman, one who knows how to stay out of trouble and yet delivers absolutely for his team. So let's go ahead and have a look at their opponents here for today. Cerberus Esports, comprised of Y1, Melodious, BMM, Genza, and Doug B. Certainly didn't expect them to see them coming up this far, but what a journey it's been for the three-headed dog here, guarding their way to the top of the leaderboard right now, and certainly looking to try to stay on top.
All right, so I'm really liking what I'm seeing thus far here in terms of Cerberus. Now, we did see Team Flash go up just now, and as we can see, Cerberus here very, very, very methodical in terms of how they approach it. Meliodas here played quite a bit of the Kha'Zix, and we have seen it time and time again that his, his proactiveness in terms of getting those assassinations worked out right is one of the reasons why his team actually pops out very, very well in some of these exchanges. We did see that jungler intervention plays a huge, huge part in terms of how teams are actually developing themselves. And I do look at it in a way where Cerberus actually delivers this kind of explosiveness in a very, very concise way. What's also important is that Genza actually likes to play very interesting bot laner, dragon laners here, specifically like control mages. So I do like to see a little bit of a change up here. VVV, Genza, our head-to-head between these two teams. Victor.
Yeah, I mean, Kinza has a slightly lower KD, a slightly lower kill participation, but it definitely takes a lot more damage, and that I think is largely because he does also play the Nasus alongside the Morgana and the Lux as well. So slight bit of difference there compared to VVV, but otherwise I would say both very similar, more similar than you might imagine.
Now, as we can see it here, for both these teams, I think it is relatively similar with the exception of the Nasus and the Lucian here. Both these players actually have hours put in for the Lucian, for the Lux as well as the Morgana. So not entirely surprised there. I mean, Lux or Morgana, I think very, very popular in the bot lane duo, in the Dragon lane. So I'm not entirely, what's the word for it? Entirely worried about that in terms of what to see, but you know what I'm worried about? Your prediction, ladies and gentlemen. So why don't you go over to our Twitch chat there or wheresoever, or the bottom there if you're using your cell phones, and drop in your predictions, all right? And for those of you who are wondering what our predictions are, well, I think it's relatively, straightforward. It's going to go 1 for 2, Cerberus. Victor, a little bit more merciless than I am, right? But I do believe in the power of the underdog. I do think that Cerberus is on a different level compared to EVOS, but I do think that EVOS as well does have an opportunity to actually come in. And we're all actually very much in agreement here. Yeah. 17, 14, 14, 18, and 14. Pondo now still very much ahead across the board here, as well as Contra. So Contra and Pondo now very much in agreement across the board here. But I guess we're all very much aware that it should be Cerberus that ends the day today on EVOS.
Well, either way.
I mean, on paper, right? It makes sense, right?
I mean, even if EVOS does win it out, though, I think if we all fall, we'll all fall together.
Yeah,
so,
we all fall together, exactly, right? I mean, I'm not falling. He just pulled me down when I pushed him off the cliff, right? But all jokes aside, though, let us know your predictions. Let us know your comments. Tell us what is the weakest link, strongest link. Do you think that Valdez is going to outplay any of these guys? Do you think that EVOS has a secret weapon in Tipper, for example? Are you Ty and you want to tell us a secret sauce that EVOS has over Cerberus? You have to let us know wherever you go. And most importantly, it's all in the Twitch chat there, ladies and gents. Okay, enough about that. Let's talk a little bit about what to expect here from EVOS and Cerberus.
Yeah, I mean, the Shyvanas coming out from EVOS' side, it's definitely very, very strong. I wouldn't be surprised if Cerberus decides to go ahead and ban that out outright, but they also have to pay a lot of respect to the marksman. I mean, VVV, very, very, very much dangerous champion to be left alone, you know? So very much, I think there's a lot of angles that Cerberus could potentially do onto EVOS here, but consequently, CES as well, they are also no slouch either on the Shyvanas or the Lux. So I would say it's going to be maybe an even one, but I feel that Cerberus definitely will be coming into this matchup with a lot more confidence after having beaten their fellow countrymen in a very, very convincing fashion. So hopefully that confidence is going to translate into a good performance here against EVOS Esports, but knowing the way that EVOS likes to play, it's definitely not going to be straightforward, I think, for Cerberus, but nevertheless, I still have faith in these boys from Vietnam.
Yeah, I do think that most of these players are actually very, very, very talented indeed here. But Cerberus Esports definitely acting on a whole different level here. EVOS actually does have quite a bit of experience of the fact that Tipper, Valdez, G4, I think these three have been in all kinds of tournaments together as well. I think it's VVV as well. Actually screams a lot in terms of their overall bond together. But sometimes out of that bond spawns comfort. Out of comfort spawns rigidity. So that could be the case here, and that could be something that Cerberus could actually, could actually take advantage of.
Yeah, so looking at the bans so far, it's going to be the Morgana, the Gragas, and the Jace banned out by CES. EVOS bans out the Karma, the Lucian, and the Senna. So CES picks up the Zed as the first pick. EVOS responds with a hover over their Necton. I think they should be locking it in, and they do lock it in.
All right. Zed with the Renekton. I won't be surprised if EVOS actually goes for the Kassadin or the Garen. I think a Garen would be a wiser choice here, but we did see G4 actually operate the Kassadin to very much success here, mostly because of the roaming potential that comes out from EVOS, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to note as well that, you know, in that matchup that EVOS had against Nigma, they completely banned out the Kassadin multiple times in that matchup, not allowing Nigma to have access to that scaling meta at all. So it's kind of interesting that EVOS decided to adopt the scaling meta for themselves here. CES picks up the Shyvanas. No surprise there. It's a very, very good pick there that they wanted to deny the EVOS here. So they will certainly pair very well, especially when you have her roam around, and if you can secure those objectives as well, she can scale up very, very scarily for CES's side.
Yeah, I'm looking at how the Nautilus is actually going to come into play here for the side of Cerberus. They do have the depth charge, they do have the dredge line, quite a bit of lockdown here, and I'm most likely going to think that Nautilus is going to go into the hands of Duckbeat. G4 now hovering over the Kha'Zix, most likely going to go into the hands of Valdez. So I do like the fact that Kha'Zix is going to be picked out here. Valdez actually is exceptionally terrifying on the Kha'Zix, but the Garen being banned out here from EVOS immediately signals to me that they don't want to have a Garen picked out here for the side of Cerberus. Kind of denies them an ability to actually go for the counter pick of Garen. I mean, either way, it's still going to be G4 going up against BMM. BMM most likely going to be operating on the Zed. So I think this is going to be interesting. With the Camille, Galio banned out here, and one more ban for the side of Cerberus, it is interesting to note that we may actually see a catch and release, not to say catch and release, sorry, a catch and hold kind of composition here. I mean, we do have the lockdown with the Nautilus. We do have the backyard infiltration with Tipper on the Renekton.
Let's see what they're going to try to bring in. What was that hero there?
Braum.
Braum. Okay,
yeah,
that's going to be interesting. I haven't really seen a Braum in a while now, and it's interesting EVOS decided to bring him out in this game specifically. So I wonder, how does he interact well, though, with the Renekton and the Kha'Zix?
Yeah, I do think there is going to be quite some interactions here, mostly because if he does use his stand behind me, he will be able to block a legitimate amount of damage here, especially with the fact that if he actually goes stand behind me onto any of his allies, it gives them a little bit more resistances as well. So it does add a little bit of survivability. But the problem is, a Braum isn't exactly one of the best supports to have if you want to have a more proactive Dragon lane, right? Mostly because that if the range is very strong on the side of Cerberus here, with the fact that Lux is going to be paired up with the Nautilus, it's going to be a huge problem because they don't have that much of aggression to actually work out on.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, you know, the point that he's not exactly the best choice, but you consider most of the best choices have already been banned out here. I mean, Karma, Senna, Set, Galio. I mean, this is literally leaving EVOS with not many options on the table there. So here they're hoping that at least, hopefully with Bronze Kit, be able to fill up that gap there that otherwise is being left vacated by those specific support heroes. Sorry, the support champions. Now, EVOS will round up their picks here with a choice on the Valdez, in response to the Lux and the Riven pickup from Cerberus. And that's now going to be time for them to decide who is going to be playing on what position here. And yeah, of course, G4 is going to be playing on the Kassadin. It's going to be BMM on the Riven, though. That's interesting. I was kind of expecting a Zed, but it looks like Y1 is going to be using the Zed on the top instead. So I don't know, maybe Y1 will be playing to mid, going to lane in mid instead, while BMM will be going up against Tipper. I mean, could certainly flex that way if they would like to, but certainly a very interesting game plan unfolding before our eyes over here.
Yeah, it is a very interesting game plan here across the board from these two teams, as we are going to go load into the Rift. The swaps have been done. On your screen right now is the Thai team of EVOS going up against the. Come on, give me that switch, switch cameras now. Yeah. Okay, can you do that? He was supposed to like finish it off.
Yeah, someone's going. Well, that was a little bit awkward, but yeah, Cerberus Esports on your screen right now, getting themselves loaded into the Rift here. I mean, I can't wait for this. This is, of course, the last matchup of the day here. So if you guys are coming in just now, you come in just at the right time, I have to say. So let's go ahead and enjoy this, savor this little moment here. It's going to be our last chance this weekend to see some really good Wild Rift action here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely going to be, I guess, one of those fights that is going to, I don't know, leave you at the edge of your seat. Whether you're Thai, whether you're Vietnamese, or whether you're even Malaysian. It depends on how invested you are in this tournament. You are going to witness just how fantastic these teams are going to move in comparison to one another. I do think that there is going to be a slight tempo advantage towards Cerberus Esports just because of how the way they play. EVOS tends to move a little bit more collectively, whereas Cerberus, not to say, EVOS tends to move around and hug towards the top side of the map a little bit more. Whereas for Cerberus, they move a little bit more cohesively. So I'm really excited to see how this early game is going to start. What kind of plays Cerberus is going to bring onto the table.
Yep, and with that said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the Rift right now to begin our first game of the last matchup for today. Let's see what Cerberus on the blue side and EVOS on the red side will bring for us as we enter the laning phase right now. VVV and Supporter lane against DuckB and Genza, Tipper and Y1. Of course, going to be on that top side. So yeah, it's going to be that Zed up against the Renekton here. So pretty much it's, I think, mid Riven. But then Riven is already inside the jungle here, actually trying to meet Valdez a little bit. Perhaps trying to steal a little bit of buffs maybe. But Kassadin is a little bit feeling a little bit lonely over there. He's thinking of actually trying to find BMM in the jungle. But BMM instead says, hey, did you miss me, my friend? Now we can actually meet each other in the mid lane here.
All right, so looking at how Cerberus as well as EVOS now, both these teams, I think are going to be giving quite a bit of priority over to the bot side here. Looking at that, though, DuckB almost gets caught there by VVV. VVV takes out the piercing arrow immediately towards him, punishes him immediately.
Yeah, and it was a little bit brave of him to try to get up there, but they're really trying to battle for like visibility in that jungle because they don't want, especially Valdez on that Kha'Zix to sneak up them unannounced. So at the very least, they will be able to lane without too much hanging over their heads. Y1 trying to get a bit of a test there onto Tipper with Melodious around, but didn't quite find the opening there to allow Melodious to jump into the fray there. So may have to try again, but Melodious is going to take this opportunity here to take the Skull Crab and get some visibility on this northern side river.
All right, so looking at how both Cerberus and Tipper now, both of them very much... Oh, Cerberus for Y1 here could actually be the benefactor of a gank, and I'm thinking that Melodious could actually come into play here, but Tipper doesn't want to stay too far. But look at that, Cerberus here immediately very aggressive indeed there, but they want to be pressuring, creating a bit of proxy pressure on towards members of EVOS.
Yeah, it's very interesting that BMM is just playing this kind of roaming mid, which is kind of weird given that you have a Kassadin in the mid. You normally want to try to, you know, contest his farm a little bit, but now Riven is just kind of trying to balance the two, it looks like, while at the same time joining in with DuckB and Genza at certain moments here to see if he can make some opportunities, steal buffs or steal ganks, but then they're setting up a little bit of a trap here, going to get the root straight up, and also while Airborne, the VVV, his Final Spark comes out, doing a lot of damage onto both both of them. Now they just need to get one last shot, but VV flashes forward with safety of the turret. Dubby still going to try to dive anyway because the minions are in place. Supporter takes up all of the honey fruit, and unfortunately closes up that window of opportunity for CS to actually get the gank. But Evos now goes ahead and tries to bring the Uno reverse onto Y1. Can't quite get the lockdown. G4 a little bit low, gets the silence onto Y1 though, forcing him to back off. But all that exchange though, it's kind of surprising that no one actually got picked out.
I think what it shows is that Cerberus actually knows how long to stay into the fight, whereas EVOS also take a little bit advantage of that. I do like the fact that both these teams, they're engaged with one another very aggressively. But then again, it just goes to show that both of these teams have very deep understandings of values here in terms of damage, in terms of kill potential. And I think that's the reason why at the 4-minute mark we're in a relatively stagnant stalemate between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, you're not really seeing, other than, you know, Riven occasionally wandering into some of the other lanes here. It's still very much on the balance here, but then Duckby joining with Y1 to try to first get Tipper, but if Rat Trap on the river side, here comes the Kazakhs, here comes G4. It's going to be a little bit testy there as finally Y1 gets taken down, so that's going to be first blood going into the hands of Evo's Esports.
All right, we do see that. Oh, Duckby there immediately gets interrupted by EVOS' supporter. But looking at how these two teams interact with one another, I do think that for Genza now, he does have to be a little bit wary of how he creates his roams here. Because if he spends way too much time just moving from one spot to the other and not actually really scaling by getting as much resources as he could, he isn't going to be able to do enough damage like how he did just now. He could have just basically taken VVV out.
Yeah.
If he had a little bit more damage.
Well, in any case, Cerberus already moving in onto the Rift Herald here. This is going to allow Evos a space now to take the Mountain Drake. Seems like they're going to be trading objective for objective here, while still continuing to lane up in the top there is going to be both the Zed as well as the Renekton as they take the objectives on one another. Duckby and BM attempted to try to contest this, but unfortunately a little bit too late on the scene. Nevertheless, it will try to force a fight though. Final Spark actually lands on the 4 members there. That's quite a bit of damage done as CS collapses onto Evos, trying to find a kill stun, but Tipper comes in from the backline there, almost takes out Melodious, and BMM attempting to try to get a kill on Evo and supports her. He's so close, but yet so far supporter picks up the honey fruit and forces BMM to back out of the way.
All right, very nicely done from Genza there. They were able to get quite a bit out. We do see BMM as well as Tipper now chasing against each other. Could be a huge problem here for the side of EVOS if they're not too careful.
Yeah, indeed. And the thing is that Cerberus is playing a very risky thing, just constantly swapping lanes around and, you know, just constantly making these kind of rotations here. And I think what they're really trying to do is just kind of force EVOS to do the same as well. So they're hoping at least this will maybe interrupt the farm, but they still need someone to keep an eye on that Kassadin though, because he's literally being left unattended on the bottom lane here. So Riven, of course, is going to be moving up there, but only to see that the Kassadin is already recalled back to base. Genza and Duckby currently in the mid right now, trying to ensure that the minions are constantly bringing waves. But Y1 getting caught up here with Tipper, joining with supporter right now. They're going to be able to break his armor and probably break his will a little bit, but a flash does come in here for Y1, keeping him safe and sound. But that was definitely a close call here for the Zed.
Okay, so looking at Y1, they're barely getting away. He has to be at least aware of the fact that with the Black Cleaver and the Coffee Warhammer that he has, he needs his Dusk Blade for him to be able to pop some of these guys literally like a pimple. We do see that VVV is going to be the one that is going to be in the most danger of the Zed ultimate here. Because as we can see it from Tipper, G4, supporter, very tanky indeed. But look at that Y1.
Look at the live view though. This is going a massive push. They already took down the tier 1 turret. Now they want to try to find some kills. They already caught up supporter, bringing him down very low, taking him out. G4 is also in the mix though, but unfortunately he's still not going to be making it easy for them to get the kills. And unfortunately he does focus onto Duckby, bursting down his health. Even though with the barrier up, he had to back out of that. But at least they managed to get the objective done. And the Renekton as well trades it out on the top side. So it's going to be 1-for-1 practically here. Wow, I mean, I'm quite impressed that despite all the aggression and all the risk-taking here, both teams are still very much on the even balance.
Yeah, I mean, they are on the even balance here. I think there's a lot of respect from either side of the team. But there is going to be a bit of a leaning towards Cerberus, mostly because they got one more turret. So I do think that with that extra bit of one turret, they have the slight advantage window now until EVOS scores a turret of their own. So they need to be at least proactive, very quick in terms of how they want to basically move from creating a one turret lead to a two turret lead, which they are starting to build up for in the top lane.
Yeah, they're already gathered up for the feast right now. BMM gets a stun on the Tipper. Tipper is able to slip out of the way and support him, reads out the shield and allows him to tank all that damage, but unfortunately they will concede this tier 1 turret even though the Kazakhs and the Valdez comes onto the scene though. The recalls are already coming through as CS already peels away almost as immediately as they take those objectives. So again, just it's very much like a boom and zoom sort of like play style that CS is doing. Just go in, get the job done, and then get out.
All right, now as we can see here from EVOS, I do think that they do have quite a bit of urgency in their mind to basically be proactive in the push here. But EVOS has got to be careful that they don't bite off a bit more than Kichu. Meliodas isn't in play, so I think that's where the difference is going to be. Well, we're going to be seeing the Herald now coming to play EVOS right now. Very much in a good position to maintain this.
Yep. Oh,
but they got to be careful.
They'll try to just confront them right on the outside there, forcing them away, but they already have taken the Rift Herald though, so now they're going to be focusing all their attention on this fight here. Lots of damage done to the EVOS though. They lose a couple of members and the forces scatter completely as CS now tries to scramble to find another target, but unfortunately they scatter way too far. But still, job is done though. Even though they lose the Rift Herald, they do have the space now to take the Ocean Drake, and I think that's a more important objective here for CES.
2-0 here. Tipper and G4. The opening salvo for EVOS immediately taken down by members of Cerberus, and it just goes to show that members of Cerberus were very, very, very deliberate with their movements. Let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, Duckby getting the catch there, rooting supporter in place, but then you have to watch out for G4 in the back there. He can pop up very, very much, but then really want to try to focus on to the Renekton as well because he was very much tanking a lot of damage, and finally Ribbon does get the kill done onto that. So now another fight is breaking out of the river, same spot as well as they are contesting this dragon at the moment. CS now trying to see if they can catch someone from EVOS, but keeping their distance there very wisely is EVOS under the cover of the rocks, but that's conceding a bit of ground now for CS to secure the river. BMM trying to flank around the top side here. Tipper, VVV, and Valdez now looking at the pit, seeing the progress of Melodious, bringing a piercing shot there to force him out of the way, but still trying to bait them in order to get initiation done. That's a good route into Duck B, but no follow-up yet. They're just really trying their very best here to prevent CS from just taking this dragon without any interruptions, and so far so good, but CS still not letting go of this objective at all. Final spot's going to come out, lands onto supporter, bringing him down to half. Valdez attempts to try to get onto V1, Y1, but Y1's going to get caught up, and Valdez on the side. He's going to get taken down. Dragon is going to be taken by CES anyway, though, as they continue to try to bring hurt onto EVOS. They've taken down Tipper. They've taken down Tipper as well. Oh my goodness, they're taking down most of EVOS here and actually lost a couple of their own, but still are able to pull away. Duckby, I think, is not going to be long for as well as G4 now. He is having the time of his life right now, trying to take out CS, but unfortunately now he's completely isolated here. But nevertheless, BMM and Gensai decide, yeah, against trying to chase him, especially when their health is not looking that good.
Yeah, I do think that how members of EVOS took that fight was definitely disastrous here, but it somehow or another did kind of work out for them. But Cerberus as well, I mean, they just got the amount of objectives that they got on top of the lead that they have, even though that fight didn't work out totally in their favor. It's what they do with that downtime that EVOS is experiencing is the difference here.
I think, like, conversely, I think on the side of Cerberus, they are very much aware that time is against them, so they're really hoping these kind of battles here will wear down EVOS bit by bit. And yeah, like I said, it's rather scrappy, to be honest, but the main thing to take away, though, is that they are able to isolate G4 just like that, so they can definitely try to do that again, but the problem is that they still don't really have a lot of ground to stand on, even once that G4 is completely left isolated. So that might be a bit of a problem going going forwards here, but nevertheless, I think the fight did really get some benefits to both sides. But I feel that for CS, it's already showing them what the level is right now for G4, and I think it might be a bit of concern here, especially nowadays already on level 12, but CS already moving secure. The Baron pit here, EVOS is also moving in as well to try to contest it, and looking like it's going to be part 2 of this little river battle that's been going on back and forth between both of these squads.
I really like how both these teams here going up against one another. I like that between Cerberus and EVOS, they're very quick towards acting proactively, right? Oh, look at that.
They're going to try to isolate G4. The thing is that his team is around the corner, but they had to finish this quickly. Oh, the stasis is going to delay them a little bit. This is giving a bit of a window for EVOS to regroup now, but the final spot is going to be able to turn him down. Kassadin is out for the count. EVOS has to back out with this, but this is a golden opportunity now for CS to go ahead and get started on that Baron.
I think this is a very, very good thing for Cerberus here, because they needed to take down G4 because they knew G4 was able to rift walk, right? So Valdez right now is going to be on the second list of priorities for them to take down even before they take the Baron here. But heck, they don't even need the Baron, to be honest. The Baron will help accelerate the rate at which they can close out the game, but they don't entirely need the Baron with the lead that they have. So let's take a look at this beautiful, beautiful focus on towards a G4 here. Valdez, as well as some of the other members of EVOS here, immediately try to come in to help salvage a deal that was basically against them. And nothing was left behind.
I just gotta say, that was so clutch, that final spark from Genza, that pretty much guaranteed G4 was gonna go down pretty much in that fight. So very well done from CS's side, but that's pretty much the kind of fights they need to take. BMM trying to go for part 2, but unfortunately the rest of EVOs are around, so it's not exactly the best opportunity there to try to take on G4, but not for lack of trying on the side of Cerberus. Nevertheless, the rest of his squad are around the corner there. They're gonna try to keep Tipper isolated inside the lane maybe, but then again, I think the big target is still going to be that Kassadin because he's on the verge of getting level 13. Genza, ooh, getting the root and the final spark there. That's a lot of damage done onto G4. He's going to be forced to back out of the way, but then now Cerberus continues to bring the hurt onto EVOS before pulling away now. Focusing now on objectives, it looks like, as Melodus now moves onto the Baron, gets started. Oh boy, now EVOS needs to respond.
All right, we're going to be seeing Cerberus now. Very, very aggressive with how they move in.
Y1 gets in front, supporter having to block all of that damage here. G4 is coming in, drawing the ring in. Going to try to rift walk here. Oh, the final spot comes out. Oh, VVV gets caught out though. Y1 gets a kill done onto the Valdez. Now he's going to try to focus onto G4, but unfortunately G4 takes out the Riven. Now he's going to try to jump straight onto the Baron, but unfortunately CS has already taken it. Now he's going to try to get the trades, but supporter is very low. G4 very low. Y1 gets a flash out again. Melodus goes in front, gets a kill done on the Kassadin. 4 members of EVOS completely wiped off of the Summer's Rift.
Oh, only 1 member was traded in that exchange, and that was BMM Cerberus right now. Showing a masterclass right into the death mark. Seems that Tipper goes golden. Don't know whether or not he will be able to survive that though, because the clutches are starting to drop onto him.
Yeah, and Tipper alone, you know, he's already at half health, so he can't really sustain his. Oh no, it gets stunned in front there. Lots of damage done. No final spark though, so he isn't going to get taken out. VVV comes out of spawn, only to witness the tier 3, the inhibitor on the mid getting taken down. And Melodius already started onto the Drake, takes the Drake as well. So wow, I mean, things are just going so well now for Cerberus.
Okay, as we're going to be seeing it here for the side of Cerberus, and right now they just they do have the Baron already in play, and the fact that because Baron is in play already, it actually gives them a lot of opportunity and a lot of tempo for them to actually focus on what is the next big objective, and that is going to be the Elder Drake coming into play.
Yeah, we're taking out that the turret in the mid, and without the tier 1 down at the bottom here, I mean, EVOS is going to be forced to try to gather around here, seeing if they can try to maybe set up something around here. No, they're going to be recalling back to base, but if Duckby actually catches someone, a little bit too slow there. Too little, too late there, unfortunately, for Melodius, but not for lack of trying. Y1 continuing to split push on the top side, where Melodius split pushes the bottom. Genza keeping them occupied in the middle, but that's a juicy target that Genza Genza is unfortunately going to get stasis there. Melodious coming in for the save. Is he going to be able to save him? No, it's not. Yeah, G4 does get a kill there done, but watch out, Tipper taking a lot of damage. Y1, yeah, very successful in that split push, but unfortunately his teammates are already wiping the floor with Evos on the river here. BMM just waiting for the stasis to go out. G4 flashes out of the way. Valdez gets the recall back to base, but BMM not letting this one go. He's going to focus onto this turret now. That's very, very low. Almost gets taken down, but with G4 guarding it and him alone, it's not.
Oh, wait. Back at base.
Oh, back at base. Valdez, what is going on here? Y1 already successfully get the split push. Now Valdez G4 forced to respond to this. Almost gets the Nexus taken down, and finally are able to take down Y1. But BMM still around the corner. He's waiting for an opportunity. He sees the wave of minions around the corner. He just needs to be able to get past this bodyguard that is G4, but G4 still has a... No, he doesn't. He still has Rift Walk though, so it's still very risky for BMM to try to go for that back door.
All right, very nicely done there from Cerberus. Cerberus still very, very much sneaky in terms of them trying to backdoor EVOS here. And I think that was the plan, considering that all, I think close to 4 members of Cerberus were sacrificed in that team fight.
Yeah, and again, it's more of a sacrifice to give that space to Y1. It's a bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to complete it, but then again, G4 responded very, very quickly to that, having to maneuver from the riverside all the way to back to the base, and fortunately was just in time to intercept Y1. Otherwise, that could have been easily a loss there for Evos. But this goes to show how precarious the position is for this Thai team right now, because thanks to that Baron buff, CS has punished them severely at this stage of the game, and with only 1 inhibitor left, it seems like it's only a matter of like 1 really good team fight here for Cerberus to really tip the scales in their favor. Now, the thing is, they're not going to be focusing too much on the Baron right now, mainly just trying to keep the lane priorities, especially on that bottom side. Y1 continuing the split push strategy here, while the rest of the team keeps Evos occupied here with the objective takes. Now Evos trying to get the buffs up here. They know that the big fight is going to be coming soon. They just need to make sure that they are well prepared for that inevitability.
The inevitability from Cerberus now going for the, what's it called? Going for the objectives here may actually be in the best interest of Evos to actually try to interrupt. Dependent on how they are going to be engaging or at least fighting against Evos, members of Cerberus now do have the proactivity to start the trap.
Yep.
Oh, very nicely done.
Nice one. Trying to catch up supporter there,
Chain
but
of
unfortunately they're going to be
corruption.
turning around on Duck B. Final spot's going to come R, but unfortunately doesn't quite save the Nautilus though, so CS unfortunately cannot sustain this fight.
Meanwhile,
but Y1 already at base. Look at the wave of minions coming through to him. He's just waiting for one more hit, and Y1 actually successfully beats it here. Cerberus takes the first game.
Cerberus now with the bait and switch. What was the bait? The Baron. What was the switch? Y1 going to close out on the Nexus. Man, oh man, was it a crazy one indeed here, Victor. Cerberus with first blood, first win of the last match of today. 1-0 against Evos.
I love the strategy they went in play here, because they knew that, you know, trying to meet the G4 and the 5v5 on the Kassadin is going to be a very, very tough fight. But they knew that by splitting their attention here, by doing those split pushes while contesting these objectives, they're ensuring that Evos will constantly be fighting with 1 less man. And unfortunately, it had to be Tipper that was the one to constantly keep an eye out for Y1. And G4 had to constantly be together with his squad there to counteract CS should they try to take these objectives. And this is quite brilliant, because G4 basically cannot be in 2 places at once. So he has to either decide, do I want to defend the base, or do I want to join the attack? And unfortunately, this really causes a lot of confusion, I think, on their side on to where should we focus our attention on, objectives or the base. But it seems like what CS has done here just dissected completely the game plan from Evos' side and completely turned things on their heads.
Genza only dying once throughout the entire game. 1 kill for him, but 12 assists. Definitely a huge factor here in terms of the additional damage that came on top here in terms of Y1 and Meliodas here. But looking at it on the opposite end of the spectrum here, Evos didn't do relatively that bad. I mean, G4 was popping off at certain points, but wasn't able to actually find a conducive elements, no, conducive atmosphere for him to be able to convert those kills into advantages. Valdez, though, had a toughest time, I feel, even though his score is 4-4 and 6. He had the toughest time because every time he tried to enter a fight, he was almost basically shut down. The snowball potential for the side of Valdez definitely stifled by Cerberus and their understanding of jungle pathing and jungle intervention.
Yeah, ooh, look at that graph here. I mean, again, CS had a lot of advantage, you know, it's even from the mid-game onwards, and it really shows in the way they've kind of kept the pressure going onto EVOS from the get-go. And exactly, this is how you're supposed to play against Kassadin, right? Keep him, you know, just be very, very aggressive and kind of force EVOS to make decisions they didn't necessarily want to. And that really has done quite a number here, and Y1, of course, being the dark horse, actually split pushing and making it all the way to the Nexus. That's just a cherry on top, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was definitely a cherry on top there. I mean, even if he did die in that particular situation, it would have actually just staved off the inevitable, mostly because that, yeah, Y1 died, no problem. Team has to back away, give a little bit of support because the Nexus is breaking up. Anyway, for those of you who just joined us, we would like to thank our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. And of course, for those of you at home, get yourself a nice, cool, tall can of Monster Energy drink. Unleash the beast at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And for those of you who want to join us in on the fun, not too late, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series is where you want to be. That's our official Discord server. Be nice, all right? Be nice. If not, I'll bite your nose off. Game number 2. That's something that's going to be happening after this. He's Victor. I'm Hound. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be back after these messages. See you in a bit and stay tuned.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound. This is the second game of our final matchup for today's Cerberus
Potentially
Esports.
final.
Potentially final. Cerberus Esports versus... No, I'm happy now. Now I'm having a brain fart here.
What's Cerberus Esport against EVOS Esport? Yeah, sorry. I mean, it's been a really long day. I mean, honestly, we only had like 3 minutes breaks in between. So, I mean, brain can be relatively fried here. And of course, our production team is hard at work to make sure that we deliver to you guys a very quick, concise, and of course, a wonderful experience for you guys to watch. But enough of us deliberating. It has been a total of... how many games has it been? 4, 2, 3, that's 5, 8. 8 games in total with our 10th game about to go underway. This is your key player for Cerberus Esport Match 4 Game 1.
Yeah, Melodious certainly played a major role when it comes to those team fights here, because being on the Shyvanas, he's definitely going to be front and center when it comes to most of these fights, and he certainly had done his role well as a jungler in that last round there, constantly keeping the roam. In fact, a lot of Cerberus was roaming around and constantly rotating, and that contributed a lot to the kind of problems for EVOs, because they had to decide which side they want to kind of be on, and this kind of confusion and this kind of gameplay is certainly some of the best we've seen here from CS so far. And this is exactly the kind of style that I love seeing coming out of Cerberus, where they just keep the pressure going and never let off the gas.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing I felt that Cerberus Esport really does really well compared to EVOS, right? They have a tempo advantage, they just keep running with it. They'll just, I mean, it's an equivalent of a host that just keeps repeating the same line, the same catch line over and over and over again. It sounds like it sounds terrible to just keep hearing and repeating over and over again, but they will just beat you over the head with their tempo. It's like a dead horse. I mean, the horse is already dead. Why are you beating it, right? So Cerberus, that's just the way they operate. They will just keep pulling at that thread until it unravels. In game number 1 against EVOS, they knew that they had the tempo advantage. They knew that Y1 could blow up most of the members of EVOS. Immediately, EVOS banned out the Nasus. I am not entirely surprised by this at all. BMM as well as Y1. Both of these guys are very, very, talented Z operators. And I'm thinking that with the fact that the piloting of Z has been removed from the game, has been removed from this particular draft, I'm thinking that this is going to be an indicator of maybe we might see Cerberus play out the Orianna mid on BMM. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. It is rather wild out of the meta. Not entirely something I'm entirely a huge fan of, but when it works for Cerberus and they are able to set up a ball delivery system, it's just a sight to behold.
Yeah, subsequent bans are coming through. Lucian and Karma for the side of Cerberus, and EVO's response with a ban on the Jace. One more ban to go before we're going into the picks here, and it's kind of interesting that the EVOs will have the counter pick potential, at least in the first phase here. Now they will ban out the Kassadin here, not allowing CS to pick it up for themselves. So certainly, still leaving the Senna and maybe either Senna or the Nasus still in the pool here. But no, CS only bans out of Morgana, so EVOs moves immediately to pick up the Senna for themselves.
I think that's going to be a wise choice there, because when the Morgana is going to be banned out, I do think that the Senna, in my opinion, is going to be a very good choice here for the side of supporter. I mean, we have seen him play time and time again. With the Shyvana in play, I'm not going to be surprised if EVOS is actually going to turtle in and go for the Nasus Senna pickup. I don't see it outside of a realm of possibility here because EVOS has played that composition at least once or twice before in the past.
Well, CS though, they deny EVOS the Nasus pick, and that forces EVOS instead to go with a Gragas Hover at this point. So they could potentially still pair this Nasus with another kind of like good support, maybe either the Ashe. That might be a good option here. But I digress though, there's still plenty of choices to go for EVOS here. They will lock in the Gragas here and we'll have the third pick.
I think the Gragas is actually a really good choice here because if the Gragas actually comes into play and they're able to throw down the explosive cast and Genza is going to be playing the Nasus, then I don't think there's going to be that much of a clear line for Cerberus to actually access. But this is going to be important here. EVOS might actually go for a full scaling comp if they actually hovered over that Kale and they wanted to pick that Kale. It would have been very interesting. You would have seen Cerberus maybe play at a very, very much higher speed comparatively because of that particular Kale pickup.
Yeah, but instead they swapped off to a Riven instead, and ooh, Tristana hover going on? No, CS hover instead onto the Ashe. I think that will pair very, very well with the Nasus especially, but no, actually CS instead decide to pull Bamboozle on me and go for the Renekton instead, so that's more standard kind of pick here. Definitely one that works out well for the most part. It's just really depending on how well he's going to be able to scale. Now, next round of bans here, Olaf is going to be banned out by CES. EVOS will take out the Yuumi. Now, one more ban for each of these squads here before we'll be going to our last set of picks.
All right, last set of picks is underway. I am liking what I'm seeing thus far in terms of the compositions. I think the story seems to be very clear across the board here. That one team wants to scale a little bit faster here with the fact that Senna is going to be holding on to the supporter. Unlimited scaling. But for the side of Cerberus though, I mean that those are all 4 melee champions, just for the record, right? And they are going to be switching the Darius over for the Lux. I like this mostly because of the amount of I like variety of damage over like focusing on one source of damage entirely. It gives a little bit of ability for a team to adapt towards the situation. Fiora being picked out here, not a big fan of a Fiora Renekton matchup, mostly because the Renekton is just going to get smacked out of lane. So we might actually see Cerberus play around their stronger lane, which is could be at the Baron lane, could be at the Dragon lane, or maybe because of the pressure that could build up from VVV operating the Fiora at Baron lane, maybe we might see Meliodas pay a visit towards the top side here and put Zipper on his back.
Yeah, I mean, Fiora on EVO's side is no slouch either and can definitely be a massive threat here for CES. And we'll see what they're going to try to pick and counter to that. EVOs will lock in an Ahri though for the mid lane. And CS will respond with a hover over the Camille. And yeah, and then just a point I want to make about the Lux pick here. I mean, when Genza is literally on form here in that first game on that Lux, it makes sense for them to not disrupt that and they'll just allow Genza to continue to be in his happy place, you know, for game number 2. And that's going to be key for CS. You know, they want to be able to keep amping up the pressure, keep up the tempo, and it makes sense for them to go with the kind of champions that will enable them to do so.
All right, so looking at how both these teams are actually drafting against one another. What are the biggest observations, the biggest stray observations that you can give for EVOS and Cerberus respectively?
Not much actually, I could say on my side. I mean, again, Gragas and Senna, of course, with infinite scaling is going to be a factor that CS will have to consider. But Genza and Duck B, I mean, we know how painful Nasus can be when he decides to go roam around. And I think with Melodis back on the Shyvanas as well, having proven that it's very viable in these kind of team fighting style that CS does, I think that they still have a very solid lineup here. So it may not still be, even though EVOS does have very favorable picks there in the Fiora, it still may not be that straightforward for them either. But it's still, I think this is going to be a real test sense of EVOS' own potential because the Fiora has served them very, very well in past matches. Here's hoping that that will be the key factor here that will allow them to hopefully clutch out this second game, hopefully get to a third game so that they will force Cerberus to go on a little bit longer. But I digress though. It's still kind of hard for me to really tell actually about who has the better draft at this point.
All right, yeah, I think it's really, really down towards the execution part from either of these teams here. I do think that also from either side of Cerberus and EVOS, it's going to be important that whoever gets the tempo first will most likely be able to win it out. I feel like when EVOS gets the tempo advantage, sometimes I feel like EVOS doesn't really know what to do with it. Or maybe because they're just too busy trying to make a decision or trying to make something happen. Whereas Cerberus is a little bit more concise, right? They know that, all right, we lose out on the first turret, we immediately try to get a turret back, and then we try to set up for a dragon. They're very, very quick with how their timings are in terms of... I guess with years and years of experience and practice, right, you tend to streamline some of your thought processes, especially when it comes to decision-making that requires a little bit more input or maybe even a little bit more, pushback from your teammates, right? So looking at it here, EVOS, Cerberus now. EVOS on the blue side, Cerberus on the red side.
Yep, going for those farms right now. G4 laning up against BMM, the Camille in the mid lane there. Top side going to be held by the Riven and the Renekton. Of course, Riven being played by Tipper, Renekton by Y1. Bottom lane looking very, very crowded, but that's only because it is the bottom lane. As Genza and Duckbee versus VV and Supporter. Valdo's now picking up some red buffs, but things are looking like it's been settling a little bit. But I want to see whether or not CS will be continuing that sort of aggression, or are they going to be paying a little bit more respect to EVOS' lineup, because that Fiora can be very, very painful and can certainly punish them severely if CS decides to step over the line.
Yeah, it could be a lot of opportunities for BMM here to close out. Excuse me, for Cerberus here to actually close out. But remember, EVOS as well, they are no slouches. I think they do have the capabilities to actually bring this to a game 3. But looking at how Cerberus has been performing since yesterday, there is just a different kind of strength here that Cerberus is tapping into, I feel.
Yeah, confidence, I feel like when you have such top form yesterday and you carry it forward today, you know, you're going to be going in, you know, with all guns blazing, all cylinders firing off. So it certainly makes sense for CS to go with their tried and true sort of picks here on the Shyvanas as well as the Lux. Now it's just a matter of whether or not they can execute this well with the combination of the Fiora, Riven, and Ahri. So let's see whether they're going to try to make some early game moves. Genza now roaming a little bit, trying to see if we can spot out Vivian's Supporter, attempting to try to invade, but looks like just counteracting the ward placement there that Genza tried to put out into the lane. So unfortunately, no more vision there. Melodious jumping into the fray as he sees Tipper being in a very, very precarious position, but now they focus onto Valdez instead, trying to get that first blood, but Valdez still able to sustain. Still, unfortunately, his health is burning down a little bit. Is he able to... Oh, nice stun there by Tipper! And oh, that's a good one there to take down Y1, unfortunately for CES, but then it's still not quite done though. As BMM tries to use the Hex State ultimatum, Tipper still does fall anyway though. So at least it's going to be a 1-for-1. So, I mean, again, shades of game number 1.
Shades of game number 1, but Cerberus there. I mean, look at the response, right? Immediately when that went off, even though BMM wasn't needed there, he just showed up anyway, used up his extra ultimatum and immediately got that loss mitigated. I do think that that's what sets Cerberus Esports really apart from most of the other teams here. Mostly because of their ability. Look at this, yeah? We do see that Meliodas now is in the middle of it all, doing a lot of damage out to Valdez. Y1 there. Almost gets caught in a hard spot. Gets hit with the Call of the Meek. But look at that. BMM right into it. Hits the tactical sweep. Right into the precision protocol. And hits it off. Splashes behind it. And immediately gets away clean.
Yeah, perfect execution on that one there for BMM. but CES at least are keeping the trades on the even balance here. BBV and Supporter trying to keep Dugby and Genza away from the turret right now as they back off to wait for the winning way to come in. We can see the Fiora joining the Ahri in the mid right now, putting I think Y1 in a bit of an awkward spot as they're attempting to push him up in the front there. Shyvana's going to have to come in though to save Y1. Unfortunately, wouldn't be in time though as he got stunned up completely, and G4 was able to pull in the kill.
Okay, looking at how EVOS and G4, EVOS and Cerberus have been interacting with one another here. EVOS right now, definitely, how to say, on the receiving end of a small little advantage here, 2-1. Goal is starting to slowly build up on the side of EVOS here, but nothing entirely too dangerous to the point where EVOS, where Cerberus can't actually turn it around. Oh my goodness.
Tipper.
Oh,
Hexen
oh my
ultimatum on
goodness.
Tipper. The Tipper's
There
now
we
trying
go,
to get a
baby.
kill. He
Oh,
gets a kill done.
no.
Melodius comes in just in time for the trade. But yeah, that would have been a lot better if Tipper was going to be able to slip out. But I mean, Melodius already saw what was happening and was already on the move anyway. So it's only going to be a matter of time. At least Tipper managed to get a kill on BMM anyway.
I really love how Cerberus' Meliodas is just everywhere, right? like his timings is just impeccable, and the fact that he's immediately there to immediately facilitate the exchange. That's the thing that I feel that Cerberus really sets apart. Oh my goodness.
Catch up in the middle here. BMM getting the tactical sweep. He's going to be able to burst down Supporter quite a bit. Valdez now tries to get him, but then he flashes away just in the nick of time. Now trying to turn it around. Melodius coming around here.
What's Valdez
gets a shot
doing
onto Valdez, but Valdez, yeah, what is he exactly doing there? Maybe trying to wait and see if VVV is going to be able to set something up for him, but unfortunately not able to catch anyone on the side of CES. But, you know, Melodius, I thought he was playing Shyvana, not Michelle Yeoh, because he seems to be everywhere, anywhere, all at once.
Exactly, and that's the thing. I love the reference, by the way. Have to give it that, right? But look at that, though. The fact that Meliodas has already given so much jungle intervention really speaks volume to the pathing of Cerberus here. But we do see that EVOS, though, they have been able to work this out. And if the fact that Tipper is actually able to put BMM against the ropes, then we could actually see a huge problem for the side of Cerberus here if EVOS actually builds up a little bit of confidence here. A little bit of confidence and brings the fight towards members of EVOS. We do see now, Curse of the Black Mist, Tipper, there goes the Piercing Shadow. Don't know whether or not there is going to be a follow-up.
Not quite. Seems like CS doesn't want to be bogged down in the fight on the top lane, so they will be recalling back. So will VVV and Tipper. So backing out that fight. G4 and Y1 currently facing off each other on the bottom lane here. The Ahri rotating down while letting the Gragas take up duties in the mid. But the Gragas, speaking of which, he's going to be facing off against Duck B very soon along with Genza. So he, unfortunately, is going to need a bit of support there. And G4 now finally clearing out the last wave of minions is going to be joining them down the mid, but there's going to be a bit of interception, I think, down in the lane as I think Duck B and Genza were thinking about invading the jungle, but seeing with the ward spotting out the Ahri, I think they decided against going for that invade.
All right, so looking at how Cerberus and EVOS here are interacting with one another, I do think that EVOS right now wants to force out members of Cerberus to actually respond to this push here. This could actually be a very good choice for them because they do get the first turret. Oh my goodness, look at
G4,
G4 flashes, immediately goes to the Spirit Rush.
That would be very dangerous there for G4. Thankfully,
Oh,
they
wait.
slip out, but unfortunately, that's going to be Hexen ultimate. Then a final spark on the Supporter. That's going to be a dead Gragas there, but then BMM is not quite out of the woods though as the Tipper attempts to try to get the shot on him, but Melodius keeps him out of the way there, but he is going to be able to get a kill onto the Camille, and then finally backs out of the way. His health is a bit low, but then the Cavalry is coming through though. Melodius continues to bring the chase, gets the kill onto Tipper, and then allows Dugby now to focus on the BBV, takes him down as well. I think they should be able to take this tier 1 turret as well. What a prize!
Very nicely done there from the side of Cerberus, and just like that, with one coordinated dive, you see they immediately catapult themselves to 3,000 gold advantage.
Exactly, and just like that, I mean, CES again, just doing what they've been so good at doing, just keeping the tempo going, keeping the pressure going, and just keeping the pedal to the metal here, and just giving EVOS not a lot of space to breathe, much less think. Let's have a look at a replay here.
All right, looking at how EVOS is actually engaging with members of Cerberus, right? BMM already taken down by VVV. I think this was actually a really good one here from the side of EVOS. But the fact remains is that they stayed up here. Look at that. Genza, Duckby immediately come in. That was a nice flash into the finish off of Tipper, but Meliodas there as well, getting the double kill. Already has the Trin Force, already has the recurve bow, almost has the Blade of the Ruin King. We see it again, right into that, right into the final spark.
Now they're going to focus on the Melodius.
This is just bad here coming in. Melodius now tries to get away. One more hit could be the end for him. Valdez in the middle of it all with the grand challenge though. But this could be an opportunity for the side of EVOS to actually turn it around. They've got to be careful though. The double kill going over to Valdez. Valdez now wants blood. Valdez is going to go after Genza, and it's not going to be enough. Will Valdez be able to take Doug B? No, it will be not the truth here, as 3 members of Cerberus being taken down in a blink of an eye. This is exactly what EVOS needs to do in order for them to put Cerberus on their faces.
Yeah, and then it's completely wiped out that the 3K lead down now to only 1K, and actually it's dropping between the two of them. But that was certainly finally a very good fight there for EVOS, and certainly showing that CS has to respect their capabilities at this stage right now. 14 seconds before the Rift Herald comes up. And it's going to be another contest coming up on the cards now, as CS now gathers for the feast down by the middle. Y1, Duckby, and Genza rolling in here towards the pit, as we already see EVOS already in position to try to get started on this Rift Herald. BMM Melodis and Y1 just hovering around the outside here, trying to see if they can find an opening. G4 jumps in front on the Melodis and forces BMM to bring out a Hexet Ultimatum, but unfortunately BMM is going to get caught out. Parallel not unable to do that much damage, and Camille gets isolated completely and taken out, and Fiora takes out the Rift Herald as well, so they secure both the objective and they get a kill on the Camille.
Alright, looking at how both EVOS as well as Cerberus now are moving from one spot to the other. Cerberus now wants to play over to the bottom side. They do have priority over... they lost their bottom turret, and I think it's only a matter of time before they're going to lose their top turret as well. 2 turrets in favor of EVOS here. Doesn't look very good for Cerberus here, but we have seen them in this particular position in game number 1. Cerberus were very handy in terms of how they were able to recover from that situation, and they just came back stronger than ever.
Yeah, so that's going to be the Ocean Drake coming into the pit right now. Who's going to be the one getting it started? I mean, EVOS is in position here. Tipper already picking up some jungle minions for himself. Melodius going to be getting that started right now. CS knows they want to try to keep EVOS sold out, but they need to try to find an opening here in order to get a pick off, because EVOS is all gathered here. In fact, they sent out the Rift Herald down by the mid, so that's going to be distracting them a little bit from this take. Instead, they're going to try to focus on the defense right now of this tier 1 turret, because that's going to be critical if they want to try to take on the Ocean Drake. In fact, CS are able to take him down just before he gets the charge done. So actually, that was very well done on the part of CES.
Okay, looking at how EVOS as well fights against... Oh, nice
one. Charm as well.
Right into it.
Right into it. Gets out very, very low, but he does get out the final spark at least, though. Tipper getting down very, very low as Duckby and Y1 tries to bring the hurt onto them, but VVV is tanking all that damage. Unfortunately, Gragas will be the one to fall in the process, though, as now CS are going to be moving straight into the pit now, knowing that G4 is a little bit hurt and not quite in the best shape here to fight. CS now has secured some space for themselves to get started on this Drake, but gotta watch out. Valdez and the Fiora is down by the spawn side, but she's not going to be able to steal that away. Instead, the Ocean Dragon goes into the hands of CES.
2 Drakes in the hands of Cerberus. I do think that with how that's been provided for Cerberus, they were well aware of the fight that they needed to take on. They were very well aware of how they needed to start that fight. As long as they were able to get Valdez and other members like G4 and VVV very low, they knew for a fact that they could commit towards the taking of that dragon. 20 seconds before the Baron comes into play, and Cerberus right now, very proactive, starts to make moves towards the top side of the jungle.
Yeah, Sporter going to jump forward here, tries to get the jump into Genza, doesn't quite get the lockup that he was looking for though. Genza able to slip out of the way. That could have been dangerous, but now here comes the Baron into the pit now. And it's going to be another objective for them to fight over, as they're going to be opening up the hurt onto Y1, getting him dead to rights there. That's going to be Renekton down for the count. CS still hanging around the mid for now, keeping their attention on Supporter and VVV on that Senna, as as the rest of EVO is going to be recalled back to base. CES now focusing their attention on this mid, trying to ensure that they keep this turret suppressed. BMN now joining the fray. They might have an opportunity here. Need to watch out for Valdez though, because he just wanders in there, waiting to see if CES is going to try to step a little bit too close for comfort there. Dugby now having to tank a bit of damage from supporter and VVV, and it will enable the rest of CES to peel away.
All right, some peeling to be done from the side of EVOS here. EVOS, I think, are in a position where they could actually pull the trigger against members of Cerberus here, but they got to be careful.
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
I'd say ultimate on the VVV and the final spark as well, going to end the Senna's life. And then now, oh, a triple root there. Valdez is going to try to come in, gets a lot of damage down to the BMM, forcing him to fall into the back line. But that's a successful defense of that tier 1 turret there. Very critical for EVOS, because that will at least allow them some opportunity to contest the Baron should CS decide to go for it.
I really love the non-hesitation there from Cerberus. They immediately knew what they needed to do. The follow-up was just perfect. And I feel like, oh wait, before that, no.
I1 gets it done. Final spark doesn't quite land, and G4 is going to jump straight into the line here, trying his best to find someone to lock down, but can't really do much though, unfortunately. They will be backing off of this. Having lost that turret now, it seems like it's only going to be a matter of time before CS is going to be making setups towards that Baron pit. But then now things are going to be settling down a little bit. CS is going to be regrouping and trying to regain the strength as we see the Riven attempting to push up the bottom a little bit. And so far, been quite successful in that lane, keeping the side lanes pushed up here for EVOS here. And that's pretty much critical to allow the pressure to still be on CS somewhat. Now, EVOS trying to clear up the front of the Baron pit here, but then things are settling down a little bit while they're trying to search around and think about what will be the next step of this game plan.
All right, Tipper now very, very, very interested in how he is going to defend this bot lane here. Won't be able to actually help out members of EVOS. He is going to at least clear up a little bit and move out. So we do see 2 for 2 in terms of turrets, but 2 already, how to say, dragons in the pocket of Cerberus. So I do like what's it called? What members of Cerberus are doing here. They do have, oh wait, before that, no.
Valdez rolling around and want to try to stop them from taking this Baron here, and in fact they want to try to start a fight, but CS is like, nope, final spark and just peel away. So EVOS will be backing out as well, but it looks like they're going to try to transition this into a push towards down the mid. In fact, they might actually catch an isolated Riven if they decide to invade the jungle a little bit more, but nevertheless though, they will focus in on actually taking down the tier 1 turret down in the bottom lane, as we see the Camille already joining the minion line, getting ready to try to take down the tier 1 turret, which is going to be unopposed at this point because Dugby and Genza are keeping the pressure going in the mid lane, forcing supporter to kind of defend the mid right now, so splitting their attention a little bit. And finally do take down the tier 1 down in the bottom, so CS already securing some really good objectives on their side.
I think that's going to be the case here. EVOS, Tipper right now trying his level best to make sure that the push doesn't come too hard here, as Cerberus is slowly building up pressure on the side lanes. Mid lane, however, we do see Dugby very aggressive with this push. I don't see any room for improvement here for the side of EVOS. I do think that EVOS really needs to get their hands onto Genza and try to take him down as quickly as possible, but they also have to be very careful of the sustained fighting damage that could come from Meliodas as well. We have seen it time and time again. So, oh wait, Meliodas now.
Yeah, trying to catch Meliodas there. Is it going to get a hex set? Nope, not quite, but then they will be able to force out the Guardian Angel anyway, and it's going to be sticking around a little bit here, but the rest of CS is going to try to collapse onto them. Double Root comes out as well as the final spark, but not quite being able to keep him compressed. Meliodas is able to slip out away. Now the rest of CS is going to try to collapse onto the rest of EVOS here, trying to take out one. They've already taken out supporter. They're trying to aim onto G4 on that Ari, but it's making it quite hard here. Is Tipper keeping him at bay, keeping the distance away, but look at that, the distance is not quite enough though, because the Senna takes up a lot of damage. Genza gets a bit of a hit on G4, continuing to chase, but the Root stops him in the track for a little bit. A charm comes through, and it gets him actually puts him close enough there. Dugby gets a hit and gets the kill done. 4 people in EVOS complete taken out. Now only Valdez is left, and BMM goes in for the chase. Final spark doesn't quite get the damage done, but BMM still is able to hold him down, keep him in place, and then go ahead and try to bring some hits. But then now Valdez attempting to try to get away, tries to get to the safety of the tier 2, but his health is super, super low. BMM finally gets the kill, finally gets the steal, and then now the Inferno Drake is up for grabs.
Wow, beautifully done there from the side of Cerberus. Cerberus acing them despite losing only one member. Baron is still up play. 3 Dragons already in their pocket. 6,000 goal advantage in favor of Cerberus. I think the highest record we had thus far for the entirety of the tournament was 12,000 gold. So we do see that Cerberus right now may close out this game, and this could be the very end of EVOS. No need for game number 3, says the Vietnamese standout powerhouse, Cerberus Esports.
I love this. The tempo that CS is playing at is like beating a drum at a super high BPM, not letting go, and just taking all these opportunities as soon as they arrive. And look at what is done for them so far. I mean, putting them so quite ahead here. They've gotten 3 Drakes so far, and that's just only going to make Melodius super scary here for EVOS to deal with. And combine that with the Baron buff, now it's going to be the huge opportunity here for CS to bring a lot of hurt here onto EVOS.
I do like what these teams are actually doing for EVOS. I do think that it's a very close fight, but Cerberus just moved from spot to spot really quickly. And when they commit, they don't commit halfway, right? There is no like half commitment. They commit to it. And I think that EVOS is having a hard time here. As soon as members of Cerberus pulls the trigger, they can't respond to it already. Now with the Baron buff, about 60 seconds left, I think this is going to be the beginning of the end here. I think what needs to happen... Oh, wait.
Oh, Builders comes in here trying to catch Tipper. He does have the barrier, but a stun comes through, but Builders still has a lot of health to go. He still continues to try to do that, but BBB is just keeping them at bay right now. But Builders goes in front, exhaust on the Valdez, and they do take out the Fiora, collapsing onto them completely. EVOS losing 3 members. Y1's already on the Nexus as well.
This is it. This is the end.
This is the end here. CS continues to roll, steamroll the entirety of EVOS. Nothing is left between them and the Nexus as they continue to roll in. Baron buff still active. They will win this 2-0.
Wow, that was just beautiful there, and I think that members of Cerberus there getting themselves a drink, and they made it look effortless.
Oh man, I swear I'm probably the only one sweating and getting all worked up here because it just looks so relaxed on the player cams here for CS. It just feels like another day in the office for these boys, and just goes to show how badass these Vietnamese squad is. I mean, wow, especially after the performance from yesterday, yet again CS impresses us with this performance here against EVOS.
Alright, so now looking at some of these engages here. I do like the fact that EVOS actually had quite a bit of their work, how to say? I did like the fact that EVOS actually pulled in quite a bit of work here. But the biggest issue that I had in a lot of these exchanges for Cerberus early on is the fact that they weren't actually able to do much here because of the lack of scaling that they had here. The fact that remains is that even though members of EVOS did hit their scaling power, we can see already, look at Meliodas, look in the middle of everyone. The fact that BMM is able to actually work as a peel or maybe even isolate some of the high value targets from reaching Genza, it's, in my opinion, I feel is one of the reasons why EVOS was able to handily give defeat towards EVOS 2-0. It didn't feel like a come from behind. I felt like EVOS actually just, how to say? EVOS actually dropped, not to say dropped the ball, but EVOS didn't apply the right amount of pressure when it was needed against members of Cerberus, I feel. And I feel that with what Cerberus is doing is that they just bided the time. They knew that they just needed to hit their power scalings and then just focus on what they needed to do, run it down mid.
Running down mid, and of course, I think the key part as well, especially when you have Shyvanas, is to just take all the Drakes, and literally they had all the Drakes in hand. Of course, the game didn't progress long enough for them to get the Elder Dragon, but then I think if they really did progress at that point, EVOS would just literally been delayed inevitable by that point. But certainly, very well-deserved MVP there from Melodius. He definitely played a very good role here, and just being a constant presence all over the map there allowed him to command a lot of these fights here and ensure that all of it kind of goes CS's way.
Okay, numbers. Percentages, there Valdez definitely going to be doing a lot of the damages here, but looking at how Meliodas, BMM, and Genza with 32,000 gold, excuse me, not 30,000 gold, 32,000 damage all around here. Definitely a huge problem for EVOS. As we can see from the graph, there were some moments where EVOS were able to actually muster a little bit of an even playing ground, and I felt that that was the moment where they were supposed to actually take advantage of that. But that's the thing about League of Legends. That's the thing about Wild Rift. The windows of opportunity are small, and the punishment is huge.
Exactly, and if you miss out the window, then you're not going to be able to get it back. As you can see, you know, once even though EVOS had a slight advantage, you know, in the latter half of that mid stage of this game, all that advantage got wiped out thanks to some very well placed moves there by CS, and definitely some well-fought fights there on their part. So certainly it just goes to show that you can never really rest on your heels too much. You always have to constantly keep that pressure going, constantly find those fights. And CS, they played this to a T, and look at how it's already worked out well for them. Now they're going to be tied together with RRQ for first place on the leaderboard, and certainly they can be very, very proud of what they achieved over this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot to actually cover. There is a lot to actually unpack here. But in terms of how EVOS actually performed, I mean, there's no shame in it. Cerberus is one of the strongest teams out there. I think EVOS can do a little bit better, but at the end of the day, right, Cerberus just moved a lot better. You can't beat yourself. You can't beat yourself over the head when you lose against a team that's been a champion for so many times, right? I mean, that's not to take away, that's not to make an excuse for them. But at the same time, EVOS has got to be a little bit aware that maybe their playstyle may not fit with the style that Cerberus is just used to, right? And Cerberus were just able to beat them maybe in terms of speed, right? We did see that the Thai team of EVOS were actually very, very handy in terms of delivering some of the fights towards Cerberus. But at the end of the day, sometimes it's not about that. You can be 20 and not, you can be 20 and 0, but whoever breaks the nexus first wins.
Exactly. It's all about how you finish, isn't it? Not how you kind of start things off. And certainly CS is going to be very, very happy with the way they finished off this weekend here. Certainly celebrations are going to be ordered, but judging from the way how relaxed they were, I think they pretty much anticipated that this was going to be coming to pass here in this matchup against EVOS. But yeah, I mean, what an exciting way to kind of end this day, isn't it? A perfect game here being played by CS, and certainly bringing very, very energetic and highly charged fights here for us all to enjoy.
All right, so for those of you guys for those of you guys who just joined us here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, we do hope that you guys had a fun time. For those of you who just joined us, who just turned on the stream at this very second, we would like to apologize. There's nothing left for you guys here except maybe the MVP. So you stay in for that, all right? So let's take a look at the MVP. Our series MVP, Meliodas. I mean, is there any question? Almost, I think it's a difference of 5% here in terms, like in terms of having almost perfect KDA here. 9.5, a kill participation of 69.4, very nice. A GPM of 875.7, damage taken of 1069.6, very, very nice again. And damage taken per minute of 762.3. Your series MVP at the end of match number 4, ladies and gentlemen, from Cerberus Esports, the Vietnamese standout, Meliodas.
Yeah, a perfect masterclass of how you play a Shyvana's game. If you want to learn how to play with a Shyvana on the team, just rewatch the whole series there. I mean, that's perfectly, CS knew exactly how to handle this champion, and the team knew how to play around Meliodas, and his roaming around certainly allowed him to have so much presence. Like I said, he was everywhere all at once in a lot of these team fights, and the presence helped CS a lot in winning out in this game.
All right, so with this current development, Cerberus Esports, Rex, Regum, Kyon now. Both these two teams are going to be holding on towards the top spot, first and second place. Third and fourth is going to belong to Brillium United and Enigma Galaxy. Fifth place, Team Flash. 6th place, EVOS Esports. Echo 40th in 7th and 8th spot is going to belong to Perseus Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one. I can't wait to see how things will conclude, but unfortunately that will be continuing on though from today. But nevertheless, I would say very much entertained by the matchups we've seen here today. Lots of good performances, lots of really talented players, and I'm glad to really give them the opportunity to really shine.
Alright, so for those of you guys who missed out on the action and want to know what is up next week, here is next week's schedule. What games are in store for us? RQ against Nigma, Perseus against Flash, Echo 40th against Cerberus, Biram United against EVOS. That's happening next week, Day 7. The Challenge Day 7 schedule is out. So for those of you who don't know or want to share with your friends, remember to follow us on any of the social medias here. If you do follow us on our Discord, I'm pretty sure there is some kind of a newsletter, some kind of a notification for you guys to activate. So make sure you guys stay updated with everything regarding the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and bear in mind that this is probably going to be the last set of matchups here before we finally be able to determine who are the top 5. So certainly you don't want to miss this out. So make sure you mark your calendars, set your alarms, and set your URLs. Make sure you join us live when we come up here with the Snapdragon Pro Series so you can join in action and see who is going to be the top 5 for the MSP region here at the SBS.
It's going to be a fantastic one indeed, and I do hope that each and every one of you guys show some love for everybody out there, whether it's your competition, whether it's, you are nothing if it's not for your opponent facing you, right? Because that's how sports is. Anyway, before we say goodbye, when winning matters, always think about Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And of course, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast with www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And one final time from me to you, join our Discord server for more information regarding the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. He's Victor Cax, and for the final and last time, my name is Hound. It's been an honor, it's been a pleasure working with everybody here. This is going to be my final broadcast ever in esports. I would like to thank everybody for the journey and the experience, and I hope you guys had fun watching what you did and enjoying everything. So take care, and I hope we meet again in the future.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it. We was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year. Now's the moment. We are not friends. We are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play. The game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, jump in the spot. I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align. No shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
To get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300.